Hello everybody, welcome to the bronze bracket of the 2021 Classic Tetris World Championship. My name is Dan Woods, I go by Grand Designs 82. I'm going to be commentating this along with my good buddy here, Chris Bidwell, BSG 4000. Looking forward to a really great day, lots and lots of Tetris over this weekend. Hell yeah!
Oh, there's number one. Get the counters out, kids. This is going to be good.
Oh yeah.
Team BSGD today. Can't wait for this this old school field tournament. We're going to have best 2 of 3 matches today. We're going to have a lot of our veterans, some of our newer players as well, and regular old piece sets. So in honor of the old school tournament, I got on my CTWC 2013 shirt on. And back when I could qualify way back in the old days, so I can't wait to have a good old time calling the axe with you, and I got my cowbell ready for some max outs. This is going to be a heck of a day.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a day, undisputed. I mean, I wasn't back there in 2013, but you can look right now. I got the new CTWC shirt on right here. Lots of good merch in the store as well.
Let's go.
You got it.
Right away.
Yeah, so looking at the bracket right here, I mean, this is a really strong field we got here today. Looking over, our first matches today, we got Nolan Reed, and then we got Ben Mullen, the one and only Ben Mullen, and we got ID Kirby in the second match, going to be on the bottom. Looking at these matches, who do you think would be the favorites in these opening games?
Well, I say it every time I get to commentate for him, but Ben Mullen was my original Tetris hero. He introduced me to the scene way back in 2011 at a live viewing of the Ecstasy of Order, and I've always respected him all these years since, even if the dad jokes have intensified since then. So I'm not allowed to root, but that's my sentimentality pick. But anybody can take this. We have even though we have these 32 players, the range of scores was about in the mid 900,000s down to about the mid 800,000. So very evenly matched all throughout this bracket. Anybody can take it.
I could definitely say that. Looking at some of the names throughout the bracket, I've had the pleasure of facing a decent amount of people in the bracket. Hazoli's a really tough player. I faced, Poopy Old Hag, also Luo Yang. I faced him several times. Numerous issues. I don't think I've ever beaten them in a full-blown match, other than like one game here or there. Haven, I've played Haven. Haven's really tough. Peyton's another tough one. Bisbee's also tough. Also, Bill H., also known as Blogmeister, is another tough one as well. Maestro over in the right half of the bracket is another tough player. I would say one player to really keep an eye on that I've seen really shooting up is AV Geek. AV Geek has had a lot of max outs lately. Ended up in the bronze bracket with the 122 seed, but extremely consistent player and has been getting lots of high scores. Kirby also is a player on the rise. I would say either of those two players could really be a wild card to go on a run here.
I think it's anybody's tournament. It's going to be a wild ride.
Definitely going to be a wild ride. So that being said, we got all the players ready for our first quadrant. Nolan Reed, and then Ben Mullen and Kirby. Let's go ahead to them now where they finish their warm-ups.
Let's do it. So, GD, we're getting complaints about my microphone again, so we thought we had it all set up.
Yeah, I'm seeing that in the chat.
There's some people that might be a blessing that they can't hear me, but
I don't know.
Work on and we'll get these games started now. Let's go.
All right, we got readies on the bottom now. Also, anybody that's curious, this day is going to be a best of 3 for all matches for the first and second rounds. And then whenever we get to the third and fourth and fifth rounds on Sunday, those are all going to be solo matches, are going to be full best of 5s. So we got readies from Kirby and Ben now. We have a ready from Noel, just waiting on a ready from Ree. We're going to get a simul start going.
So since I'm really low,
okay, we got readies from all players right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the 2021 Classic Tetris World Championship bronze bracket underway right now. Gonna start the countdown. And let's do it, ladies and gentlemen, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
How's that? Any better? Hello. the same shirt I'm wearing, so again, I got to root. And I also like Kirby's. This is the first time in this tournament at all that we've seen the actual game screen in the camera view.
id_Kirby leads
Yeah, I'm
by
not seeing anything from Ben's
46,000.
screen on the bottom right now.
Noel leads by 2,000.
Yeah, up on the top, we got an early lead from Reed, 51,000. However, Noel matching it. Nothing really crazy in the opening goings of this one so far, but both players looking pretty clean.
id_Kirby
Bottom,
leads
however,
by
it looks like
92,000.
there's a little bit of lag with Kirby, and it looks like Ben isn't running right now.
I had to get a restart on these two, but we'll get this figured out. But we do have a game up top.
Reed leads by 22,000.
Yeah, 55,000 for Noel, 77,000 for Reed, but Noel has a cleaner stack. Noel getting another Tetris. 80,000 now, but another Tetris for Reed as well here. So 27 lines in, still the early days of this one. Both players looking pretty solid.
Noel
Another
by
one from Reed,
41
that's 104
leads
for
by
both players here.
101,000.
Got right around the 1/4 mark. So looking pretty good so far. Nobody any kind of crazy digs. Everybody's got some
Reed
pretty good
leads
paces.
by 23,000. id_Kirby leads by 147,000.
Yeah, looking at the bottom, looks like Kirby just has a lot of lag. Because Kirby's scores are coming in.
id_Kirby leads by
Yeah, back up the top, though, it's still pretty neck and neck
77,000.
right around the 50-line mark. 176 for Reed, 175 for Noel. Slight little bit of weight over on the right side. Noel's going to have to burn down. Shouldn't damage their pace too much, though. But Reed is clean. Reed is ready for another Tetris while Noel's setting up.
You look at 52% Tetris rate in the
Reed
beginning,
leads by
everybody's saying,
26,000.
bracket, these players won't be good. Well, that's pretty good pace. Not quite million point, but both great games to start.
Honestly, any Tetris pace over 50% is very, very good no matter what level you're at, unless you're at maybe the very, very
Noel
elite
leads
levels.
by 16,000.
Because right there, 59%, if you want to look at the calculation,
Kirby
62
leads by
lines, 226,000.
250,000.
That would translate to an upper 400,000 transition, which with a good post would get you an 800,000 or 900,000 score. So 50s range Tetris race, definitely nothing to sneeze at.
Noel leads by 28,000.
So my mic is at 100%. I don't know what other adjustments I can make on my side. GD will have to produce that.
id_Kirby leads by 262,000.
Uh-oh,
id_Kirby
Noel's in a little bit of
leads
trouble
by
right here.
294,000.
Noel's got to be able to try and get something down column 3. Not going to be able to fully plug it down with that J piece, but long bar would be really, really nice right now in column 3 if it comes. But Noel is doing some improvisation right now, so
Noel
it's not really
leads
too
by
bad.
8,000.
He's able to get a triple with that long bar, so 291,000. Not going to be able to get back to full scoring at least right away. Probably need to take at least like 3 or 4 burns. But right now, Reed's not in the fully cleanest of situations either, but Reed does have a dirty setup.
id_Kirby leads by 294,000.
Opts not to go for it. Reed playing a little bit safe right there. Yeah, running into a drought, however, just ended up getting to a 20-piece drought. Down to a 40% Tetris rate from all the digging that Reed was doing.
Noel
but nevertheless,
leads
Reed
by
is still in striking
6,000.
distance. 42% rate now to a 45% rate for Noel. So Noel does have the better rate after that digging. But Noel's still in trouble there. Noel's a little bit of a misdrop. Noel has 2 misdrops there. I think Noel's in deep trouble right now. Oh, no! Noel is done at 298! And with a 357, 111 lines in, Reed takes game number 1.
Yeah, we got issues on the bottom there.
id_Kirby leads by 385,000. id_Kirby
Yeah,
leads
Kirby's
by
having a heck of a game, though. We probably,
434,000.
but if we don't have an image for Ben, we're probably going to have to do a restart.
id_Kirby
Yeah, I hear people in
leads
the
by
chat talking about MaxBot. I don't even have
485,000.
MaxBot commentary on my Windows. I mean, unless they have it on, I don't know. Yeah, hang tight up on the top, guys.
id_Kirby leads by 534,000.
Yeah, I definitely do not have MaxBot commentary on my screen, my scene.
id_Kirby leads by 566,000.
Yeah, that's really weird, JD. That's weird how it's coming in the stream.
id_Kirby leads by 570,000.
Yeah, I don't understand how it would be mine, because like I'm looking at my Windows, I don't see MaxBot on at all for either of them.
id_Kirby topped out. Let's go B Mullen.
Okay, Kirby's final score 633 in that game. I'm not sure what's going on with Ben's. It looks like Ben wasn't even in on that screen right there. Yeah, anybody playing right now, mute your MaxBot commentary inside your Windows. Because the way that I have the stream set up so that I'm able to get the sounds in from the Windows. But like, if one of you guys have the MaxBot commentary on, it might come through. But I still didn't hear the MaxBot commentary in mine. All right, we got readies for everybody right now. We got game 2 on the top, and we got the replay of game 1 on the bottom. Let's get these timers going. All right, let's get it going in 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Okay, now we got all the players active right now. Yeah, Burrito Dow's got all the hell he has going right now. It's looking pretty good now. Yeah, we still got the lag delay on Kirby's stream, but Kirby's score will be able to come through at least.
Reed leads by 22,000. The game is tied.
Hey, Chris Tang right there, finding out that Bidwell was max out bot all along. I don't understand how. MaxBot commentary's off on my streams. And I don't hear it at all. Yeah, I don't hear anything at all with Max Ball commentary over here.
Reed leads by 19,000 and leads by 22,000.
Yeah, it's unchecked on my side. Alright, let me give Kirby a cam flip.
Reed leads by 820. Noel leads by 107,000. It_Kirby leads by 706.
Yeah, looking up the top here, we have 138 for Noel, 142 for Reed, 236 for Kirby, 235 for Ben. So all the games look like they're pretty good here. Yeah, nobody in any kind of serious danger. Ben get another Tetris, 258 for Ben, only 54 lines. So pretty solid pace overall. Getting set up pretty good here. Also, Ben's Tetris rate looks broken too because Ben has a way better than 29% Tetris rate right now.
It_Kirby leads by 19,000.
Everybody in the chat keeps talking about the max out ball. It's like, it's off on my stream. I don't understand what's going on.
Noel leads by 35,000.
Just muting the MOC.
Alright, I'll try that.
It_Kirby leads by 62,000. It_Kirby is the winner.
Ah, Ben topped out 273. 270, so that's going to be one game for Kirby.
Noel leads by 649,000.
Okay, 272 right now for Reed, 266 for Noel. So both scenes look like they're pretty good right now. Nobody in any kind of serious danger, but yeah, 86 lines, 269. We have 92 lines, 276. The Tetris rates look pretty broken right now,
Reed
so
leads
definitely
by
gotta be a
26,000.
little like more innovative as far as the way we gotta call this, because we definitely can't call it off of the numbers on the Tetris rates. Yeah, just how it goes. We tested all this stuff for like 2 hours and everything looked perfectly fine.
Reed leads by 25,000.
Oh, is the bot gone now? Alright, bot gone. I like that.
Alright.
Reed leads by 8,000.
Swallow up my audio.
Wait, just said the bot was back.
Bot's back. Alright.
So what's going on? Is the bot on your end?
Can't be on my end. I'm just the microphone.
Huh. Bot back.
Max out club anyway.
Not gonna lie, it's a little bit
Reed
frustrating,
leads by
Poopy,
5,000.
because I tested this stuff for 2 hours and it was all fine. pretty close game up on the top
Noel
despite some of
leads
the
by
difficulties,
16,000.
363 for Reed, 403 for Noel. So Noel does have about a 40,000 point lead. Noel's very clean right now. Reed's also relatively clean. So still plenty of time for a time. Level 21 for Reed, level 20 for Noel. So there's still plenty of time here for Reed to be able to catch up. Yeah, looks like Reed's playing relatively conservatively right now. Taking a few good burns, taking the pieces as they come. Not Tetris ready yet. So looks like Reed just wants Noel to probably try and make a mistake right here. Just wait until something comes. He's just taking a triple right there, so still looking pretty solid are both players, but a little bit of a slight burn right now for Reed. Actually, that slight burn's turning into a little bit more of a burn, so Reed's going to burn this one down just for a little bit longer.
56,000.
388 for Reed, 450 for Noel, so Noel's starting to slightly pull away a little bit. Noel does have about a 60,000 point lead here. Level 22 for Noel, level 23 for Reed, so Noel does have a pretty significant line advantage. 167 lines for Noel, 177 lines for Reed, so there is almost a full level's worth of advantage, plus having about an 80,000 point lead. So Noel's lead is actually quite significant right now. 399 for Noel. Reed does get a triple there with that Lombard. Unfortunately, wasn't a Tetris, and Noel's just continuing to pour on the points now. Noel's almost set up for a Tetris. Unfortunately, had to seal the well before the Lombard came. Just going to take the triple there. So we got 529 currently for Noel, 413 currently for Reed. Still about a full levels difference currently. So right now, 532, 415. Reed, however, does have the one-game lead, so even if Noel takes this one, Noel would force a decider here, so Reed would have another chance. But if Noel tops out, Reed still would have at least a little bit of runway to be able to catch it. 545 Noel, 430 for Reed. Level 26 Reed, level 25 Noel. Noel is set up for another Tetris again and gets another Tetris there. 579, 140,000 point lead now plus a line advantage. Reed on level 26. Reed's going to have to go all in like right now. If Reed doesn't go all in, there might not be enough time for Reed to catch this. Reed is on level 27 now. Still not really getting the best of P's score, but does get a center well Tetris. Going to 476,000, but still trails Noel by 110,000 points. 619 for Noel, 479 for Reed. Noel scores another Tetris. Noel level 26, very, very clean right now. Looks like he should be able to almost completely run away with this one, because I don't know if Reed's going to be able to catch it no matter what. Because Reed's already on level 28. Unless Reed can miraculously do some kill screen play here, I think this is pretty much in the bag for Noel. Does end up getting a center well Tetris going to 520,000. Set up for a final Tetris going into kill screen. Kill screen for Reed with a 556,000. But Noel with an absolutely impressive game right here. Getting another Tetris going to 694,000. Still has 8 more lines left to go. And Reed tops out at 560. Ladies and gentlemen, we got our first decider of the day. All right, you guys on the top, make sure that nobody in the stream has any kind of issues with MaxBot running before we get started. Yeah, my MaxBots are off on all my streams now. Hey, and I do not want to keep the bot. Okay, let me go in and see if I can get that. See if I can do something with interacting in the scenes. Okay, 1 second. Let me go in and see if I can figure that out. I don't understand why this didn't come up when I was doing the tech checks. The MaxBot thing. Hey, I do not want to bring the bot back if I can avoid it. I just don't understand how nobody caught this when we were doing the tech checks. Okay, 1 second, guys. Trying to figure out if I can get this MaxBot thing fixed. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and kick Tyler out right there. Because Kirby needs to be in at the bottom. Alright, go ahead and get back in, Kirby. Alright, go ahead and give me a ready, Ben, when you're ready. Alright, let's try this again, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we got our decider on the top. Okay, Kirby and Mullen on the bottom. I think Kirby ended up winning that last one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kirby's got a heart.
That's what I thought. Okay, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So, decider on the top, game number 2 on the bottom. Let's get it going. Let's do it in 3, 2, 1. Tetris! A little bit of an early mess for Ben right here. Ben should be able to dig out of it without too much trouble, and unfortunately this is going to hurt Ben's pace a little bit in the early goings. Up top, a little bit of digging for both players as well. We got 27,000 currently for Reed. Reed only has 1 Tetris, getting in a little bit of a drought
Kirby leads by 12,000.
Yeah, Noel right here looks like still has not gotten a Tetris yet, but the board is relatively
Kirby
okay.
leads by 59,000.
Gonna be still taking a few more burns though to be able to finish getting out of this though. On the bottom, we have Kirby with 71,000. We have Ben with 21,000. Ben has not yet gotten the Tetris yet. Ben's still taking some burns to be able to try and get out of this here. Ben's still moving pretty
Kirby
good,
leads by
but unfortunately not
91,000.
scoring. Meanwhile, Noel up on the top should be in pretty good shape either way. A few more burns. Not really getting the best of pieces, though.
Reed leads by 25,000.
Yeah, Dog's saying there's a max spot checkbox. I have it unchecked in my scenes. I don't understand what's going on.
Kirby leads by 70,000.
I mean, I've had it unchecked in all my scenes and it didn't show up in any of the pre-tech checks.
Reed leads by 67,000.
Yeah, like on both of them, I have game sounds checked, max spot commentary not checked on both of them.
Kirby leads by 53.
Okay, I mute the game sounds.
Reed leads by 57,000.
Okay, is that good, guys? Wait, it's still the
Kirby
same.
leads by 98,000.
Okay, let's try this. How's this? Is this better, guys? Okay, I muted both of them. Okay, cool. Yeah, my apologies. I have no idea why this didn't show up in the tech checks. Actually, I'm going to do this. All right, here we go. All right. So still looking through here then. 367 for Kirby, 294 currently for Ben. So a little bit of a pretty significant lead for Kirby right now. Because both of them at 87 lines, so roughly I'd say about a 3 Tetris lead here. Up at the top, Reed has a little bit of a misplacement. 217,000 to Noel's 215,000. Reed's got to be careful here. Reed needs to be able to get something over to the right really quick. Come on, got to be able to get this over. Not really the best of setups here. It is able to get the long bar over to column 1, so it gives a little bit more time to try and dig out of it. But Reed is in full dig mode right now. Noel is fully dug down to the bottom here. 222 for Noel, 229,000 for Reed. Reed's still digging. Oh, this is getting really dangerous now. This is getting really, really dangerous for Reed up here. Does end up getting a triple, but now needs a long bar really, really bad over the right. Could be a super, super dirty Tetris if Reed's able to get this. Oh, long bar came a little bit too late. Little bit too late right there, so still going to be fully digging right now. It would have been a really, really good dirty Tetris for Reed. 269 currently for Noel, 291 with another Tetris. Meanwhile, Reed is still digging, but Reed's fighting. Reed is a fighter, ladies and gentlemen. Total fighter. But unfortunately, on the bottom, Ben Mullen topped out at 351,000, and with 505,000 still on level 18, Kirby is moving on to the second round. Okay, Reed has transitioned about 250,000. A little bit high at the transition, however, about 50% of the way up the board. Needs a long bar and L piece really, really bad. Ends up getting the L piece a little bit too late. This is getting dangerously, dangerously high for Reed right now. Oh no, Reed has a couple misdrops on the left side. Reed needs a long bar bad right now. Come on, Reed's still alive. This is really, really dangerous. Oh, Reed hangs the O piece. Reed is going to be done. And Noel moves on to the second round. We're going to have a nice, juicy second round matchup coming up right now between Noel and Kirby. Yeah, Noel, you are good. All right, so we got our next 4 players going to be coming in momentarily. Go ahead and get everybody set up now. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get our next 4 players loaded in now. Yeah, I got it.
I'm being hurt.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Okay, we got the second half of the first round, the first quadrant coming up right now. We got Frank and Smooth on the top, and we got Salvo and Hazuli on the bottom. The winners of these are going to face Noel and Kirby, who are the winners of the first part of this quadrant. So, as soon as you guys are done with your warm-ups, give me readies and we'll get going. Okay, we got 3 readies, just waiting on Salvo to get started. All right, we got 4 readies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the second half of the first quadrant running right now. Come on, let's start this countdown. Yeah, apologies for all the technical difficulties, everybody, but we're just going to use the music and talking from here on out instead of the game sounds. So let's go in 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Alright, am I audible now? What's everybody think? A little quiet, sound, what do we think?
Hey, Hector says he can hear, so maybe we're good now. At least we don't have any more max out bots.
I'm out of the locker. I've been unstuffed. Oh, we got to screw this into the bits. Let's look at the bits. Let's all admire the bits for how cool it is. Almost as big of a letdown as looking back in history. No bits for Smooth. Early on, he's up by a Tetris.
All right, try and talk now, Bidwell.
Hello. What's up? I have to scream the whole time. My mic is at full volume on Discord. It's at full volume on on my windows. Not sure what it looks like on my side. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you good. As I was saying, we tested all this stuff, and everybody in my chat said it was fine.
I'm coming in through your mic, so I'm probably that's the theory.
Yeah.
Coming in through your speakers, probably.
Wait, how can the bot be back? I shut the thing down. Alright, talking about Chris, okay. Oh crap. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I wasn't on studio mode. Wasn't on studio mode. My fault. Nope. Just beat it for 2 seconds. Just beat it for 2 seconds. Yeah, game's looking pretty good right now, I'd say. 327 for Salvo, 354 for Hazuli, 327 for Frank, 291 for Smooth. So these scores are pretty good right now, I'd say. Nobody's really running away with anything. 105 lines for Smooth, 293, so not really a super crazy pace. But I'd say it's enough of a pace that it might be enough to be able to catch up. Hey, Chill's talking about needing to add some chaos. Like, I spent 2 hours testing this, and everybody in my stream said it was fine. Like, I don't know what happened. Audio changes more echo now. I don't understand why. Alright, try it now. Check it now. Okay, echo's gone now. Okay. Yeah, okay, Hazuli topped out at 374, so 376. Salvo is good. Salvo will take game 1. Are you there, Bidwell?
I'm there. How am I sounding, chat? If I'm too quiet, I'll just sit back and let GD do the work on talking, and I'll do the scorekeeping and the other stuff.
Yeah, it's top versus top, bottom versus bottom burn. Okay, try to talk now.
This is a great game up top. Hello.
You guys hear Chris better?
Still far away. According to Hector.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm frustrated here because I spent 2 hours testing this and everybody in my stream said Bidwell sounded great. And there was no max out bot either. I'm not gonna lie, I feel really embarrassed right now with all the testing I did for this.
Well, to make you feel better, GD, I guess the max up bot's also an issue on CTWC, so
Okay, I'm not crazy.
we'll start at the bottom.
Alright, I'll turn on desktop audio. Let me see if that works.
We got a smooth getting a 754.
How's that, guys?
Frank needs to Tetris out, but he's not gonna be able to do it. He's gonna get a 696, but both double kill streak up top. GG. Smooth.
Yeah, I turned the desktop audio during the test because everybody said I was echoing.
Here I am. That shirt says I'm here. The music's too loud, but that's an easy slider.
Alright, I went ahead and slid the music down. Okay, is that better, guys?
Miles. Trying to read Frank's sign backwards. We got this, GD.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I still feel pretty embarrassed.
Hey, it's alright. It's alright. It's just Tetris.
I know.
Have fun.
Okay, so who won the top game? Was that Frank or Smooth? Smooth won the top game?
Smooth won. He's up 1-0. So we're going to have game twos all around here.
Yeah, foiled. I do not have headphones, unfortunately.
Oh, I know what I'm buying GD for Christmas. So
No, I'm just gonna buy them for myself.
that's no. I want to make this fun. Let's.
Turn Bidwell up some. How's that?
All right. We ready for game twos? Hello. Yes, hello. It's me. Hello.
Okay, we got readies from everybody right now. Come on, game number 2 for all players is coming up right now, ladies and gentlemen. Counting it down from 10.
Here we go.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Frank is one of the oldest competitors, if not the oldest. I'm not sure between him and Corion who's older, but Frank was a former world record holder in the Nintendo World Championships kart. Been a mainstay on the scene for years. Smooth is wearing the TWO shirt. Instant cred right there. You don't need those stinking records if you're wearing one of those shirts. And people were digging Hez's room there with the Mario and all the gaming memorabilia. And Salvo there, he's got the nice comfy gaming chair. Looks like he's commanding a starship or something. With all
Yeah, I'm
monitors
enjoying
behind
that.
him in the captain's chair.
Definitely enjoying that one. Also enjoying the scores in the early goings here, too. Yeah, 96 on top for Frank, 94 for Smooth. Smooth getting another Tetris going to 117. 83% Tetris rate for Smooth, 72 for Frank. So really good opening day so far in the top. Bottom's not as strong as the top is, but still pretty decent rates of 61% for Salvo, 70% for Azzoli. 101,029 lines to 27 lines, 100,000. So pretty neck and neck all around. Still got a lot of ways to go in pre-transition though.
These are the cleanest boards I've seen all day so far. This is good.
I know.
Maybe you like hit the cleanup board slider on your OBS, and it's helped our players out a bit.
Yo, missed drop there for Salvo. Salvo's in trouble. Right as we said that, Salvo's done. 104. No.
That's gonna decider at the bottom.
Hey, Haven saying Rory being 79 years old. That would be interesting. Yeah, up in the top right now, Frank's in a little bit of trouble too. Right well sealed off. Probably gonna need to take at least a handful of bars. O-piece would be really nice in 6 and 7 right now. I'm not getting it though, but that J-piece will be able to mostly try and clear that down.
We're gonna get this decider started on the bottom when they're ready, it looks like.
Yeah,
I can clean up mode and down 97,000 points, so clean up first, then score again later, but Frank's got his work cut out for him if he wants to survive to round 2.
Yeah, Frank's still a little bit of dig mode here. Frank is set up for a triple now. Might be able to potentially set up for a dirty Tetris if an O-piece or maybe possibly even an L-piece comes. Not really getting the pieces though, but can set up right there. L-piece does set up for it. 14-piece, 15-piece drought now, so not the best of situations. Oh, he's gambling a little bit. Frank's going for a full gamble here trying to get it. Ended up sealing the well right when the Lombard came. Oh, misdrop for Frank. Misdrop for Frank. Oh, it sealed the whole left off. This is going to be really, really hard for Frank to get out of. Oh, and ended up paying the O-piece. Frank's going to be done at 177. So just like that, 2-0. Smooth motions, taking this, moving on to the second round. Okay. Okay, now we're just gonna go ahead and wait to go to the bottom because the top round's done. We're gonna go ahead and get the bottom started. All right, we got double readies right now. Wait till Azzoli gets back to his chair. Yeah, Chris has a point. The best of 3 so fast.
Old school, man. Back in the live days, we would get them on stage, they'd play their best of 3, then bring on the next match, and bring on the next match like a factory.
Yeah, definitely factory, you know it. Alright. Looks like I think we're ready right now. Let me go ahead and give Azzoli a camera flip.
You got JD in the chat. He took his first ever CTWC picture with Frank. Way back in 2018. Remember the old days? Pre-COVID. Only one Tappy team that we knew about. Amazing what can happen in three years. We get nostalgic for 2018.
All right, we are ready on the bottom right now. We have a decider here, 1 game apiece. Let's get it going. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see a big game right here. Yeah, Mario about to play. Tabanoku definitely knows where it's at. Okay, we're going to get going in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
No push down points for either player. We're tied scored, 1 Tetris apiece.
Yeah, it's always interesting when it comes to push down points. Me personally, I never push down. I mean, in the very, very beginning when I first started playing, I did. But every time I pushed down, I just kept doing too many misdrops. So I just stopped doing it entirely. I mean, some people like it as a style, though. So, I mean, I'm not one to judge.
Today would be the day we would get a tie.
Yeah.
Let's just not idle that cage too loudly. So Hez is in a little bit of trouble here. Halfway up the board, he should be fine. Opening up the left well for a triple. Being a split double, but he's going to be clean. Salvo's already in some trouble too.
Yeah, Salvo's got a dirty setup right now.
Oh,
Not going to be a dirty. Oh, could have had the Tetris there if he laid the S piece over in 2 and 3. I don't think Salvo saw the adjustment.
It's all about survival. I mean, if you take a little panic move and survive, that's the strategy.
Yeah. 42,000 now, so getting the triple there. 48,028 lines. Hazoli's on a pretty good pace here, up by about 1.5 Tetrises, 81,027 lines. But Salvo's pretty close to being cleaned up. Just 2 more burns to get Salvo back into scoring position.
In these games, survival is key. We've only had 1 game so far, mage to kill screen.
I mean, we get to the later levels of this bracket. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, my thought is anybody that plays the game enough to be able to get to the point you can make a bracket with 128 of the best players in the world, they're capable of going ham at any time. So definitely don't take anything for granted.
Delicious ham.
Oh, yes. Yeah, 47 lines, 103, 45 lines, 118. So Hazoli is ahead by about 15,000 points currently. But Salvo will retake the lead there. I'm up by 4,000 points now getting a Tetris. 51 lines, 126,000. Meanwhile, 50 lines, 122,000 for Hazoli. So both players having relative suffer games here, as shown by the Tetris rates. 30% Tetris rate for Salvo, 32% Tetris rate for Hazoli. But nevertheless, both players are pretty clean now, able to get back to scoring. Still got about 80 or so lines left to go before we get to the transition, so there's still plenty of time to be able to get the scores back up. I could see both players, without getting any crazy digs, still getting around 400,000 range transitions here.
As with the shiver there, it must be chilly, and I don't know the state he's in, but that basement needs a little the heat turned on.
Hey, not gonna lie though, I love the basement, especially the Zelda Link to the Past poster right behind his head. My favorite game of all time right there, actually.
Pretty good one.
Oh, yes.
Salvo and Hazoli are trading back and forth Tetrises and the lead with that.
Yeah, 214 for Hazoli, 67 lines. Just hit the halfway point. Salvo's a little bit past the halfway point at 202,000. Hazoli gets another Tetris. Hazoli's Tetris rate crosses 50% currently. So 38% Tetris rate. Salvo gets another score to go up to 41% Tetris rate. But an 11-point Tetris rate difference currently could mean a huge thing whenever you get to the post-transition play. Hey, Trey's saying that the bot should be switched off now. So after this game, I'll go ahead and switch the bot back on. Or, not the bot, switch the browser back on. Switch the bot back on is not what I wanted to hear after what happened just a little bit ago. I mean, all the changes I was making because of that bot just screwed everything up with your volume, everything.
Oh, we're good. We're good now, so...
I know.
We work through our problems and we go back to the game.
Yeah. Just nobody give me a bad grade on this stream because I specifically tested everything for 2 hours before we came in. That bot just threw everything off.
We're good.
All right. Okay.
435-point difference. Let's go.
All right. 22,357. However, open it up to 2 Tetris lead there with 2 back-to-back quick Tetrises. 103, 364 currently for Salvo. 97 lines, 320,000 for Hazoli. So it is looking like a pretty interesting lead so far with about 30,000 points left to go to transition. Both players are very clean right now. So at this point, I can see both players potentially getting mid 400,000 transitions here. Yeah, Chris Tank saying the streams are graded. I don't know. Maybe in my mind they are because I'm always hard on myself when I try to do stuff. Yeah, Boomtang always gets an A+ in my book. Okay, simul-Tetrises in both players here. We got 436 from Salvo, 393 from Hazoli. Both separated by only about 5 lines, so Hazoli does have 5 more lines, so there is a slight pace difference now from Salvo and Hazoli. Salvo has 56% Tetris rate. Hazoli had a little bit lower, but both players in a drought right now.
Pushed that up. That was in the low 30s early on, so they've pushed up their game. Looking close to not quite 500,000 transition there for Salvo. Ooh, that's that transition missed drop.
Yeah, I have done that more times than I could possibly count.
It's a classic blunder. It happens even to the best players. You just don't create the time, and this might be it for Salvo.
Yeah, Salvo's done.
468.
Yeah, Hazoli has to be careful though. Yeah, Hazoli just entering transition here. I mean, if Hazoli gets too aggressive, another common mistake a lot of players make, the instant they go into transition after they're clean, they immediately go maximum aggression without getting into a rhythm. As long as Hazoli doesn't do that, Hazoli should be able to easily make this chase down.
4, 6, 9 is the target for Hez. So
hey, thanks so much, Chris.
Looking calm and collected. Oh,
Ooh.
That might be trouble. That might be trouble.
I think Hazoli can afford to just burn it down. Hazoli's got all the time in the world. Only needs 21,000
certainly
points.
made the difference there. Now he's clean again. No need to Tetris. Line it out. Give it about 17, 18 lines.
Yeah, it looks like Hazoli's just lining it out right now. Probably the safe play. Level 21, 13,000 points. You don't need to do anything but singles here. And that's another thing. I've made numerous times in my own competitive matches where I just try to get fancy and do it in style.
Oh boy, that square was rough.
Well, still needs 9,000.
A line piece would be beautiful. Oh, it would have been beautiful.
Oh no!
This
5,000 misdrop there. It's not over yet.
Float.
Come on, 2,000. 2 more lines. There's a double. There it is. Hazoli just got it there. That was a great survival from Hazoli to clutch that out. Hell yeah! So the hell yeah counter is only up to 2 now. Hazoli deserved it though, by surviving there to take the decider. Yeah, good thing Hazoli didn't try to go aggressive. He got droughted at the wrong time there. Luckily, he was able to get it.
No sleep for Hazuli here. He's going to go right into the next match, get smooth. We're going to have Noel and Kirby here. So we're going to do our round 2 matches for the upper left quadrant of the bracket. And GD's going to reboot Max Out Club, so bot free, and I'm going to play a couple of that.
All right. Okay, bot free Max Out Club. We love it. All right, Salvo. All right, you guys are in there good.
Let's give it 30 seconds, GD, while the ad continues to play.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and get all the players loaded in now.
Perfect. And ads are done.
Okay, gonna get everybody loaded in. We'll get the second round going for the first quadrant.
Now that we're back to a respectable position here. GD.
Yeah.
You want to talk about G Fuel?
G Fuel. All right.
Want to talk about G Fuel? I want to talk about G Fuel.
Yeah.
Because this year's Tetris World Championship is brought to you by G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports. According to this read, you gotta try their new Tetris Blast flavor. It tastes like rainbow candy. You can get 25% off at gfuel.com with the code CTWC25. Offer ends November 15th. I ordered one myself. I got it in the mail. I posted in the Discord. Even if you don't drink it, if your heart will explode, don't do that. But get some to help us out, and it looks cool on your shelf. So get your G Fuel. I know it won't make your heart explode. That's a joke. We're saying the bracket is up to date on the live page, so you might need to do a refresh there, GD.
You got it.
There we go. Look at that.
Yeah, getting all the players ready to start round 2 right now. Yeah, getting all their OBS stuff loaded in.
So you see there in the upper left, we're about to start our round 2 in the upper left quadrant. Then our players in the upper left quadrant will be done for the day. And
Another minute, we'll be ready to go.
And both players will advance to play in the final 8 tomorrow.
All right, Noel and Kirby, if you can hear me, join CT2 Top and Max Out Club. Hey, everybody can blame me today.
All good. Fix it in post, right?
Hell yeah.
I do appreciate the lack of panic with you fixing these problems. A lot of people would, throw their arms up and say expletives and give up, and you haven't done that, so definitely a good job on that, Mr. Dan.
Hey, thanks so much. Okay, still waiting for the players on the top to get ready.
Okay. While we're waiting, I'll just go ahead and run another ad then. Don't hate us.
Okay, looks like Noel's in now, just waiting on Kirby. Kirby said there were some problems, though. Yeah, real unfortunate you weren't able to play AV Geek, but definitely look forward to seeing you in some more events in the future.
Oh no, not Mark II. When hairspray goes copy pasta.
Okay, it looks like we got Hazoli, Smooth, and Noel are all in. Just waiting on Kirby to get in. We'll get the second round started for the first quadrant.
We want to get bottom game started up then.
Yeah, might as well.
Let's do it. Little 19-3 action going on.
Yeah, can't argue with that. All right, let's see if this bot thing is fixed now. I hope it is.
Crossing my robot fingers here.
Yes. Go ahead and make sure I get the refresh to the scene here.
I would advise Kirby, while we're going to get the bottom game started, maybe do a system reboot, like the whole thing. And if we can't get this started by the end of this match, then we'll have to call it disqualification. I'd hate to do that, but we got to set a limit somewhere. This should give you some time to reboot, and hopefully that would fix the problem. As a former tech support person, that fixes about 115% of all problems, right?
Oh, yes, I've been there. Okay, I do not think we hear that. I don't hear a bot yet.
All right, that's a good sign. Should we get going
one
here?
More thing to check, then we'll get started.
All right, Kirby's restarting PC. That's good.
Okay, I refreshed the sources. I think we should be good now.
All right. And for the TWO, got Hazuli with Mario Power.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's get this going. I got a feeling this is going to be a really good one here after watching some of the other games.
Round 2 coming straight to you.
Oh yeah, taking my line. I love it. It's coming right now in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Smooth with a 33 pushdown points to start off. Up, he's just gonna keep
46. Hazuli's already a little bit of an early dig.
Little Jenga looking board there. Not the way you want to start.
Okay, the sound's working, guys.
But you know what the sound working deserves there, GD?
That works a hell yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
All right, we got all good now. MVP Trey. Thank you so much for fixing the bot, Trey. Sound effects and voices. I like it. I think we're finally back in business, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodbye lunch break. Hello quality Tetris. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'll never forget this. There's always a memory behind anything.
Ooh, look at that smooth move by Smooth.
Hey, he's a smooth criminal right there.
Hey. Got the glove on.
You know it. Oh, I didn't even notice that. I did not even notice that till I looked over.
You saw it subliminally. It was there. That's why you went Smooth Criminal.
That would explain it. That would explain it.
Huzuli working on the left wall, so he does have it cleaned up. Gets the Tetris. He's behind about 30,000 points. A little more than a Tetris. So after that shaky start, he's right of the ship.
Yeah, 127 for Smooth, 92 Hazuli right now. Tetris rates are pretty significantly different, though. 60% Tetris rate for Smooth, 39% Tetris rate for Hazuli. But it's still only about a quarter of the way through pre-transition play, so Hazuli definitely has a lot of runway to be able to make it back up.
Plenty of time.
Smooth still looking pretty clean. Gets another Tetris. That's 49 lines, 179,000. However, Hazuli is clean right now. Both players relatively clean. Smooth not in position to score right away, but does have a really good, healthy left well built, right well built.
Smooth does have good. The early press down points, so...
Ooh, a little bit of a mischief there. Luckily, it wasn't too high enough to be dangerous, but that might cost just a few burns.
This is fun. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Now Smooth's first significant problems of his game. This is going to let Hazuli take the lead with the next Tetris.
Yeah, as we see, like, it was almost a 30-point differential in Tetris rate earlier.
Smooth, not so smooth right now. Smooth going full bumpy.
Oh, no. This is the... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Such a good rate, but Hazuli takes the game just like that. Wow. Yeah, that turned in a hurry right there. Smooth out almost a 30-point Tetris rate advantage at one point for getting into that dig.
You see what happens. There's just one hang-up with that eyepiece at the very top. That pretty much doomed his board.
I know.
An update on Kirby before we start game 2?
All right, let's check on Kirby. Yeah, it looks like Kirby is not in the Max Out Club scene yet.
Right, he said he's rebooting, so let's go ahead and start game 2. That was a pretty quick game.
Okay, you got it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 1-0 lead for Hazuli. Hazuli just needs one more to be able to move on to play tomorrow. Smooth, if has anything to say about it, is definitely going to want to take these next 2 to move on to. Game number 2 is coming straight to you right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get that countdown rolling. And when I say rolling, I don't mean play style either. But it's coming in 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
All right. Up. Who's Hazuli? Is that a roommate there?
Got a cheering section coming here, I'm telling you.
It's always helpful.
DK for the distraction strats. I love Chris Tang.
Bowser back there. I see is that a Star Wars Trilogy arcade cab back there?
Looks like it.
Marquee. Love that game. Forgot to play it on any home version. It's a arcade or MAME or Get Out. We got a very close game. 2,000 point difference early on. Both players pressing down early.
Yeah, push down points can matter. I mean, I didn't actually see the game, but I heard that somebody won like a few months ago with like 1 push down point.
There was a bracket game where there was a chase down and it was tied and they just won it with the push down. I forget who it was, but that was rare occurrence for sure.
Yeah, that might have been the one I was talking about. I don't remember who it was though. But 121,000 right now for Hazuli. 29 lines, 68% Tetris rate, looking really good right here. Another Tetris for Smooth, though. Smooth on 105,032 lines, 50% Tetris rate. Hazuli does have the edge here, but both players are clean about a quarter of the way through.
And, of course, Chris Tang brings up Joey Parker was originally in the bronze bracket due to 7 pushdown points.
Wow, that's
Joey
crazy.
did get promoted to silver bracket due to a drop, so that didn't end up mattering. But it did matter until it didn't. But still matters. Right? Enough
hey, a point's a point.
Double, triple negatives there in my statement.
A point is a point. That's what I say. Okay, Kirby says they're in right now. But
Excellent.
A little bit laggy.
Want to go 4-player here. We can get them started.
Let's do it. Alright, let me go ahead and get Kirby's cam in.
At the bottom, we are going back and forth. Every Tetris, players are trading the lead. Smooth is currently ahead by only 900 points. And a simul Tetris to maintain that slimmest of margins. This is fun.
Very
Halfway
fun.
transition. Got a Kirby cam and size of relief, so we didn't have to drop anybody. Another Tetris for Smooth and another tie score virtually. 1,000 point difference right now. One single line.
Yeah, it looks like Kirby's cam's not working right here, unless there's a different link now.
Zuli in a little bit of a dig situation. Yellow alert. Game's not over yet. Gonna get the triple to burn that down. Zuli's already had 19,000 points. Wanting to get Tetris ready. Zuli's still in burn mode, kind of building on top, maybe thinking about a dirty Tetris. One of those skin of the moment, seat of your pants decisions.
Okay, we got the link up right now for Kirby. All right, we are finally going to get the top game coming right now. Let's get that countdown going.
You're a full-fledged Tetris tournament. How about this?
You know it. Come on, can we get a hell yeah for Kirby getting fixed up? All right, we are underway up the top right now.
I'll give that a hell yeah. We got a game going. Well, a floating square at least.
It's something. Yeah, back to the bottom now. The Hazoli with the one-game lead is behind by about 40,000 points, close to about 2 Tetrises. We still got about 25 lines left till we get the transition here. So, but Hazoli does not have the fully cleanest of boards. Smooth going a little bit aggressive here. Interesting strategy from Smooth here, knowing that Smooth is pretty much in a must-win situation. Does end up getting a Tetris, though, get some good pieces.
Transition's coming real soon, too, so Smooth had to get that burned down. We've already seen a couple transition moments kill some games already. Wouldn't want that to happen here.
Definitely not. 442 right now for Smooth. Smooth looking pretty good still. One more Tetris still available. The transition right here with a 466. Gets a 466 transition. We have 124 lines from Hazoli here. Hazoli is behind by about 80,000 points, but as previously mentioned, an early top outs in a transition are very, very common if players aren't really used to it.
Zuli getting pretty high. Gonna burn it down.
Misses the spin though. Smooth missed the S spin. But Smooth is almost Tetris ready. There we go. Gets a Tetris. That's 517,000. Great tuck right there. Meanwhile, transition 415,000 from Zuli. Off to the races, both players. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see that double kill screen. Okay, great moves. Zuli gets another Tetris. 448 currently. 546 for Smooth. So Smooth is still ahead by almost 100,000 points, and both players look like they're pretty solid right now in the early parts of post-transition play. There's another Tetris going in for Smooth. That's 576,000. It's 120,000 point lead now over Hazoli. Hazoli's still in a little bit of a dig right now. Hazoli's definitely got to try and focus on getting out of the dig first and foremost, and then worry about trying to catch Smooth. Because a lot of times, a lot of players, when they see what their deficit is, they just go balls to the wall aggression way too early. But it looks like Hazoli's doing just that. Hazoli is getting out of the dig first and foremost. Finally back clean again, getting ready to start rebuilding. But is behind by about 145,000 points. So at this point, Hazoli's got to be relatively intelligently aggressive here. Not necessarily wait.
With the game in your pocket, you can afford to take the risk now. Just go for it. There's no sense in playing it safe at this point forward. You're halfway through the level 20s. Just go for all the Tetris you can. If you miss drop and lose the game, you were going to lose anyway.
Pretty much. I mean, when you're down by about 100,000. But Smooth is still fully clean. Both players clean here. Tetris for Smooth has 131,000 point lead. Drought coming in for Hazoli, but Hazoli gets it over. Hazoli gets that over. Not able to use that Lombard. Really good move right there. Just waiting for the next one. Oh, wasn't able to use that one. Come on, level 23 here. 560, still about 100,000 point deficit, but that's only 3 Tetrises when you get to the highest speeds and the highest points. So if there's any kind of dig whatsoever from Smooth, this could be definitely Hazoli's chance. It is close enough.
It's 3 Tetris difference right now. Up top, you'll notice that Kirby's board is Axel Club is kind of shaky there, but you do see that he's playing live. So we will get momentary updates. And Smooth tops out at 671.
Oh, just what I was saying. This is Hazuli got another Tetris there. 37,000 points. Only a Tetris and change has got this. Hazuli's going to be moving on. Tetris and change. Hazuli has it. Hazuli does not have to go super aggressive now. Oh, there's a hang for Hazuli. Come on, Hazuli. The well's still open. Come on, gets another Tetris. 2,000 more points. Come on, Hazuli's really, really close right here. Come on, there's one burn. Needs 2 more lines. 2 more lines or a double. Gets it there. One more. Oh, no, one more. Come on, get it. There it is. 681 points. He's got it. That was so close. Hazuli almost topped out there. But Hazuli got it, and Hazuli is moving on. Hell yeah.
Wow. These sounds have been fun today, GD.
Oh, yeah, big time. All right, let's go up to the top right now.
Hazuli is going to advance to tomorrow's top 8.
Okay, 97 lines, 306,000 for Noel. Meanwhile, Kirby looks like they're in a lot of trouble right now. The board's getting really high. A little bit lag, but Kirby's hands off the controller, so I think Kirby might have topped out. But keep on playing, Noel, until we have a confirmation.
If Kirby wants to type in his score, that would help us out.
It looks like Kirby might have done a hard reset.
264. Okay.
Okay, 264, so Noel will take the game.
Excellent. Thank you, Kirby.
All right, let's get these players restarted. Let's get game number 2 going up here to finish out quadrant number 1.
The hair fix there for Noel. Very important.
Oh,
Wearing his
definitely.
headphones all day. Looking for Kirby here.
Okay, as soon as we got 2 ready, we'll get game number 2 going.
All right, reversal of fortune here. Now we're waiting for Noel. That's all right. Ah, there he is.
All right, we got our double readies here. Noel has 1 game in the book, just needs 1 more to be able to move on to play tomorrow. Kirby's got to win these next 2, but as I mentioned in the pregame, Kirby is a very, very good player on the rise, so Kirby definitely has the capability to be able to do this. But we're going to be finding out right now whether or not Kirby's going to be able to do it. Kirby's got to bring it in right now, and he's going to be doing it now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Battle of the white walls here. Both players are anti-wall art.
Yeah, you look at my room, I got wall art everywhere. There's just something about having the wall art that I think really adds to a flavor of a room. I mean, everybody's got their styles, though, so I can't really say anything bad.
This is kind of like, in poker when they will have that occasional hand where they don't show the hold cards.
Yeah.
Player, and you kind of have to guess what they have. That's how we're going to be playing this Tetris match. Kirby's match is going to come in and out occasionally. We'll get updates with MOC. So we'll just enjoy Noel here playing, and we'll see if it matches up to Kirby or not.
Noel hasn't gotten any Tetrises yet, unfortunately. I mean, a little bit playing high up, but nothing super dangerous, though.
Oh, Kirby's slamming something down. See what's going on with Kirby here.
Controller
So I'll keep playing until we get a confirmation. His controller stopped working. All right, it's early enough. We can go ahead and restart this game.
Okay.
because of course the controller started working, but we're gonna deal with it. Kirby had Noel had an okay game, not a great game, so he can go ahead and restart here.
Yeah, go ahead and top out, Noel. We'll go ahead and get restarted.
So everybody knows the famous Nintendo character Kirby likes to eat other characters and steal their abilities. Apparently, Kirby ate our stream today.
Pretty
Just
much.
kidding. Just kidding.
Okay, we got double readies right now. Come on, after that one, we're going to try and get this going again. Let me go ahead and give Noel the first heart again, because Noel had the heart. Now we're going to get this countdown started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Let's do it.
Yeah, Noel's setting up a Vitz here. Lombard's not coming, though, unfortunately, for Noel, so Noel's not able to really fully utilize it. Lombard does come in and does end up getting the Vitz. So far, still waiting for a Lombard to get the first Tetris. First Tetris on the board for Noel. 9 lines, 27,000. Kirby, we still do not see anything coming on over on that side. And Kirby...
Well, I think that explains what happened to Kirby there. That sucks. I'm sorry, man. So, I guess, Noel, that means you're good. All apologies to Kirby. We tried what we did what we could on our side.
Yeah, hopefully we're able to get that fixed soon, Kirby.
That's a bummer.
Definite bummer.
So with that, Noel will move on to Sunday. And we can go ahead and get our second bracket started. Only a half hour behind.
All right, come on. Let's get that. Let's get the second bracket started. As soon as we get it in, we're gonna get going. Okay, we're going to get the players loaded and we're going to get started as soon as possible.
So is his system not working, or is his Axot not working? I don't know, but that... Ugh. Just worst timing of all. Saturday the 23rd is not a lucky day, apparently. That's your new Friday the 13th right there. Mr. GD, I think now would be a good time to run the promo video.
You got it.
One of the first formal studies of the phenomenon was at Harvard Medical School in the year 2000.
Participants played the game for 7 hours each, spread over the course of 3 days.
Remarkably, 63% of the participants, almost 2/3, reported seeing imagery from the game hours after they finished playing, often just as they were falling asleep.
Blocks. They all saw blocks. There is no end in sight for us, nothing could measure the kind of strength inside our hearts. It's all connected. We're all together in this love, don't you forget it. We're all connected in this love. There is no end in sight for us. We're all connected in this love.
All right, we are back.
Yeah, still getting the players loaded in for the next round.
All right. Thank you, everybody, today for your patience. Thank you, GD, for not panicking.
Hey, no worries. I thrive under pressure. Okay, all the players are in, just getting one more cam going and we're ready.
All right. While we're waiting, I'll run one more ad.
Hey, 666 Tim, if you can hear me, send me a different OBS link. For your OBS Ninja Cam. Alright, let me fix that puppy ball. Yeah, Tim, if you can get me another link for your OBS Ninja, let me know. I want to get that fixed up. Okay, I got a new link from Tim here. Let me try this link for Tim. Yeah, Puppy Ball, can you send me a different one? I just tried the other link and that didn't work. Okay, Tim is up now. And I think Puppy... Okay, I think we are good to go now, ladies and gentlemen. Now, your link just took a little bit longer to load.
Him with the tribute to Jonas.
Let me give him a camera flip. Alright, we got readies on the bottom, just need 2 more readies up top.
Thanks for flipping that back over, GD.
You got it, no problem. Okay, we got 3 readies, just need 1 more. We got 4 readies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got the second quadrant beginning now. Come on down, let's get this countdown rolling. We got some great games in the first quadrant. Let's see even some better ones in this quadrant. It's coming now in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Is Collins frozen there? I'm asking also because it looks like he also is stealing Foild's floor strats.
No, I like the telekinetic moves that Colin's making right now.
Tim's MOC is not showing up here.
Now, I wonder if Tim's not in the right window. Because we've noticed that problem's happened a few times already.
Maybe it's a issue with that particular window and it wasn't just Kirby's before.
Not sure.
Well, it's awfully high on the right there.
Yeah, this is not looking good
for a miracle
Foiled.
dig here for Foiled. doable with the pieces. He gets that over L to the left. J. It's a J.
Oh, this is getting dicey for Foiled here. Oh no, that hang on the right might do it on the right side. Oh, that's gonna do it. 18,000. Calling at 101 is good for game 1. Yeah, might need to give a restart up on the top because I'm still not seeing anything for Tim. Looks like Tim's playing though. I'm just not sure what's going on.
It's still early enough. I think we should do a restart, see what's going on with Tim's board, but we can start game 2 at the bottom in the meantime.
All right. Okay. Give me readies on the bottom, guys, and let's get game 2 started on the bottom.
Snoopy can go ahead and top out because we don't have anything going on. We get a test game in here for Tim and see what's going on with his MOC real quick.
Okay.
We'll get started in the bottom game 2.
All right, we got our ready down there. Let's go ahead and get the game 2 timer going.
Now I see gameplay, no camera, so, you know, pick one.
There's always something. All right, let's get it going in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Game number 2 is going on the bottom. Yeah, 1-0 lead for Colin right now. Colin in a really good position here. Foiled, got off to a rough start in the previous game, so Colin's definitely going to want to try and end this right now. But Foiled, I've played against Foiled before, and I've seen Foiled play before. Foiled is not one to be taken lightly despite that top out. You know, already 100% Tetris rate, 2 perfect Tetrises to start the game off. Definite improvement from the last game. Set up again, ready for a Tetris to go perfect 3 for 3.
It's real easy to get caught in that trap when you start off really well like this, to like think that the game's working with you and get too aggressive. So
I've been there.
I dial it back. Especially
I have
in
been
competition.
there. Yeah, 4 for 4 for Foiled.
So Colin's cam is way off. It's a live player, we think.
Come on, telekinetic strats. Yeah, Foiled has only taken 1 burn so far. Foiled is just totally ripping it right here.
Field Hag with the calisthenics. He had the Tim gameplay up, but we'll get that figured out hopefully soon. Foiled playing much better this time. 93% Tetris rate early on. Tim got a game up again, but we still don't have a camera back.
Okay, Tim sent me another camera link. Let me get this in.
Got a good game at the bottom, though. Foiled's up about a Tetris and a half. Both boards looking great. Foiled setting up a line dependency on the left. We'll get the line right away. You could just feel the RNG in those games when you're playing at 80-90% Tetris rate, and the lines are just flowing.
Like you were saying before, I mean, you got to get into a situation where you're not playing too aggressive. The first time you get a drought, you're done.
These lines are off the chart right now. I don't have the line counter available, but this is it's pretty extreme. This is a game you can't throw away.
Alright, I just tried to put the new cam in for Tim. Looks like it's still not coming up right away.
Use your phone if the PC cam's not working.
Yeah, 287, 62 lines for Foil, 77% Tetris rate. It's a 10-point Tetris rate advantage on Colin right now. Colin does get another one to go up to 69. So
Here's what I'm talking about. Foil is getting so many lines this game that he's just getting way too comfortable playing so aggressive. Now he's playing 2/3 of the way up the board.
It's a really hard delicate. I mean, it's a really hard delicate balance to play with.
You just got to realize in tournaments that they're going to stop at any time. We're not going for PBs here, trying to beat your opponent. And he's only ahead 43,000.
Yeah, give credit to Colin for staying with Foil despite that pace.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Colin in running into a little bit of a drought, though. 16, 17, 18. Luckily, the board's clean enough that Colin could wait it out. 22 pieces in, comes, gets a Tetris. 304,000 for Colin, 81 lines. 365,000, 86 lines for Foiled. So Foiled does still have a pretty decent lead here. Foiled gets another Tetris, 90 lines, 388,000. So this is a pace that should lead to a mid-500,000s transition if Foiled's able to keep the pace through all the way. But 89 lines, 333,000. That is probably a low 500,000s transition with no more serious burns. So Foil definitely has an edge of probably about 2 Tetrises worth of pace here.
As we've seen so far in this particular bracket, survivability is more important than keeping that Tetris rate at an extreme high.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back Tetrises are foiled there, bringing the rate back up to 69. 12-point Tetris rate advantage still, so Foiled is still up in pace pretty significantly. Getting another one, bringing that up to a 71% Tetris rate. 460,107 lines, so this is still in range for possibly an upper 500,000s transition now with the aggression. But Foiled has to be very, very careful with playing this aggressive, because as soon as transition hits, transitioning with the mid-500,000 transition, if you're not ready for the transition speed change, you can just get totally destroyed almost immediately. I would say probably...
This is some crazy lines, the most game RNG here.
Honestly, I would say probably in my own games, like 75+% of the time when I have a 550 plus transition, I top out within 10 lines, so I'm just playing too aggressive.
An update on Tim up the top.
Another one for Foil, 74% Tetris rate. This is pretty sick. Still has potentially 2 Tetrises available here. Gets one, 576, so will transition with 600,000 on the dot if it comes, but does not come. Transitions 577. Meanwhile, Colin at 441,000 is pretty significantly behind right now. Foiled entering transition pretty solidly here, not getting any kind of serious digs.
Colin needs to get through this before transition. That's his biggest worry at the moment. Transition's halfway up the board, not optimal. Misshifts the L.
There it is. Foiled is really ripping it now. 613,000 level 20. Foiled is good. This is some really, really great play right here. This is a potential max out pace right here. We're getting stuff fixed at the top. You want to mull in this, go ahead, Foiled. Try and get a max out.
Got a Tim gameplay again.
Oh no, he's not going to mull in. He's just going to finish it out. I mean, that was a really, really great 18 play from Foiled in that game, especially being able to keep the pace going into post-transition 2 of the transition that high. Definitely the mark of a really, really good player. All right, so let's try and get a simul start going from everybody here.
No camera for Tim.
Let me give the camera one more refresh than the new one that Tim gave me. Yeah, Tim just gave me another one, so let's see if this other one works too. We had the camera. Okay, I think we got a camera now. We got a camera now. All right, let's do a simul start from everybody, guys.
Of the giant speaker microphone computer object there on the Tim side there, but I'm one of those people, if it's working, pull your hands away and don't touch anything. Let it ride.
All right, we got 4 readies. Let's get a simul countdown going right now, ladies and gentlemen. We got a decider on the bottom. We got the match beginning on the top. Let's get it going in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Away we go. 4 games. You're back, folks.
Yeah, it'd be really crazy to see if Foil's able to get another near 600,000 transition, because with transitions like that, at this level of play, you'll be in really, really good shape to advance. In fact, even when you go to like the silver bracket level of play, getting 600,000 transitions is pretty damn solid.
Real Hag, everybody's commenting on the leg shake there. We're going to have Louis Scooey later today, and he's got his work cut out for him in terms of winning the leg shake competition. I'm doing the same thing right now watching it, so if it helps, it helps.
It's catchy, I gotta tell you that much. Oh, yeah, Poopy opted not to go for a tuck right there. It's a pretty good solve, though. Still has a double well build up. Yeah, opt to go a little bit safe there. Definitely a smart move considering Poopy's in a 25-piece drought right now. A lot of players just tend to keep building it up and just to stay Tetris ready and not take safeties. But honestly, the smartest move to make in competition is always keep yourself Tetris ready, but at the same time, don't let yourself get too high if a safety's going to keep you Tetris ready.
Survivability, that's the key of the game. We've seen very few games go to 29.
I know.
You give yourself 5 extra levels, that's an awful lot of runway to make any chase down.
Big time. Because when you think about it, honestly, I mean, if you get 1 Tetris per level after 24, then with burns, that's almost 200,000 points worth of a game. And 200,000 points, like, that's just minimal. I mean, you get even a higher Tetris rate, get 6 or 7 Tetrises in the last 5 levels. You're looking at 250, maybe even 300,000 points.
And just reiterate, our last live tournament in 2019, the cutoff, the top 48, is damn near where the cutoff was for the bronze bracket this year. So that's the caliber of play we're looking at. That's how much our game has evolved in just 3 years.
It's even more than that. The cutoff actually was 672,000. And I think the cutoff for bronze was almost 850,000.
It was. We had a couple lower than that with the add-ons after some dropouts, but everybody, including our alternates, had at least an 800,000 to get an invite to play today.
I mean, an 800,000 just 2 years ago would have been maybe top 32 in CTWC.
Louis saying he shakes his legs to charge DAS.
I like that.
We'll have to ask Poopy Hag to see if that's the case there as well.
Yeah, I might have to try that tactic, because I lose DAS a decent amount when I play in my games.
It does help you keep like a rhythm. I mean, that's important.
Alright, Poopy getting a whole building right now in row 4, column 5.
4,000 point difference, so this is a great game up top, great game at the bottom. We got close games all around.
Yeah, only 25,000 points separating on the bottom. 258 to 255. You just scored again. Another Tetris. 231,000 for Tim. 237,000 for Poopy. Tetris rate's only separated by 1 point up on top. Separated by only 7 points down on the bottom, right around the halfway point. This is definitely anybody's game on both halves.
We got a decider at the bottom, so this is very important, obviously. And what you hate to see is an early top out in a decider game, so we're going to play this all the way through.
Yeah, the last decider game I had an early top out. It was crazy. I was playing at Lamau, ended up having a double kill screen, double 700,000, made it force a decider, and then I topped out at 100,000 points right into the decider. Believe me, I know the pain.
Tim's setting up an interesting situation. Could have had a T-spin, but had to cover it up, so now it's in clean mode. With Poopy with an 8,000 point lead, this is a chance to increase that to more than a Tetris.
Yeah, Colin looking really good right now. Colin clean. Foil doing a little bit of digging. Only going to need to take a handful of burns to be able to get out of it, but just that much is going to give Colin an edge. Colin's already got an 11-point Tetris rate lead right now.
Appreciate the socks from Foil, too, because I would be breaking TOS to show bare feet. So, hats off to Foil for that.
Yeah, 51% rate, 53% rate up on top, so still relatively neck and neck. Only about a 1.5 Tetris lead currently for Poopy. Tim does have a dirty setup going, gets a row 3 Tetris, but does have a little bit of weight over on column 3 that he's going to have to try and burn out before he gets too much higher. He's creating a good, healthy double well, though, but pretty much going to be forced to take some safeties soon. Does end up taking a few safeties, but then ends up getting another dirty Tetris.
You keep that well, 2 off the bottom, and he's a third.
You got to build the way you got to build. Getting his inner Quaid coming.
Transition coming soon. You're going to have to think about bringing it down at some point. You can't play up that high at 19 speed.
Now, usually what I do when I play my games, whenever I hit the 120 line mark, I start playing 18 like it's 19. I mean, I still go for the Tetrises, but I intentionally bring it down to like half the board height rather than like 70% of the board height.
With this L right here, Tim is going to open up a regular well right before transition. Perfectly done. And Poopy has a 1 Tetris lead heading into transition.
Yeah, making that 2 now with another one. 3 lines left to go to transition, Poopy. 2 lines left to go to transition for Tim. 439 Tim, 464 Poopy. Poopy goes into transition with a triple followed by a Tetris. Perfect transition right there, play from Poopy. 494,000 off to the races. Tim's in a little bit of a dig right now. Nothing super dangerous, but Tim's going to definitely need to focus on getting out of this. Do not try and build super aggressive right now.
I think members of the old Hag family walking behind in the scene there. Good concentration to keep that out.
Okay, down on the bottom, Foil gets a nice triple right there.
Wow.
Yeah, this board's not fully clean right now. A little bit slightly dicey, but did manage to get out of a Tetris ready. Boom, there we go.
Oh,
There's a
Poopy's
Tetris
going to top out a 502.
Oh,
Tim
no, Poopy's done 502.
503. Less than a Tetris. You could probably line this out.
Yeah, Tim could definitely line this out.
At the bottom, Foiled has narrowed this down to to about a half a Tetris deficit. With that Tetris takes the lead over Colin. Awesome decider at the bottom.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see in a decider right here. 557 Foil, 552 for Colin. Boom, there we got a Tetris for Colin. That goes to 579, level 22. 558,000, level 22, also for Foil, but Colin has a much cleaner board.
About 4 or 5 lines left for Tim. Not guaranteed. This is stacking up bad.
Oh, come on. This is going to be really close. There, 2,100, 1,100. Oh, no, a little bit of a drop there. 224, one more. Got it. Tim just barely got it there.
Back to the bottom, though. Colin ahead 70,000 points now. Level 23. And nearly a perfect clear there. Foil's got his work cut out for him. He's got a clean board. It's all you can ask for.
Yeah, 678 for Colin, 104,000 point lead. Looks like a little bit of a delay on Foiled stream. It looks like the delay's fixed again. 72,000 point lead still for Colin. 681 Colin, 609 Foiled. About halfway through post-transition play. Still got about 4.5 levels to go, though. So if there's any kind of serious dig Colin gets in or if Colin tops out, Foiled still has the runway to get this, only down by about 40,000 points, 1.5 Tetrises.
At a Tetris and a half now, level 25. Tetris are about 30,000 points right now.
It leads back up to about 70.
Filled with one piece of trash at the bottom. Do you play center well or do you clean it up? He's going to clean it up.
Yeah, I honestly think you should just clean it up when you get to that point, because like unless you're in the really high levels of play, board safety is always the tantamount thing.
You're in that area where you got to make that choice though.
Now, usually when I play, I usually wait to go all in until around level 26. Anything before 26, I focus on board health. After 26, I just go for it.
It's 25, so I mean it's awfully close. And right now, 1 Tetris difference and change. Foiled is Tetris ready, knocks it down. 36,000 point lead for Colin.
Colin, this is the game of the tournament so far. Come on.
For sure. Both
there we go. There's another one for Foiled. 765 Foiled, 771 Colin. We are neck and neck right now, level 27. Boom, crossing 800,000 right now is Colin. 765 for Foiled. Foiled is Tetris ready, waiting for a Lombard. Not getting it right away, but Foiled's going to take some safeties. 14, 15, 16, 17 piece drought. Wrong time for a drop for Colin for Foiled. Foiled is now level 28, but Foiled did reopen. Foiled is reopened. Oh no, Foiled misdropped the L piece. Foiled misdropped the L piece. Colin at 850,000, level 28. Will take this down. That was a heck of a decider, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah!
One tap off on that misdrop. That's all it was. What a game 3. GG's. Put on a show, Foil. GG's for sure.
Yeah, definite GG's.
We can get started up top on game 2. We can go ahead and give Tim the heart. Got a Colin mom sighting there, congratulating him, but he'll be playing again here in about 10 minutes after this match.
Yep, Colin's going to take on the winner of this one. This is going to be some really, really good game right here. I got a feeling. We had an 800K and a 700K game right there. I mean, definitely the game of the tournament so far. I got a feeling that these two are going to have a chance to top it, though.
Well, let's see. They went past the transition last time in a quick chase down. So
Let's do it. All
Right
right,
up
let's
that
get this
clock.
countdown rolling for the top, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
and if possible, let's move over that camera a little bit.
Yep, doing the flip right now, actually.
Maybe an adjustment there. Away we go. There, nice.
Yeah, Bisbee's asking if we can skip the break because we've been falling behind because of some of the technical issues earlier.
We might have like a 10-minute break for restroom and food, but yes.
Yeah, I have no
definitely
problem
might
just
take a break.
limiting that. They'll let us get caught up a little bit. Yeah, Poopy got a little bit of weight over on the right side right now, over on column 7.
18-point difference.
JP's tuck will be really good. Didn't go for the JP stuff. Just opted to try and improvise a little bit there. Ends up taking the split double. Nevertheless, did get out of it. 53,000 for Poopy, 51,000 for Tim. Neither player fully clean right now. Tim probably has the overall better board, though. Until that placement right there, Poopy has a little bit of a better board now. Tetris ready. Yeah, not getting the long bar, though. Poopy's going to be forced to try and put a little bit of weight over on the right side. The long bar doesn't come pretty soon. Lombard does come to about 4 or 5 pieces before he would have been forced to do it. Ends up getting into a Tetris. 79,000 Poopy, 82,000 for Tim. Tim, pretty clean for the most part. O-Piece will get Tim Tetris ready. Waiting for a long bar. Still waiting for a long bar. Oh, unfortunately sealed the well right there. Was not able to use that long bar. Oh, dependency forming over in column 2. This could be dangerous for Tim. Luckily, a long bar came before that dependency turned dangerous. That was a close bail right there.
2,000-point difference right now. Both players, minor trash issues on their boards. Both will be able to handle it. Both are keeping their boards knocked down.
Still keeping it good. 42 lines, 118,000 for Tim, 38% Tetris rate. 41% Tetris rate, 39 lines, 115,000 for Poopy. So the Tetris rates are pretty close right now, about the quarter way mark through pre-transition play. Poopy looked like opting to build over on row 2. Does just that, gets a Tetris. Continue to build on row 2. Probably the best strategy here when you consider the overall health of the board, honestly.
If the points are there, take it. It's one row up. Still nowhere near transition.
Yeah, honestly, anything before like 110, 115 lines, just go for it. But honestly, for me though, like whenever you get to around like 114
This is a
lines,
danger for Poopy.
Yeah, Poopy is getting out of it though. Little dicey, but nothing fatal. Only going to get a triple putting that long bar down, but Poopy should be okay. But this will damage Poopy's pace and allow Tim a chance to be able to try to open up a little bit of a lead here.
This is the time to clean. Don't play 2 off the bottom. We were playing 1 off the bottom. Now you get that down and get that back to the bottom. Recalibrate yourself for post-transition play.
Yeah, as I was saying before the dig, usually somewhere around the 110 or so line mark is where a dig can turn really fatal. Because if you get into a perpetual dig and need to spend 20 lines burning out of it, boom, you're in transition.
And with that T, Poopy's going to open up a 2-wide well. Play center well here. I like it.
Oh, Poopy, even though Poopy was in a drought, Poopy opted to go to fully commit to the center well. The T-spin center. Oh, missed the T-spin.
This is the T-spin. Ooh.
He's going to prolong the dig a little bit.
Did not help the timing on that.
He was going to prolong. Oh, no, but throwing a lot of O-pieces over to the side. Poopy might be able to get out of this, though, but this is really high. Poopy just needs to survive at this point because Tim has a game in hand.
Tim's ahead 99,000 points right now. Poopy's got to clean and go. 84 lines. This is a lot of burning to get back down to the bottom.
Yeah, Poopy is getting down, though.
Yep.
Great survival skills from Poopy there.
And Tim's in a little bit of trouble, so this is Poopy's chance to narrow that gap and bangs out in the center well Tetris.
Yeah, Poopy has opened about a 100,000 point lead. I mean, Tim has opened about a 100,000 point lead, though. So Tim has taken full advantage of Poopy's dig. And crossing the 100 line mark, though, 348,000 for Tim, 250,000 for Poopy. Still maintaining that 100,000 point lead, but at this point, Poopy's definitely got to focus on just trying to stay as safe as possible with only about 20 some lines left to go to transition. Don't get themselves into a situation where they feel that they have to make up the score before post, have to make it up, then they play super aggressive and make a bad move. It's a common trap a lot of tournament players fall into, even some really, really good tournament players. Just play your game and take it as it comes.
But adjusted at the very last moment. Almost looked like Triple Machine there with that crazy adjustment, fixing the oversteer.
Still about the same lead, only about 15 lines left to go before transition. Both players are clean though, however. Poopy is getting a Tetris, goes to 326,000. Tetris ready again. Well, oh, misdropped the O piece. Poopy misdropped that O piece.
You sell out or you still Tetris ready there.
Oh no! Ended up losing Das right at the end there. 326, and Tim is moving on.
GG's.
Yeah, GG's for sure.
Bracket updated.
All right, let's go ahead and get the second quadrant ready.
And while you do that, I am going to read a sponsor. We're going to thank Twitch. You're all watching Twitch right now. Launched in 2011, Twitch is an interactive live streaming service for content spanning gaming, entertainment, sports, music, and more. At any given moment, on average, more than 2.5 million people come together from all over the globe to interact around this distinct form of entertainment that is created by the shared interactions of millions. There's something for everyone on Twitch. Thanks for watching, everybody. And thanks to Twitch for your sponsorship of the CTWC. Always set that up. I will run an ad.
Okay, about 2-3 minutes ready to get started. Everybody's filing in right now.
Excellent.
Yeah, everything's been going a lot smoother since we got the technical stuff done from the first quadrant. Okay, we got Louis and Tim on the bottom. We just need the top two to be able to get in. Hidari and we also need Japorto to get in as well.
There we go. We got 4 cameras. We just had one leg shaker with the old hag, and now we got the other leg shaker with everybody's. The definitely top 10 Canadian for sure, Louis Scooey.
Yeah, as soon as they join their Max Out Club, we can get started.
Tim's closet situation. No walls, just make your own closet. Set up a rack. The town. We can get started on the bottom if we're just waiting for Max Out Club up top.
All right. Okay, as soon as we get double readies on the bottom, we'll get started down there.
Tim, we're good to go. Got to keep the show running. Look plenty warm here. There we go. Thank you, sir.
All right, as soon as the players on the top are done, we're going to get them started, but we're going to have 2 readies on the bottom. We're going to get the bottom started right away.
I guess Colin and Bibbs are already in the room. They need to exit the room.
All right, let me go ahead and see if I can kick everybody out.
Feared boot of GD, folks. Get the countdown starting the bottom.
All right, we got the bottom ready right now. Okay, the bottom is going now in 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Over the summer, I commentated for Louis Scooey's Best of 99 series. And Ben ended up taking that series by a wide margin, but they ended up pretty close in the brackets, both ending up in silver. Let's see if Louis can have the last laugh here and take a match in the silver bracket as opposed to Ben.
Yeah, I wish I could have seen that match. I mean, the best in 99 thing. I heard about it, that they were doing it for a while. I didn't get a chance to catch any of it, though.
Louis did have the lone max out of that entire series, though, so he was taking a little more risk, playing a little close to the top, getting a little burn crazy. Got Japorto's in at the top, waiting for...
Let me go ahead and swap the names. I think I have Hidari's cam on the left
Got
side.
Louis behind. With that, Tetris takes the 1,500-point lead. Both boards are clean. Tim takes the lead right back with that Tetris, so we're in a back-and-forth situation.
A little bit of a slight mess for Louis right here. Nothing dangerous, but it is going to cost Louis some pace.
These are the types of games that can get away from you, though, if you're not focused on getting that burn down.
Definitely. Yeah, double Lombard dependency forming here. Lombard will be really, really nice right now, but if it doesn't come, he'll be forced to do a little bit of digging. Did come,
Nicely
luckily.
done. We have two max out clubs up top.
All right, Hidari and Japorto are in up on the top.
Excellent.
Two readies and we'll get going.
Tim is going to play one off the bottom here. The Zoom meeting level of dirt. You work remotely. You're not taking a shower every day. You can play like a little dirty.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, we got double readies up on the top. Let's get the countdown going up there. The top is going to get started now in 3,
58,
2,
56 Tetris rate.
1. Tetris!
And the Louis shake is on.
Yeah, 181 for Louis, 185 for Tim. Both of them pretty close right now at about halfway through pre-transition play. Hidari getting off to the races, starting with an early Tetris. You know, Japorto has already taken 5 lines and has not taken any Tetrises yet. Still very, very early. Nothing else to really say, though. But like an early pace lead for Hidari that should definitely want to not be taken lightly here. Yeah, 16-piece route that Japorto just got into.
Yeah, you just want to get one just to get the nerves off. Just get that first Tetris on the board. It's just not coming for Japorto. Ugh. Give him the line game. Come on. This is nuts. Oh, no.
Oh, no!
Finally gets the line. Way too late to be super useful, but
Still
back out of the
digging.
danger zone. Whew. Dari's not, I mean, he's ahead 60,000. Not a huge lead considering what's going on. Japorto, if he can get out of this, still has a chance. This is not over yet by any means.
Still tons and tons of digging here.
Both players 84 lines at the bottom. Still only a 2,600 point lead for Tim, so as neck and neck as it gets. Porto just digging for his life.
Still digging. But surviving.
That's all you can ask for.
Ooh, that was close.
Yes.
But getting droughted again, 17, 18. Yeah, this is going to be done.
Wow. Whew. Gotta feel bad for Japorto in that RNG. Just maybe get that bad game out of your way and start fresh.
Yeah, really unfortunate there.
Not his fault at all. He kept going. At the bottom, we're still in game 1. 2,600 point lead. The famed 2,600. Captain Crunch.
Yeah, 383, 384 right now. This is totally neck and neck.
Wow.
About 20 lines left to go till transition.
Tim flirting near the top. It's the Tetris to bang it down. Now Louis open up as well again. Now he's behind, not quite a Tetris, but both players are in great shape heading into transition. Good game 1 here for those two.
Yeah, Louis dependent on the left side. Only gonna be able to get a split triple with it.
We're ready at the top for game 2.
Okay, we got double readies up there. Let's do it.
Louis in trouble now. Louis in trouble. Gets the line. Will get the triple. Still not out of the woods.
Yeah, this is a
Tim
crazy dig.
Yeah, Tim can build his lead here. Louis with the patented Packy face scratch.
Yeah, this is getting dicey. 2 lines left till transition, still up this high.
Oh, nice adjustment from Louis at transition.
Well, you gotta be able to get something. That's 10 high over on the left side. It's gonna be really hard.
Can get anything to the
Yeah,
right.
Louis just transitioned
that's
too
gonna
high.
Do it. The transition does him in.
Yeah, Tim takes game number 1. GG's.
Tim is good if he hears this message. Don't need to mull in this. Derry getting some misdrops there. Needs a line to fill in that gap and covers it with the L instead. Has to flat burn the line piece. Porter's only ahead 4,000 points, but with his board so clean, this is the chance to really make a mark on this game. He's already behind a game. He could really use the cushion.
Yeah, 27 lines, 104,000, 59% Tetris side, looking pretty solid here. Hidari's running into a drought. 18, 19, finally gets a long bar. T-piece would be really nice to clean that out. Does end up coming almost out of it, not fully out of it, though, still doing a little bit of burning.
Yeah, this is going to be like a 7-8 line solve now. It just every time he solves something, another problem arises.
Yeah, it's turning into a hang. He hung.
Oh no,
hung.
Ooh.
Chaporto takes it. We're going to a decider.
87,400.
All right, we're gonna get a simul start going as soon as you guys are ready up top.
Porto getting the towel out, but it's not a sonic towel. Not sure how effective it'll be.
You never know. All right, ready's on top. We're going to get a simul start going. Okay, we got ready for Porter, ready for Maderi. We got 4 readies. Come on, let's do it.
Let's go.
Decider on the top, game number 2 on the bottom. Coming underway in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Porto with the classic spam left with the line pieces. Like, oh, I thought he was going to go for 3. But fills in a gap with it. Looking for his first Tetris. Still looking for his first Tetris. There it is.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Tetris with Porto. You just got to get off the board there. Got to get off the schneid.
Yeah, better late than never. I mean, as long as you keep your focus, even getting a first Tetris late really is going to make a huge difference. You have 130 lines to work with before you get to transition. There have been some games I play where I didn't get my first Tetris to almost 20 lines in and still managed a 500
Louis
transition.
in trouble at the bottom here.
Ooh, yeah, Louis in a little bit of trouble here.
This is a classic Louis burning down the 18 game. Bring his Fs to 99. He was doing this quite a lot. He's very good at it up there. But Tim is going to take a Tetris and a half lead with this next line piece.
You're only 20 lines in. I mean, it's still got a long way to go, but letting your opponent start opening up a lead back then, your opponent could really start to dictate the pace from then there. Force you to go like really aggressive when you might not want to.
Louis' next line piece. Oh, okay, he's going to open up the left side. Now an LJ will open that up again. And Louis back to a normal board. Now he's behind 72,000 points. That's about 3 Tetrises.
The fact that it's only 72,000 points, I would think is a win when you're only at 36 lines. You have plenty of time to make the ground up.
Yep, surviving is key in this bracket. Porto is in some trouble again.
Yeah, down
Tetris
the bottom.
ready. Column 4 gets the Quaid Tetris.
Yeah, down the bottom, 190,000 points for Tim, 42 lines. Make that 213,046 lines, 78% Tetris rate for Tim. Louis at only 25% Tetris rate, 99,048 lines. Tim's opened up about a 140,000 point lead right now on Louis. Louis
80%. That's max out pace. That's million points here. We could see our first million-point game if this continues.
Hey, Tim's definitely capable of it. Yeah, this Louis at
Porto's
another
getting high.
dig.
Porto's in trouble. Gets the line piece over. Narrows the lead back to 76,000. It's still in it.
Yeah, this is a real suffer game for Louis right here. But Louis does not quit. That is one thing I cannot say about Louis. Louis is definitely a fighter. But even though it's a 131,000 point lead, all it's going to take is one dig from Tim for Louis to get back into this. It's not an insurmountable lead, even at this point of the game.
Tim had a little trouble. 3-line solve. He's back to scoring position. 130,000 points up.
Louis still only has a 32% Tetris rate. Does up at the 35 there, but Tim Wong, 75% Tetris rate at 74 lines. 334,000. This is 600,000 transition pace right here. Definite potential max out. Just completely taking it to Louis in this game. Wants to move on in the worst way and just end it right now.
Why we play him out, though? It's not over till it's over.
It definitely isn't over, but you got to say, though, I mean, this is a really, really great 18 from Tim.
Transitions have ruined a lot of games already today. Porto misses the spin at the top. He'll have to do a 4-line solve. He's already down 59,000, but Hideri isn't looking much better right now. Whoever can solve their board first.
Yeah,
Looks
looking
like
a
it'll be
little bit
Hideri.
dicey.
Banks
Japorto
on a
creates some
Tetris.
dependencies.
Yep.
This could be dangerous here. Should be able to still burn it down, but it's going to damage Japorto's pace a little bit. Japorto doesn't really have a choice, though, based on the height.
And the unfortunate square, like most of them are. He's down nearly 100,000 points now, and Hideri's clean, and Japorto still needs a 2-line solve now, 3-line, putting more weight on top of that well.
Hideri's opened about a 100,000 point lead while Japorto's been in this dig. But Japorto's only 2 burns from getting out of it.
So, like we're talking at the bottoms, Tim Wong has got a monster 70% Tetris rate, but this is not an optimal stack.
Still got 20 lines left till transition.
Gets aggressive with building the column 3 Tetris well and gets it. But this is not optimal to maintain.
Yeah. Tim didn't go for the Tetris there. Yeah, Tim ended up taking a couple burns. Tim had a Tetris setup that would have gone for that setup over in column 6.
When you're ahead 135,000, it's that moment where you can take your foot off the gas just a little bit, make Louis do all the work.
Now, this is the thing. Louis has been digging so much this game that if Louis does get the transition with a really good pace, Louis is going to be battle-tested with the digging already. He's going to have a much better chance.
His Tetris rate's already increased 50%. It was down around the 30 mark. It's now up to 44.
Yeah, that is one thing I've noticed in a lot of times in play is like when people are just digging a lot before transition, they have a much lesser chance of going into transition.
Louis is at 129. He's going to transition halfway up the board, which is not optimal. Could have played that line flat, decides not to, gets the triple. He's going to burn this down. Tim has transitioned with a high up. Japorto at the top.
Oh no, 490, 411, done.
411. Hideri takes the decider. GG's up top.
There's a heck of a game on the bottom, though. 190,000 point lead for Tim right now. Tim is just totally taking it to Louis, but Louis is fully clean. Tim's in trouble. Tim is in trouble. Oh no, Tim's really high. Wow, Tim is done 593. Louis has a chase down, 594. Louis needs 594. 161,000 points. Got plenty of time to do it.
What was the score in the previous game, please? 411.
Let me check. Previous game is... they already dropped out.
Who had, it was like 411. Was it Hidari with 411 and topping out?
No, Hidari won.
Okay.
Hidari had 563, just topped out now.
Thank you.
Okay, 469. 124,000 points still left, but this board is not really that clean.
The fortunate square for Louis. You don't hear that too often.
Yeah, Louis, unfortunately, will not be able to line this out. Louis is going to need at least a couple Tetrises.
Oh, a T. He needs a T in the worst way.
Ooh, needs a J. Oh, misdropped it. No!
That's not going to happen. Oh,
Louis done, and Tim is moving on.
What a game from Louis, though. He
had Louis fought.
Come back. He put himself in position. That's all you could ask for.
No, Louis fought right there. Louis had a chance to get it. I mean, you definitely got to say Louis had a lot of heart in this tournament. I mean, despite some of the suffer paces, Louis did not quit. I mean, hats off to that.
GG's all around, and we're going to have our round 2 matchups in quadrant 2.
All right, let's get all the players ready. Let's get the bracket updated.
Tim's going to go right back into it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and stay in that slot, Tim. Yeah, Hidari, you can stay in the slot as well up on top.
While we're setting that up, let's talk about Enhance. Let's talk about Tetris Effect, one of our sponsors for now 3 years. They came out to the PRGE in 2018 and showed off the VR feature of it. And then in 19 and in 20, it's so many years now. But now they came out for the Xbox, and now they are just coming out this year with the Switch. So now it's pretty much on everything, including Steam, including Microsoft Store, Epic Game Store, Windows 10, Xbox Game Pass. It's on pretty much everything now. And it's cross-platform, so whatever system you get it for, you're going to play against everybody else, no matter what platform they play it on. Of course, if you like yourself some CTWC, there is the classic score attack mode where you can play with CTWC rule sets on the NES rule sets on the modern platforms. It plays really well. I just picked it up on the Switch, and I played on my Switch Lite, and it feels great. It feels like a Game Boy with that nice D-pad. And and if you play the single battle, they have the 30 different stages across the journey mode, if you will. And of course, there's the modern classic attack, score attack, zone battle, all kinds of things. And next weekend we will be having we'll have the Tetris Effect connected tournament with all 3 modes: the classic score attack, the connected mode, and the triathlon. That's going to be pretty fun. Stay tuned for that. So thanks again to Enhance for sponsoring CTWC this year. We are getting our scenes together for our round 2 matchup in this quadrant. We will be back in a moment. Do we have the correct names? Because I guess there was a name flip situation.
Yeah, I fixed that in the middle. I caught it in the middle. I flipped it already.
Got it. Thank you.
One of those things that I decided to fix it without saying anything in the chat. Just tried to like flip the cameras.
We'll make sure I got the right player advancing.
All right, I notified the players which ones they're going into right now.
Perfect.
Okay, we got the bottom ready. Okay, we got Colin up in the top. We got the cameras up. We got Tim up in the top now. All right, everybody give me your readies. Let's get rolling.
Him doing his fingers.
Everybody's got their strats.
We have double Tims, so we have to be careful with the Tim talk. Go 666 or Wong here.
Wong. I like that one. All right, we got 4 readies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this Simul start going. Second round of the second quadrant. It's coming your way right now in 10 seconds. And it's coming in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Let's go, round 2. Starts all round. Only 666 Tim. The early push down points. Shush points, if you will. Guarantee a not tie.
And you never know. Somebody can do push down points later on and get the tie back. I don't think I've ever seen that happen, though. Yeah, Colin's got a little bit of a weird stack opening up right here.
So what's a triple Vits when it's only 3 high Vits? What do we call that?
I don't know. I need to find out because Onymico got a pretty nice term for it. Yeah, Colin played a little bit high early on here. 16-piece drought, 17, 18, 19, 20. Just no long bar is coming right now. Finally comes a little bit too late, though. Unfortunately, the well was sealed, was not able
Tim's, though. Yeah. Tim's.
Yeah, this is trouble up there for 666. Yeah, great adjustment there before we get that in.
Nicely done.
Yeah, bottom's pretty clean right now. 81,000, 44% Tetris rate for Hidari. However, Tim, 140,000, 38,000 point lead right now. Lead was a little bit higher, but was cut in as Hidari got another Tetris. 80% Tetris rate for Tim right now. So Tim Wong is having another extremely solid 18 game, picking up right where he left off.
He wants to play round 3 after this round. I mean, he's looking raring to go.
Oh, I see it. Hey, them hand strats have something to them.
At 666 Tim with another drought. He is shopping at CVS today. Those receipts just don't stop. Neither do the droughts today.
No, I definitely attest to that one. The only place I think I see bigger droughts is Classic Tetris Gauntlet. I have never seen a Classic Tetris Gauntlet match where there wasn't at least 150-piece drought in it.
It was crazy during gold bracket. Scott Obozo had a 68-piece drought.
Oh,
and
he
played it so well that we didn't even notice it. Like, normally you notice the droughts if a player is getting up, quarters of the way up the screen. Then you notice the drought counter. And because he played it so well the entire time, we didn't even see it during the broadcast.
I mean, that's nothing to take lightly when somebody has the ability to survive that.
That's got to be a record, because the biggest one I remember in CTWC was Jeff Moore's with 64.
Didn't somebody have like an 81
17.
once?
I don't think it's CTWC. That might have been... I don't know. It's crazy either way.
Yeah, I forget who it was, but I heard like the record was like 81. Oh, Notorionaire just said Blank had an 81 in CTM. I forgot who it was. Yeah, 313,000 here. 72 lines for Tim. 72% Tetris rate too, so still maintaining a pretty sizable lead right now over Hidari. Hidari 56% Tetris rate, so still very respectable. Still got a whole half of pre-transition play to go though.
Oh, Tim! see that.
Oh, Tim is going mega dirty right now. He needs that Lombard. Lombard's not coming, though. Really, really great solve from Tim, though, taking them burns. That could have been fatal for a lot of players.
Hidari might have taken disadvantage, but doesn't look like he's going to here.
And Hidari's only behind by about 2 Tetrises, though.
That's the solve, and Banks. Oh, he decides not to take the Tetris, but he's like, whatever.
Oh, I saw the hand movement.
He literally waved the hand off. He's like, I don't need it.
No, he's going to get back-to-back Tetrises now to make up for it.
I'm setting up a Z-Vit. Decides not to take that. Mr. Wong knocks on a Tetris to go back to a 50,000 point lead and takes another one.
Yeah, Hidari's in a little bit of trouble right now. Did manage to get out of it, but is still like really taking some damage to that Tetris rate.
666 Tim gets a dirty Tetris 3 rows up. Column 4 well looked like.
Pretty close to neck and neck up on the top. Although Colin ended up scoring again to try and open it up a little bit. However, Tim's board is not super clear. Oh, Tim is committing. Tim's committing.
Opens up the well. It's ready. Will he get it?
Oh, this could be dangerous. Oh, sealed it. Oh, good placement right there.
Wow. Wow. A tremendous save.
That was ballsy.
Wow.
That was really ballsy from 666 Tim, but paid off like a champ right there. Ladies and gentlemen, he is staying alive like a BG.
Oh, Hidari's going to top out at 348. Tim Wong is good. Just missed that. Good flash at the GG sign. Absolutely.
And gotta give Tim credit. Tim's has another 500,000 transition here. Tim playing very, very strong today. Hidari didn't give him an easy game though. But there's still to get 2 more games to go. I mean, Hidari can still reverse sweep this.
So down at the bottom, 666 has transitioned at about a 400,000. Colin transitions at 444. He's currently behind. He's now we're going back and forth. 468 Colin, 454 Tim.
Yeah, only 14,000 points
Tim.
Separating.
This is one of those situations where each Tetris the lead will change back and forth.
Ooh, this is dangerous for Tim.
That hangover.
Really bad setup right there. Tim might be able to get out of it with some good RNG, but it's not coming right now. Getting really dangerous. Oh no, honey, Tim's done.
That's gonna be it. Colin is good with a 479.
All right, you get another simul start going as soon as you get 4 readies. Great games all around from everybody in that one.
Readies from Tim Wong and Colin here.
Hey, thanks so much for the compliment, Bowser. Hey, the more me and Bidwell commentate, the better we'll get at as far as complimenting our styles. But I really enjoy commentating with Bidwell here.
That's been a good day. We weathered the storm of tech problems, and now we got some good Tetris.
You know it. And we got 4 readies to go. Let's get that countdown rolling. Come on, Puppy Ball is so sorry about the camera. Puppy Ball just using the telekinetic strats here, and it's working.
Sitting on the floor like you did when you were, 10 or 11 years old in front of the console TV with the NES hooked up to it.
I was one of those. I did that.
I like the throwback. Appreciate it. Colin playing roughly high in the beginning. Knocks down the Tetris back to safety. Tim still waiting to get his first score. Flips the Z over at the very last second with the micro adjustment, noticing the line bar was coming. Oh, the square burst for Tim. Halloween's coming. There's nothing scarier than a square burst.
Either that or an S and a Z burst whenever you have nowhere to put them.
Tim is in major trouble here.
Yeah, Tim,
Oh, and he's gonna
33,000.
top out.
Tim is done, and Colin is going on.
Wow. Unfortunate sequence there for 666 Tim. Had a hell of a game in the game 1, and just game 2 just caught up with him.
Sometimes there's nothing you can do if RNG bursts you really bad. Yeah, Tim fought hard, though. Definite GG's either way.
Well, let's see if the other Tim fights hard here. He's got the 20,000 point lead and the cleaner board than Hidari.
Yeah,
Hidari
both players have a
game.
little bit lesser paces in the previous game, so this one's probably going to come down a lot more in just pure scoring rather than just having to go really aggressive. Hey, rest
Thanks
in peace,
again.
Jonas, up there. Greatest Tetris player of all time, bar none.
We'll likely have a ceremony of some sort for the top 8 coming next month.
Yeah, did I ever hear if they were going to be doing like a Jonas Newgar Memorial Trophy for the champion?
They will probably have something for the top 8. I don't know the exact plans, but I would imagine so.
I mean, it would only be fitting. Like, 99% of the people in the entire classic Tetris community wouldn't be here without him. I'm one of them.
Tim passed up a Tetris. He had a line bar coming and he went safe with the line. Then the line bar came and he only got a double out of that. He does have the 55,000 point lead now, and Hidari a split triple halfway up the board. So Tim is in command right now, pre-transition, 60 lines in. Had 69,000 points. Go ahead.
Hey now.
There we go. I was commenting on Gold Bracket. I deliberately avoided saying those couple of numbers, but I felt I had to this time. Tim's in trouble. He doesn't have a place to burn. Gets the light piece at the very last
Bailed right
moment.
there. That was a bail.
Wow.
Bale of hay right out of the farm.
But he's still in trouble. He needs another one.
Still fighting a Lombard. Lombard just saved him right there.
Wow.
He was on the highway to the danger zone right there.
Tim needs to exhale. Still has the 88,000 point lead. You don't want to have that big of a lead and blow it, so just saving his game was crucial.
Yeah, interesting play right there from Tim. Tim had the ability to set up for
Hidari.
column 9.
Nice dirty Tetris Hidari there. I saw a little fist bump. I saw that.
Yeah, as I was saying, like, Tim definitely is playing a little more conservative this game because there was a sequence there where Tim was low enough on the board, Tim definitely could have set up to go for a column 9 dirty and would have gotten it, but instead opted to just take the safety triple to burn it down. Tim knows he's ahead. Tim knows he's got a game in hand. Really smart strategy there.
Needs the line. And he gets the line to the left.
Still
Still
fighting.
panicking. Oh, man, what a game. Gonna get the dirty Tetris 3 high. Now it's time to reset back down to level 0, and it's a 70,000 point difference.
Yeah, that's a win for
Gonna pick
Hidari
another
right
Tetris.
there after some
Yeah,
of
we're
them
getting close to
digs.
transition too. This is the time to get safe. Add down the hatches.
Yeah, the philosophy I always have is like when you're around 120 lines, play it like 19. When you're around 110 or so lines, that's when you start getting your board down healthy.
Hidari though, like covering up as well, awfully high up. That's an uncovered, but now
Those
he's
holes can be a little
desperately.
dangerous. Lombard comes a little bit too late, but the well is reopened. There we go.
Fire relief
266.
right there. That could have gotten ugly fast. He needs to survive. He's down a game. Tim's in the lead by 68,000. Transition coming up. You never know, especially at this transition point. Tim's gonna play this transition.
Ooh, a little bit of misdraw for
perfectly.
Hidari right there. Create some holes in row 4. Luckily, it wasn't too high up.
Yep, and he survived the transition.
That's
gonna
the thing
fight
that's
another
most
day.
important. Those first 10 lines of transition a lot of times set the tone for the entire post-transition play.
And away we go.
Boom, misshift! Misshift for Hidari! Might still be able to get out of it, though. This is going to be a full dig for a while. Got to be able to get a lawnmower over 7 high, though. Not getting bursted at the wrong time. I don't think Hidari's gonna be able to get out of this. Yeah, Hidari's done at 309.
309.
Tim Wong is moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Great performance there from Tim. We have some really, really great Tetris going on here in the bronze bracket today, and we are only halfway done. Hell yeah!
So no battle of the Tims in the next round. It's going to be Tim versus Colin in round 3 tomorrow. GG's for Hidari. Love the sign. Thanks, man.
Yeah, great games all around. Especially that one game with the 700,000 to 800,000 that Colin was in. And that's definitely one for the highlight reel after we finish this up.
As we mentioned before, we will not be taking a break here. We're just going to go straight on through. Tim is good. He can go ahead and top out. We'll get our next scene going with Quadrant 3.
You got it. Yeah, actually, right now we're exactly back on time without the break.
Yep, so I will go ahead and play an ad. We will see you back in a minute.
All right, let's go ahead and get the bracket up. All right, we are back, guys. We got Maestro, Bill, and Wakazep in now. Schoolmaster, I don't remember if Schoolmaster was able to play or not, but I want confirmation before saying anything else.
Schoolmaster had to drop, yes.
Schoolmaster did have to drop. So then Wakazep immediately advances?
Yep.
Okay, so in that case, we're just going to go ahead and play the top. All right, Maestro and Bill, give me readies. We'll get rolling. Okay, we got a ready from Maestro. Just waiting on another ready from Bill.
All right.
Okay, looks like Bill's running good. As soon as we get it ready, we're going to get rolling.
Here we go.
All right, still waiting on a ready here. All right, there we go. We got double readies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the second half of this tournament rolling right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Maestro living up to their name, looking like a concert pianist. Sitting up straight.
Now, I got the pleasure of meeting Maestro in Ohio. Very, very nice person.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we can get some more live tournaments going in 2022.
I'm sure Beast and Shen was very happy with the way the WPL event went, and that will happen again in Ohio, and Beast and Shen's also looking to expand that franchise out elsewhere. Wherever he goes with WPL, I'm sure a classic side event will also follow, so looking forward to all of those.
Yeah, I'll support Shen in anything he does with WPL. He is an extremely, extremely talented tournament organizer.
Blarg's build here, going for the middle well. One off the bottom early on.
Channeling his inner Quaid here.
Bill with the Tetris. 30,000 point lead early on.
Both players 25 lines, 64% Tetris rate for Bill, 28% for Maestro. So Maestro's going to have a little bit of catching up to do. Still got plenty of time to do it though, but it looks like Bill's just trying to rain on the points right now.
Maestro got that creative solve with that weird L. Stands it up over top the well, burns off with a single line. Perfect way to solve a weird piece that early on.
And great tuck there from Bill. Bill getting another
The legend
Tetris.
is, in the old days, whenever anybody would cover up a well in like the first couple CTWCs, the audience would gasp because the well was covered up. But obviously the strategy was that you could cover it up and take care of it quickly. But when you see a crazy move, Maestro's, that weird standing up the L on top, you think that's a mistake, but it's just an easier way to burn it. You get it out of the way, and a single line will take care of it. You don't have to build up to it.
Yeah, he's definitely writing his Tetris symphonies today.
For sure.
Meanwhile, Bill's getting
behind
another
now.
Tetris.
Yeah, Bill's knocking him down. 67% Tetris rate. His million point pace early on.
53 lines, 218,000. 73,000 point lead, getting another one, 96,000 point lead. That's 4 full Tetrises at this point. Both players only separated by 3 lines, so this is about a true 4 Tetris lead right now for Bill. Coming up on about the halfway point now. Ooh, great tuck there from Bill. Was that a tap tuck there? I don't know if I've only seen those like a handful of times.
I just saw it. I didn't see the entire motion.
Looked like it was a quick tap followed by a spin at the same time.
The Maestro being ahead or being behind 3 Tetrises, setting up a center well, but then having to cover it up. This is not panic time, but definitely concern time.
I mean,
Maestro.
Bill does have a sizable lead, but it's not so big of a lead that it's insurmountable if a dig occurs. Usually it's not till you get to around a 200,000 point that you can afford to dig and still be okay.
114,000. I mean, early on like this, halfway to transition.
I mean, Maestro definitely can't afford to let it get out of hand at this point. Like, as previously mentioned, it is enough that one dig from Bill, Maestro can rain 3 or 4 Tetrises down and catch up. But if it gets any bigger, Bill can afford to take the digs and still be ahead by 100,000 plus points.
When you have a board like Maestro's that's perfect, virtually perfect, you don't think of the metagame too much. It's just knock down every Tetris you can.
And Maestro doing what he needs to do, though. Deficit's still 114,000 points, but Maestro is clean. Maestro does blast one down there, cuts it down to a 5-digit deficit. Bill is clean also as well, so
Clean,
not really
but
going to be
not
able to gain a
high
lot of
enough
points.
on the left, so burning is the smart play, especially with that lead.
Yeah, J-piece comes from Maestro to fill that in before it got too much higher.
Up, here we go.
Yeah, this is the dig that I was warning about. Wow, Bill was able to get some really, really good RNG before that turned deadly.
A great move. Maestro's hanging in there, but still 100,000 points down.
Only 24 lines left to go to transition, so Maestro doesn't have a whole lot of time to catch up before going into the top speeds.
We'll see how Bill handles this transition here. You know, a possibility of a 500,000 plus transition for Bill.
Yeah, I personally would try and lower it down as much as possible because at this point Maestro's fully playing defense, just trying to catch up.
Oh, hangs the L. Maestro gets another Tetris.
Well, great move right
What
there
cost?
with that.
Yeah,
L.
wow. Still, you just don't see it until you see it, you know? It's
No,
so
that
good.
was a 200 IQ solve right there with that L. I mean, I didn't see that initially. Maestro's still clean. Maestro getting another one, back to only an 80,000 point deficit.
You've seen transitions go awry before. Let's see how Bill handles this.
Yeah, Bill transitions 484, pretty solid pace here. Oh, he's going aggressive. He gets it.
Wow.
Totally gets it there. That was ballsy.
Maestro hangs the line piece.
Oh, he gets it over though. Needs another one. Needs another line piece. Oh, he's not going. He's just going to burn it down.
Play it safe.
That's good move from Maestro.
For sure. Bill knowing he's ahead 150,000 points now.
No, Bill is at an expert transition here. Going aggressive though, like that's a surprising move for somebody that had a lead as big as Bill did to go fully aggressive with that center well.
Maestro now having to get creative again.
148,000. Bill's not letting up at all here. Yeah, Maestro looked like he was committing a little bit there. Luckily got some good RNG.
Maestro having to cover up the well. That's whatever chance Maestro has. It's evaporating quickly. As we
Bill's in the
proceed
dig
into
though.
20s. Yep.
Ooh, Bill in a misspin. Bill's in trouble. This could be Maestro's chance.
Right. Bill's going to top out at 602. Maestro needs a 603.
120,000 points for Maestro. Maestro's still on level 22. Maestro probably needs about 2, maybe 3 Tetrises here, and then line the rest out.
Yeah.
So Maestro can afford to play this safe.
This is going to be a heck of a chase down if they can do it. Getting it burned down
106,000.
nice and safe.
See, 3 Tetrises and a line out should be enough. But it's definitely not fully line outable. Maestro is definitely going to need to score a couple Tetrises.
Bill's going to enjoy a beverage and just watch.
Okay, under 100,000 now. Maestro can probably afford to be safe up till around
hangs
26.
the T. Oh boy, Maestro. Deep breath.
I
Get
missed the T spin.
Can't get the T. That's dealing with 1/30th of a second there. It's not easy.
Still, Maestro doesn't really need to go for the Tetris until 26, maybe even 27. So Maestro can still afford to play it safe for the next 10 or 20 lines.
Oh, hangs another T. Maestro's just the nerves. It's gotta be.
84,000 points, though. I mean, Maestro's still in this. As I said,
Yeah.
2 Tetris isn't a line out.
35 lines till
Committing there.
29.
Ooh, misspin!
Oh,
Maestro misspun.
Oh,
Maestro
that's gonna
hung the
do
O.
it.
Maestro's done at 520, so that's a point for Bill. GG's.
opportunity was there. Couldn't execute. Nerves maybe a little too much there. Level 19 speeds.
Yeah, Bisbee wants to know if him and Payton can start. They're in the next quadrant. They want to get started. Let me get this game started first, and I'll go ahead and get them set up.
Right. Get the setups going. That'll shave some time off.
All right. Okay, 2 readies from Maestro and Bill. Let's get game number 2 going.
Need to kick some. Maybe not.
Okay, ready for Maestro. Maestro just said a second there.
Ready for Maestro. Game 2, away we go. A heck of a chase down, though. It was pretty close. Away we go, game 2. We'll get the 4-player scene back up and try to get another game in for the next half of the quadrant.
Yeah, I'm getting Bisbee and Payton set up right now.
Try to. Bisbee's concerned about round 2 time, so if we can shave any time off of the overall schedule, that would be much appreciated, I'm sure, all around.
Yeah, luckily we didn't really lose as much time as I thought earlier.
Still sticking out his tongue there. Raspberry at the RNG or something foul flavored entered the room. Bill's setting up this column 9 Tetris. Bangs it down. Perfect well transfer. Love to see it. Extra again, needing to burn. Bill ahead by just 3,000 points, but looking to expand on that with this next Tetris. Knocks it down. Has 1 hang up here. 1 tuck will take care of it, if the piece comes, of course. Classic square burst. Maestro, column 2 Tetris. Takes the lead by 3,000 points. Maybe Maestro goes unconventional here. Column 3 well is open, has to cover it up.
Bill's still
now
playing
ahead.
really clean here.
Bill's looking fabulously clean.
Okay, we got the bottom ready. We got the cameras up. We got Bisbee in, just waiting for Peyton to join and ready to get the bottom started.
Maestro setting again. Column 3 Tetris well is open. Down 115,000 points. Needs that line piece yesterday. Doesn't get it, of course. He gets it 1 piece too late.
You know, Bill has been playing extremely consistent this entire match so far.
That's a winning strategy is, get a killer lead going into transition. Even if you make a mistake post-transition, way too much for most opponents to make up that much ground in a chase down.
I was even previously saying Bill would be one of the favorites to win the entire bronze, and Bill's definitely showing why I said that.
course, by the name Blarg.
Okay, we got Bisbee and Peyton in. Give me a ready when you're ready, Peyton. We'll get started on the bottom.
My man Peyton repping WPL and repping Flex Tape. Yeah, hell yeah, in the Flex Tape hat.
Hell yeah!
All-time favorite hat there. If I could just find a Slap Shop hat, that'd make my holy trinity of hats that I own.
Okay, we got double readies on the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this match going. Count them on down. Meanwhile, on top, Bill's in a little bit of a dig right now. Nothing too dangerous, though.
Maestro getting this down to 3 Tetrises.
Yep. Despite the dig, Bill still has a near 60% Tetris rate. That just shows Bill's efficiency throughout this level 18 play in the first half.
Maestro playing great, just waiting for the line, now getting droughted.
Bill gets another Tetris.
Ooh, aggressive, could have burned one as a Z's.
Yeah, 25-piece drought for Maestro now. 26, 27, wow. 28. There, we finally got one. There we go.
Also learned that the drought counter doesn't detect if you get the same piece 2 in a row. So these droughts are even bigger than is displayed.
I know, I can imagine.
Either way, it's pain. If you see that red flashing symbol on your Axel Club board, you're in trouble.
Now, the thing I know about me is anytime I'm playing a match and I make a mistake, it always ends up being a 20-piece drought. It's like I'm being punished for my mistake every time.
I've just been playing great since that early start, but down 120,000.
I mean, Bill is just efficient.
Again and again.
I mean, cannot count Maestro out, though. I mean, we saw some of the moves Maestro was making. Maestro's got a lot of heart. And as we saw, Bill did have a top out in the previous game. Like, Maestro, unfortunately, was not able to make the chase down. But either way, I mean, level 19 play is tantamount when you at any level of competition. No matter how good your 18 is.
At the bottom, Peyton's got the early 18,000 point lead. Peyton got into a dropout from above. So he is very happy and grateful to be here today. And one of our players in the top 8, Noel, also got in player drops, and he's in the top 8 now. So that's how tight our field is. Top to bottom, everybody here is pretty equal in caliber, both overall and in their qual scores last month.
I feel better now, by the way, because I kept calling him Noel so many times when I wondered if it was Noel or Noel. A couple people in the chat were roasting me a little bit for kept saying Noel. So I'm not the only one that said it. I feel better now.
Good. Roast me, please.
Okay, a little bit of a mess for Bisbee right now. 50 lines, 196,000, so a pretty good pace overall, 61% Tetris rate. So as long as Bisbee's able to get out of this, the pace should still be relatively competitive against Peyton. Peyton at a 72% Tetris rate, though. Bisbee can't afford to give up too much ground.
Up top, though, we've gone transition. 568, Bill, 453, Maestro. Both boards look super clean. But Maestro has kept that same distance since nearly probably about halfway through pre-transition.
Yeah, great move there also from Bill, a low 7 high, taking the triple fall into the Tetris. A lot of players, I mean, if they don't know the Lombar's coming right away, they'll just keep building it up, and then just get drowned and get destroyed. Very smart plays from Bill overall, and it's showing right here. 608, another Tetris going to 636, level 22. 155,000 point lead over Maestro right now. Both playing clean, but if Bill keeps up this pace, I don't think there's anything Maestro's going to be able to do about it.
Bill took the safety triple, which I think is a good play. Then Maestro took a safety triple. I don't think that's a good play. When you're behind that much, you got to start taking the risks.
Yeah, especially when you're already in the post-transition. Yeah, Bill is a little bit of a hole. Bill should be able to burn it down, though.
The door is cracked open for Maestro.
Ooh, that was a nice tap from Bill getting that over. That could have been nearly fatal.
Maestro.
But Maestro's done, and Bill is moving on.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
DG's Maestro, though, taking both games past transition, making Bill earn it. We can go ahead and get the other game in the quadrant up top, and we'll let Peyton and Bisbee play this out.
All right, let's do it.
I missed that score. It was 400. What was the Maestro's score there?
Let me bring it up. Maestro's score is 493.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get the top ready.
Peyton in a little trouble here. Ahead 61,000 points.
Actually, did anybody replace AV Geek? Because I think AV Geek had to drop. So is Barrett going to walk over to the next round?
Oh, no. If it's not on the bracket, then it was not replaced. So I will drop AV Geek then.
Okay, so then Barrett gets a walkover. This is the last match of it before the second round now.
Perfect.
All right, so it looks like we're still going to be on pretty good pace.
Tournament pace. Let's
go.
go.
Go on, tournament max out pace. Let's do this.
Let's go. Cowbell
Hell
time.
yeah.
Peyton getting uncomfortable up there with that Spire.
Yeah, 435 Peyton. 6 lines left till transition. Peyton's got a little bit of work to do on the bottom here. Peyton's doing the smart thing, though, just burning it right down. Probably take the triple going in. Great move. Peyton, 448 transition. Meanwhile, Bisbee's going to transition here. Bisbee 422, so really, really close here. Bisbee fully clean, ready to score.
Good game for sure.
There we go. There's a Tetris for Bisbee. 447, neck and neck, but Peyton answers back. 139 lines, level 19, 474.
This is good.
Misdrop for Peyton. Misdrop for Peyton. Peyton should be able to get out of this, though. Peyton's only about 5 or 6 high.
Seal that hole with some flex tape. Let's go.
You know it. Yeah, Bisbee's still clean here. 14, 15. Droughts counter's coming up. Gets one, though. 509. Bisbee takes the lead on that.
18,000 point difference, though. Peyton playing it nice and low. Not taking risks post-transition. Wants to survive this out. And that's been a pretty good strat in the bronze bracket overall. Bisbee waving a hand there.
I don't know what that was. Everything looked like it was pretty clean to me. Oh, misdrop for Peyton again. And Peyton's low enough, though. I think Peyton might be okay.
And if you have a moment, maybe adjust Bisbee's camera.
Yeah, I think that's actually Bisbee's camera the way it's positioned. Because I have the full thing set up. Or the full view.
Controversy here. We got fake Bisbee. Just kidding. Just
fake Bisbee, yeah. Hey, not 86,000 point lead. Bisbee's still really clean here.
Really pulling it on post-transition. This was tied when we jumped to 19. Now a commanding 3 Tetris lead.
Peyton is clean, though. Peyton didn't get out of those digs and misdrops. Ooh, uh-oh.
Ooh!
This is bad.
Miscalculated there.
Still not. Lombard can save Peyton.
Peyton maybe thought that was going to burn a line, and it didn't.
Yeah, Peyton's too high. 548, Peyton's done. Bisbee takes the game.
40.
All right, give me your readies. We'll get going. Then we can go right into round 2 after this.
Shake it off Peyton indeed. Bisbee does have a face. Confirmed, not fake Bisbee.
Hey, fake Bisbee, I like the sound of that, though. Now, I gotta say, Bisbee is a really, really cool person. Like Bisbee does a lot of fun stuff. Anybody that's interested, Bisbee runs a server called Classic Tetris Rounds that does a whole bunch of different kinds of events if anybody wants to check that out. Bisbee's a great guy, and he's helped me a lot in a lot of my own events, too. All right, we got double readies right now. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this countdown rolling.
Peyton with the shock face. Somebody told a joke or somebody said something shocking. As Jonas used to call him, you saw the top whites in the eyes there. Away we go. Ooh, same Z intro. Either player getting a blue piece to start off.
Yeah, we're definitely up. Yeah, off to pretty good starts though. Everybody pretty built-in, and not to give any kind of shameless promotion, not to Peyton as well. Peyton also runs his own server called Peyton's Playhouse. Does a lot of good events, mostly focused on tournament play. Anybody wants to check that one out too? That's a great server. I'm also in that server.
Bisbee getting
Yeah,
way
by the way,
aggressive
Bisbee in
early
trouble
on.
here. Bisbee is in deep trouble. Wow, got bailed at the last minute there.
Pretty crazy opening here in game 2. Bisbee wants to put Peyton away. Get the game 2 match in there, round 2 match. He's trying to speed run a tournament, which is, I wouldn't advise that, but it's working so far.
Ooh, misdrop for Bisbee here.
Bisbee.
Bisbee does get some pieces over to the left, though. But Peyton is very clean right now. Bisbee does have a game in hand, but another misdrop for Bisbee.
Ooh, nice spin to get that. Will the pieces come? This isn't just a skill. This is also RNG heavy situation here for Bisbee.
But a lot of heart here from Bisbee. A lot of heart.
A lot of heart, a lot of guts.
Hey, those are the things you
Got
need to
down
win
to safety.
tournaments.
And Peyton has a 56,000 point lead. He's going to extend that with another Tetris.
I would say all this digging that Bisbee's in right now, the fact that he's only down by 73,000 points is almost a win. Because Bisbee definitely has the ability in post to be able to catch it up if he gets there.
That's what happened in the last game. It was tied going into transition.
Exactly. So Peyton
Bisbee had
definitely, as far as strategies goes, Peyton definitely should approach this a little bit differently and not just go safer because there's a big lead. Peyton knows that Bisbee is really, really good in post, and Peyton needs to get as many points as possible to just try and put Bisbee away right now. Because if Bisbee forces a decider after the way this game played, Bisbee's definitely going to have the advantage as far as the momentum's concerned.
Here we go. Another Tetris for Peyton. Double Tetris. It's so rare to happen in NES Tetris. It's a gift.
No. Bisbee making some good adjustments.
Wow.
Down 150,000 points, though. Gets another Tetris, however, 131,000. Only at about the halfway point of pre-transition play, so that's a pretty sizable lead at this point for Peyton. Bisbee's
pretty
not
great.
quitting, though.
Little-
Bisbee's still fighting.
Little low on the left for Peyton. We'll fill this in with a T.
Yeah, good pieces for Peyton right there to be able to keep this open. Gets another Tetris. There we go. 292,000 for Peyton. Still has about 133,000 point lead, though, so it's still pretty safe for Peyton right here. But we are in the second half of pre-transition play now, and as long as Bisbee's able to keep this close, Bisbee definitely has the ability to catch this back up. Little
Another action
misdrop
there
for
when
Peyton here,
dropped
though.
the S there. Clean upable, no problem.
Almost there.
Just set it and forget it.
There it is. Peyton's got it clean. But Bisbee was able to make back about one of the Tetris deficits, though. Lead's only 114,000 now.
Only. But wait, there's more.
Oh, yes.
How much would you pay for a 110,000 point lead, GD?
How much would I pay? A couple hell yes. Okay, it is down to a 5-digit lead now. Bisbee's starting to catch up a little bit here. Getting another one. 67,000 point lead. Bisbee's made up about half the deficit.
Peyton's in good shape, though. 100 line turn.
Yeah, still got 30 more lines left to go to transition. The Peyton did get one of those Tetrises back. But overall, Bisbee has made up a net of about 2 Tetrises off the deficit.
Just be playing aggressive. Notice you get that lip on the right side. That's not optimal in case there's an emergency situation.
Yeah, Lombard
Nice line
dependency
defender.
forming here. Turns it into a JL, though, with a good place with that T. Then gets another Tetris. There we go. 47,000 points now. Bisbee's cut this down to only about a 2 Tetris deficit. Peyton's
opening
going
up
to
a
call
column
9. Little dirty here.
I'm dirty about a column 9.
Gets
A little
it, though.
inefficient.
It's not totally traditional.
Peyton would take that as a compliment.
Oh, yeah.
Bisbee, a little uncomfortable again. Gets the T over.
Gets another one. He got that hand
All right.
wave going again.
All right, looks like this game too is also going to get a transition. This
There
been
it
a
is,
pretty good match.
29,000 points. Bisbee's made up over 100,000 points of the deficit. Bisbee is really coming on now in the second half of pre-transition.
Oh, Payne with that nice adjustment at the very end. I think he missed.
Transition's 427.
Calculated Payne playing aggressive with that line piece.
Bisbee clean again. Oh, Bisbee getting aggressive here. Bisbee's already say 8-9 high. Oh, Lombard came at the last second. Whoa, this is dangerous for Bisbee. Good RNG came. Boom, there we go. Bisbee got
Nicely
out like
done.
a champ. That was a close play right there from Bisbee. Very aggressive.
Payton with a 500,000 point transition. He's got to be.
Bisbee put a lot of weight
Bisbee.
over on the well. Needs a Lombard over on the right
Can he get
side.
it over?
Has a
Can he
hang.
get
I don't
over?
think
Can he
Bisbee's going to
get
be able
it?
to get out of
That's
this.
it.
458.
We are going to a decider. Let's go.
All right.
Payton doing his fingers, showing off the arm tats, thumbs up, stroking the beard.
All right. Give me your readies, guys.
Doing some damage.
Hey, Bisbee says ready for 2 lines, top back. Come on, you got to be positive here, Bisbee. All right, we got our double readies. Let's get this countdown going.
Do the Kingsman press down to avoid Club Zero. Then you'll feel better.
Hey, I'm a member of Club Zero too. A lot of us are. All right, let's get it going right now in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
This be stacking up the L in columns 8 and 9.
Yeah, that's interesting there from Bisbee.
I like it. I can dig it. So far, our replacement players have been putting up quite the show.
That they indeed have. Still a lot of time to go in this tournament, though, but the ones that we have seen are definitely showing they belong here. Yeah, both
Early
players
on.
clean and ready.
Tetris
Payton
for Payton
getting
to
one.
tie this back up.
Another one from
And a double.
Payton.
Is getting a little high here. Decides to stand up that T with the line piece coming.
Ooh, Bisbee's still going aggressive there, even though he's about 11 or 10 rows up. Gets the Tetris, though. Another one, too, from Bisbee.
Oh, Payton with the he didn't miss tuck. He didn't quite get it in all the way.
Uh-oh.
This could be danger.
Needs a Z, like, real bad.
And then a Z burst ain't pretty either.
Oh, Lombard dependency in column 4. Now, another Lombard dependency. Lombard does come.
Wow.
Another Lombard and L. There's an L. Wow, that was close for Payton.
Yep. Looks
Very
he's in
close for
safety
Payton on
again,
that.
but Bisbee is going to take the 15,000 point lead here. Both players are open now.
Yeah, Payton not really getting any super good RNG here, but made do with what he had and got another Tetris, luckily.
That's one of
Ooh,
those.
Bisbee has a hang. Bisbee needs a
That's
long
not
bar,
gonna-
like right now.
That's the only. That's the
Oh,
only.
no,
play.
it's
He's covered
sealed.
now.
It's sealed. Come on, can he get a long bar? Oh, he puts the O over on the side. I don't think Bisbee is done.
Oh no!
137, and Payton on Tetris is moving on. And I see that glee right there. He is pumped.
I don't think he's pumped. I think he's shocked. Oh, there's a happy dance. GG's.
All right.
Man.
Yeah, Payton moving on to the second round. Just go ahead and stay right there, Payton. We'll get your opponent in.
He will be facing Barrett, correct?
Yep. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and get loaded in, Barrett.
And we got Bill. Jacques-Zepp. I'm probably butchering that name too.
I think it's Huacazep. I asked earlier.
Jacques-Zepp. Thank you. Another replacement player advancing in the bracket. Told you
Yes,
this was a tight
indeed.
bracket. This is anybody's tournament here.
Definitely.
We are cruising through quadrant 3 now. Speedrun tournament strats.
You know it.
All right. We'll fix that bracket issue.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get everybody set up for the second round.
Should be fixed now. A little counterintuitive. You put in the losing player's score, and then, you know, that's real easy to put in the winning player's score.
Yeah, I've done that a few times when I was tracking stuff in my own tournaments. We're human.
While we're waiting for... Are you about ready, or should I throw an ad up, you think?
I'd say we'll be ready in about 2 or 3 minutes. Go ahead and throw that up.
All right, throw an ad up then. All right, let's do it. All right, and while we are waiting to set this up, let's go ahead and thank Microsoft as one of our sponsors. A very special thanks to Xbox, who's still going strong with their new Xbox Series X and Series S consoles that were the first to feature the amazing Tetris Effect connected. The Xbox Series X is among the most powerful, performant, immersive, and compatible next-gen gaming experiences, and will provide the freedom to play your games with your friends anytime, anywhere. And if you also get the Xbox Game Pass, you will get lots and lots and lots and lots of games for free, including Tetris Effect Connected. And on a personal note, the D-pad on the X box. Series S and X controller is amazing. It is the most like the NES D-pad, and it's amazing and it's great, and I highly recommend it.
Okay, we got everybody in for the second round of Quadrant 3 now. Okay, everybody's ready. Give me some readies. We'll get it started.
But reset Mr. Payton's hearts there too. Waiting for a Bill ready. Good luck, have fun, everybody.
Got some really, really good games coming here, I got a feeling. Especially with how good Peyton and Bill played in the previous round.
Is Bill warming up here? Is he ready to go? It is a 19 start. I can't imagine that he's Barrett with his signature sunglasses.
I'm loving the sunglasses there.
Multifaceted gamer. Barrett finished in the top 8 of the Dr. Mario Championship last year when it was online.
All right, we got 4 readies. Let's get the Quadrant 3 second round going right now, ladies and gentlemen. We got a countdown brewing. Let's do it right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Let's go! Both players on the left oddly got to round 2 based off of drops at the very last minute, so not getting that extra game in to warm up, let's see how that affects him. Is it a positive or negative impact here?
I mean, it could go either way. I mean, a lot of times when I play, it's really hit or miss as far as warm-up goes in a tournament.
I mean, even the gold bracket players, when they had those long breaks, 2-hour breaks between the first and second half of the bracket, some got hotter as they played, and some got ice cold after the break. So
it's like watching a baseball game and there's like a rain delay. Whenever there's a rain delay, does the pitcher end up staying in doing well, or does he just completely lose his mojo? Like, I don't know.
Exactly. Barrett early on, 85% Tetris rate, go a little aggressive, not the cleanest of builds, gets safe again. Peyton ties it up there with the Tetris. Peyton with that's like his 3rd or 4th double Tetris. Whatever he did to that cartridge before the game, he didn't cheat. I'm just joking that he blew in the cartridge differently or rubbed it with alcohol or whatever he did.
Now, Peyton's a stand-up player. Peyton's one of my favorite players. Also somebody that I met in Ohio.
Although stacking in the middle there is not optimal. I think I've said optimal about 17 times today. Definitely want to stack to the left if possible.
Oh, Peyton could have tucked that O in over in 7 and 8. Peyton didn't go for the O tuck. I might prolong the dig a little bit. You might be able to get a double tap with an L. Didn't opt to go for that either.
He's low enough that he can save this. He does have the 17,000 point lead. Barrett is clean. Will probably convert this to get another Tetris to take the lead.
Did have a little bit of hesitancy there from Peyton trying to decide where to put some of those pieces. Yeah, Peyton's low enough now that Peyton can just afford to dig it down.
And Bill up top, looking a little messy there. Yako is going to open up, get the Tetris to take a 74,000 point lead. 46 lines in. 85% Tetris rate. Lordy. He ain't playing.
Oh no, definitely not. He wants to play on Sunday. All these guys want to play on Sunday. Question is, who wants it more?
We do have a pretty good prize pool here for our Sunday players. Top 4 get $50 each. runner-up gets $100 and our winner gets $200. That's not chump change.
No, not at all. I mean, these are things when you think about it, like, over the course of the years that the Classic Tetris World Championship's been around, to get to the point where you have sponsorships to build a prize pool for players that are in the 3 digits just shows how much the scene has grown, both in size and with sponsors.
Look at all the G Fuel you could buy with $200.
Oh yeah, you know it. One thing I know is if I got myself $200, the next thing I'm buying is either a webcam or some headphones. But you wanted to get me headphones for Christmas, though.
We'll see.
I know. I mean, all seriousness, I probably do need to get them.
Bill's setting up with the column 9 well here. Is it going to work out for him? He's having to cover it up. He's in trouble. He's already down 120,000 points. Gets the Tetris to get out of that.
Yeah, big reversal from what Bill was
situation.
doing before.
He's going to need RNG. He's probably going to need Joe to choke a little bit. We'll find out. That's why we play the games all the way through. Yoke is up, right? I don't want to butcher that even.
I think it's
more.
Wakazep.
Wakazep. Thank you. Peyton and Barrett look great on top. Or at the bottom, I should say. Half Tetris difference between the two. 2 clean boards. Transition coming soon. Get that puke green curtain behind Barrett too. It reminds me of like a 1970s high school 80 apartment. Or if you went to school in the 90s like me, in a school that didn't have the budget to update their curtains since the 1970s. That's a bit of a deep cut.
You have 342, 338 right now on the bottom between Peyton and Barrett. Tetris rates are only separated by 1% too, so this is about as neck and neck as you can get at the 100-line turn.
So apparently we have a ton of viewers, so I'm guessing we are on the front page of Twitch. Welcome if you are watching. You're watching the bronze bracket of the Classic Tetris World Championships. Our players were ranked from 96th through 128th in our qualifying last month. Got invited to this sub-bracket. There was a $500 prize pool that they're playing for, so, you know, it's not feeling sorry for our players. These are all very good players. Everybody qualified with at least an 800,000 point score in their 2-hour qualifying runs last month. So they're better than 99.9% of Tetris players out there on the NES game. But they aren't quite the world caliber top class. We're going to see those finals next month for a $10,000 prize pool.
But you never know. A year or two down the road, some people playing in this bracket today could be future gold bracket players. I mean, there's a lot of fast risers in this bracket already. Yeah, Peyton looking pretty good here. 490 at level 19, just got into transition. Dependency forming, though.
Yeah, Bill
with
with a
RNG
heck of a
able to fill
cleanup.
that in.
After transition, Bill knocked all that down like very quickly. That could have been one of those transition killer games there.
Yeah, Bill is still down by about 120,000 points, though. A real reversal from the last game where Bill was up by about 120,000 points a lot against Maestro. Like, Wakazep's definitely providing a really stiff challenge to Bill in this one.
Waka's really got it going right here. 547. Down at the bottom, all of a sudden, Peyton has built a 144,000 point lead post-transition. Wow.
Misdrop from Bill.
That's going to do it for Bill.
Yeah, Bill's done. That's going to be a point for Wakazep right there. Give him the heart.
G's up top, down at the bottom.
Yeah, bottom is still a
Absolutely.
pretty tough one down there. I mean, it's still 144,000 point lead still for Peyton, but as we've seen in some of the other games, one mistake, 143,000 points can be made up. Barrett's in a little bit of a dig, though.
Yeah, last game Peyton had trouble post-transition. I think those warm-up games in round 1 really helped him because he's really knocking him down post-transition here. And with our new viewers, we will try to explain some of the more nuances and basics of the game. Generally, our players will start at level 18. And at that rate, the pieces drop at 20 rows a second. And then at level 19, at 130 lines, they drop at 30 rows a second. And if they do make it all the way to 29, it stays at that level 19 speed until level 29, and at 29 it drops at 60 rows a second, which is virtually unplayable except for our very top of the top players, who again, they will be playing next month in our World Championship. But Peyton is putting on a show here.
Yeah, 195,000 point lead. At this point, 224,000. At this point, I don't know if Barrett's going to be able to catch up, even if Peyton does top out.
Yeah, Barrett's got to get all Tetrises, and I don't think it's going to happen.
Barrett does get one there, though, but it's still a pretty sizable lead for Peyton.
The survival, though, it's still admirable on Barrett's side. A lot of our matches today have ended in this between 19 and 29 stage of the competition.
Yeah, at this point, Peyton can just line this out. Don't have to really go for any more Tetrises. I don't think Barrett's going to be able to catch up.
You know, Peyton's wearing that flex tape because he likes to flex.
Yeah, Peyton's doing just that. Peyton just takes the triple there. Peyton knows he's got it locked
All
down.
right, Barrett's going to talk about a 494, so Peyton takes game one with a monster 741. And he's still had a couple levels to go. I would say mulling this out, but we got a show to run here. We're ready up top for game two.
Yeah, as soon as you're done, Peyton, we'll get a sign. We'll start going. Yeah, 747. Great game from Peyton on that one. All right, as soon as we got the 4 raised, we got game number 2 going for both of you. Okay, 4 readies are up. Let's get that countdown rolling. Very, very strong performances from Huacazep and Peyton in those games. We're going to find out if they're going to finish it off or if they're going to go to deciders in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Waka got the leg shake going. Didn't work out too well for Louie or Poopy Old Hag. Let's see if it works out for Waka. He does have the 1 game lead.
Hey, Poopy did start the trend, though. I gotta start paying attention to see if I do that or not in my games. Yeah, Peyton's starting up pretty high right here.
Really
This could be a little
aggressive.
bit dicey.
We're ahead by a game. There's no sense in playing this crazy.
Oh, wow, Peyton.
Oh,
Oh,
look at that top
no!
out. 1900. Barrett, you are good.
Oh,
You have a decider.
no!
Peyton got a little too confident there. That's what happens. This game will humble you quick.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Peyton there. Luckily, Peyton did have the game in hand, so as long as Peyton's able to play in the decider as well as he played in game 1, Peyton's still got a great shot to move on. But do not count Barrett out. As we saw in the game, Barrett is a very, very good digger.
Top.
All right, we got the double readies right now. Let's get the bottom going in that decider. Starting the countdown now. The bottom is going in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Waka's got the 20,000 point lead. Just lost it, but he's playing 1 off the bottom. Call anytime you get a Tetris off the bottom a dirty Tetris, because if your board is off the bottom, it's dirty because you will eventually top out. It's unsafe to play above the bottom line.
Yeah, I usually never like to play any height more than like 2 or 3 high. Anything above that just gets really ugly.
But even at these speeds, 1 is a little bit dangerous. You'll see Waka's going to go ahead and burn this down. Bill's got a clean board, and with this Tetris, he's going to take about a 1.5 Tetris lead. Tetrises at level 18 are worth 22,800 points. Like we said, the transition to level 19 happens at 130 lines. At that point, Tetrises increase in value 1,200 points per level.
Lumbar dependency for Peyton. Peyton does plug it, though. A little bit of a pit forming over in columns 4 and 5 for Peyton. Peyton should be able to burn it out, though.
Barrett's not perfect either, so both players are kind of in burn mode here. Barrett's going to uncover his first. It's the Tetris to take about a 2 Tetris lead. Oh, nope, back and forth.
Yeah, Peyton scores again there. Almost exactly a 1 Tetris lead right now for Peyton. Only 25 lines in, there's still plenty of time to go here.
Bill
At the
building
top
up a
block is up getting a
100,000
little bit
point
high.
lead. Wow. pretty mad after that last game. He's back with a vengeance here. Creative burn with that T, standing it up. We'll notice that players, the basic gameplay is that you want to build over on the left-hand side up. It leaves a gap on the right side, so in case there's an emergency, any piece can fit into that too wide gap and burn down. So if you're built up on your left-hand side, then you can burn at any point.
Now that Tetris walk is up.
If your board is flat, you are unable to burn and you can top out in a hurry. You see Bill right there with that Z, knocks it down there, can burn that in emergency to keep his board manageable. Tetrises are worth 30 times the amount of points as a single line, so single lines and doubles aren't really worth that much point-wise. You use those to maintain your board health.
Yeah, Peyton missed an adjustment right there. Peyton had the Tetris set up. I don't think he saw it. Not really going to hurt him that much, though, as he's still clean. Gets the Tetris right there. Still has about a 40,000 point deficit right around the halfway point. That's only about 2 or so Tetrises. It's really nothing that Peyton is super worried about yet.
Nope. As we've seen most of this bronze bracket, most games don't reach level 29. Most games are topping out in the mid-20s. So surviving is more important than trying to be uber aggressive the entire time.
Because really, so far, I think we only had one game the entire tournament so far that went double kill screen.
And if you top out at, say, level 22 and your opponent's down 100,000 points, that's a good 90 lines of runway to chase down that 100,000 points, because we only go by score, we don't go by lines.
Peyton's still hanging tough here. Still down 46,000 points, 78 lines in. Board's relatively clean, while Barrett's not as clean. Barrett does have a J-piece dependency.
Waka could have stood that tee up, but decides to take a 2-line solve there. Does open it up, but he's down 150,000 points.
Yeah, Bill is just totally laying it down. This is the Bill we saw in the first round.
Yeah, if you see his score right now, it's 554,000 points. He's going to hit level 19 in 6 lines. If he gets a 2 or Tetrises, he's going to be near 600,000 points, which is world-class transition score.
Now, a 600,000 transition, that's a gold bracket level transition. If you can consistently hit those at this level, you'll be favored to win almost anyone that isn't a multiple max outer.
He just got a 585. Barrett's going to top out. Peyton is going to advance. I missed that.
Peyton takes it, ladies and gentlemen.
Board, but Peyton will play tomorrow.
Hey, fear these replacement players. I've faced Peyton numerous times. Peyton is not an opponent to take lightly. Very good player.
My goodness. I missed that. I was looking at the transition up top with Bill, and Bill's going to take it.
Yeah, we got a decider on the top.
Nice. We could maybe max this out. Do we mullen this?
Yeah, we still got 19 more minutes till the next quadrant. We have some time. We're a little bit ahead of schedule.
All right, let's mullen this.
Hey, Bill can go real dirty here.
Oh,
he's not getting it. Still, 691 at level 21. That is sick. That's almost 1.1 pace right there.
Right, B-sider here. The winner will go to round 3 tomorrow. Yes, this is NES Tetris, released in 1989. Considered to be the best old-school Tetris rule set. Game Boy's controllers are a little slippery. Engen Tetris is too easy. Famicom Tetris, don't even play that game. This was the game we used back in 1990 to determine the Nintendo World Champion.
Yeah, I've been playing this game ever since it came out when I was a kid. Never gets old. All right, we got our double readies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this decider going, the final game of Quadrant 3. It's coming your way in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
No push down points again. Some of our players like to troll at the first few pieces and press down. What makes classic Tetris different than, say, modern Tetris is this is more of a Zen game. You kind of let the pieces come to you. It's not a race to clear as many lines and send garbage to your opponent. So,
Ooh, Bill's in early
mindset.
trouble here. Early dependency for Bill.
Oh, this isn't good. He's droughted.
Ooh, there we go. Bill
at
might
that
be
line.
okay. Well-timed pieces there.
Still a lot of weight
Oh,
on
another
top.
misspin
Ooh,
there. Ooh, that
Look at
was
that.
close.
Creative solve there with that flat burn.
Yeah, Bill's playing with fire in this one.
This is dicey here. Come on, Bill.
Bill is playing with fire.
I like
here.
this. This could
Not
be a
done
hero
yet,
if
though.
He can get that L though.
This
Is
would
he
be
gonna
an
open this up?
insane dig if he gets out of
Oh
this.
my! Get him the line game. This could be the dirtiest Tetris.
He's not getting it. He is not getting it. He is done. Wakazat moves on and is going to play tomorrow.
You hate to see it like that. GG's, Bill. You were on fire last game. Just didn't work out this time. That is it for our third quadrant. We got a fourth quadrant coming up.
Yeah, we do. We got 15 minutes till their scheduled time, so I'm going to go ahead and tag them and see if anybody wants to get started early.
In the meantime, I will do a poor ad read. We're going to thank Tetris, the Tetris Company. Special thanks to Tetris for once again sponsoring all of the cash prizes for this year's event. $10,000 prize pool for our gold bracket happening in November. Be sure to follow @TetrisOfficial on Instagram to learn more. It says, commentators, feel free to improvise your love of Tetris here. Well, I wouldn't be sitting in this chair all day dealing with all the tech issues if I didn't love this game. And I think everybody playing today wouldn't necessarily be would be spending their whole weekend playing Tetris for not the highest stakes in the world if they didn't love this game. We all love this game. It's such a great, weird, awesome community. And the fact that the Tetris Company supports us and has kind of relinquished a bit. You know, in the old days, they didn't like the old rule set. They wanted modern Tetris, the community standard, basically. They didn't like the sticky pieces that Nintendo Tetris had, but they've seen how successful our tournament has been over the years, and they've gone along with us. And now you can buy Tetris Effect, which has this NES rule set with the classic score attack. So we appreciate them for sponsoring our tournament and for allowing the old rule set to come back into the modern game. And we thank all of you for watching. And I'm going to play an ad while we get our next quadrant set up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We got everybody set up right now for the final quadrant. But beforehand, we want to do a little bit of a recap for everybody coming in while we're on the front page of Twitch. Yeah, my name is Dan Woods. I'm Grand Designs 82, and my buddy Chris Bidwell, BSG 4000. We've been commentating this all day, and we have had a lot, and I mean a lot, of fast-paced, fun Tetris action today. It's been a total pleasure to call this.
Sure. This was going to be an old school sort of tournament. Different piece sets for the players. Best 2 of 3. It was a wild day. I wore my 2013 edition CTWC shirt today in honor of the old school mentality we're going to have. And interestingly, two of the 6 players that make the top 8 so far were replacement players. We had some player drops earlier this week, and we added the next person up, and 2 of them have made it through to the top 8. So really close matches all throughout, and top to bottom, qualifying scores were about mid 900,000 to mid 800,000. So very narrow band of player skill and qualifying runs. I can't wait to see what we do this last quadrant, and especially can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow either. A lot of the players that have played, extremely aggressive players, very consistent as well. Saw a lot of 500,000 transitions, and in some cases even 600,000 transitions. Those are transitions you see when you get to the gold bracket, and this is the bronze bracket. It's just a testament to how much the scene has grown and how just good everybody has gotten. By the time next year, for all we know, you might need a max out to even get into the bronze bracket. It's crazy.
It is crazy. Two years ago, 2019, our last live tournament in Portland, Oregon, top 48, the cutoff was the low 600,000s. Our bronze bracket players now qualified with at least 800,000. That's how much this game has grown exponentially over the past 2 years. So it's really good stuff here. And if you're watching this for the first time, welcome aboard. For your questions in chat, we love to answer them. We're a pretty chill community. We love to help people out. If you're interested in trying this out for yourself, pick up Tetris Effect Connected. Classic score attack mode is on here with the same rule set, same sticky pieces. Have a go at and see how you fare.
Yeah, definitely. So in your opinion, what do you think the best matches so far were, as far as like the players that it really could have gone either way, or the players that you feel had the best performances that you think would be the biggest threats to win it all?
Well, the crazy one was Peyton, because he played an amazing game 1. Crap to bed game 2. Let's not be blunt about that. And then game 3 pulled out a tremendous win to come in, and he wasn't even supposed to be here today, quoting Kevin Smith and Clerks. But we've had a lot of deciders, and some people, like we had that 600,000 point transition, and then that player, I forget the name, was Tim, and then didn't win his 3rd game. So it's real up and down, real roller coaster ride, a lot of drama. In the best 2 or 3 situation, you just never know who's going to win. It's anybody's tournament.
You really don't. But the interesting thing, though, is when we get to the top 8 tomorrow, all the games are best of 5. So it's going to be a lot more of a test of skill, where you can't just get lucky and have somebody have 2 bad games in a row. Having 3 bad games is much, much more difficult, especially the players we have of this caliber.
Be sure to tune in tomorrow at 11 Pacific for the top 8 of this. We're going to get our last 2 participants here in a moment.
All right, we are all ready to go. Let's get them all loaded in now. Okay, as soon as you guys are done with your warm-ups, give me your readies on all your screens and we'll get started together.
Yoka's name need to be updated there.
Let me see. I don't think you gave me the right. I don't think I have the right cam up. Or do I?
Beast and Shit's supposed to be in this group, isn't he?
I think the second half of the quadrant.
Ah. 15,000 viewers right now. We're pressured, all GD.
Ain't no pressure at all. We're all having a blast here.
getting this settled up, I'll go ahead and throw another ad up. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, we are ready now.
Threw up the ad, so give it a minute.
Yeah, Walkerzep never left the room after the previous game.
Decent supposed to be in this group? Are we doing the second half first?
I think we're doing the first half first.
Oh, I see. I got Beeson and Noormi at the top there. Looks like you got the middle two there. We can handle it. Either way.
Yeah, we're good. All right, give me your readies when you're all ready to go. We'll get it going.
Good 20 seconds there, GD. You still got the ad up.
All right, sweet. All right, we got 4 readies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this final quadrant started right now. The countdown is on. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's count it down together. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
QR in the upper left corner. One of our veterans from Japan. It's 8 o'clock in the morning over there. Glad to see him. We got to see Suzuki and Green Tea and Corian play the past 2 weeks. It was a joy to see them play, especially the return of Green Tea, and I'm always be a big Corian fan and big fan of Team Japan. They didn't get this version of Tetris over in Japan. They had Famicom Tetris, which is a completely different game. Not as good. Very clunky. You press a button to fast drop, and then another, like, if you ever play it, it breaks your brain because it's not a traditional game with your spins and your down presses. Early on here, SQR takes the 1 Tetris lead. Down at the bottom, Onymico, it's a 44,000 point lead. Obelex putting up his board pretty clean. Peter's in trouble though. Man, just talking 2 sentences, a board can turn to garbage that quickly. And also that quickly you can clean it all up.
That's one of the craziest things about this game is, like, it's the perfect game in a sense because one mistake, if you don't play perfectly, your entire board falls apart. It's almost like playing chess in a sense. Like, you make one blunder and your position falls apart almost immediately.
Like super speed chess, you know, it's not that quickly. It's not a slow motion car wreck. This crumbles up immediately and uncrumbles, like in the case of Peter's board.
I know. Yeah, Peter's fully clean again. Getting a Tetris, putting it down. Deficit's still about 18,000 points, but it's only 34 lines in, about a quarter of the way through pre-transition play. So Peter's definitely got plenty of time to be able to make this up. And actually, Peter scored again to take the lead, so there really isn't anything to make up at this point.
4,000 points, it's minuscule. So they're going to go back and forth now between the Tetrises and trading leads. Down at the bottom, Onymico's got a 1 Tetris lead, cleaning up his mess down there. Be Tetris ready. Obelex takes the lead with that, with 380 point lead. That'll evaporate as soon as Onymico gets a line right there. Boom, Tetris to Onymico.
165 Onymico, 142 for Obelex. 53% Tetris rate to 42% Tetris rate for Obelex. So that is a pretty significant difference, which could mean a lot when we get to the later speeds. Up at the top, it's pretty neck and neck, however. 58% Tetris rate for SQR. There is a little bit of a pace advantage, but it's only about a 1 Tetris lead so far. So there's anything can happen whenever we get to about the second half of post-transition play here.
You'll notice those gaps in the left side of SQR's board. He was fortunate enough to get the line piece to burn it all the way down, but you don't want your left side to be in a deficit. Now, the reason why you build Tetris wells on the right side is that it requires 1 less tap to get the line piece over to the right side that does the left side. Right side, it's only 4 taps. Right side is 5 taps. And when you're playing this fast, every tap matters.
especially when you get to the level 19 speeds, because a lot of times, if you try to play more than 6 or 7 off the board, unless you have extremely fast hand tapping speeds, the game just won't let you get it over if you're holding your D-pad all the way over with the dash playing style.
In SQR, when we say dash playing style, that's just your traditional holding in the D-pad left and right. DAS stands for delay auto shift. Kind of like when you hold in the space bar on your computer, it goes one space, then delays, and then a subsequent spaces. So in Tetris, when you hold down the D-pad left to right, there is a delay between the first tap and the subsequent taps. A skilled DAS player can get rid of that delay by inputting that left and right movement before the previous piece drops.
Yeah, the crazy thing about that, though, is for the longest time, everybody thought that was the only way to play the game. But over the last 3, 4, 5 years, several new playing styles have emerged that have really taken the forefront as far as the elite players of the world. With hyper tapping and then a newly discovered technique called rolling. They let you get pieces over faster than any DAS player can, and it's completely revolutionized competition at the highest levels.
Yes, you'll see Tebanoku at the bottom as a tapper. You see he has the gloves on. He's tapping the left and right on his control pad in rapid succession to move pieces left and right faster than you would if you held down left or right on your D-pad. But Peter's kind of high up here. He's down 18,000 points. He's going to take the lead back. This is a fun game up top.
Very fun game. Only 5,000 point difference here. Yeah, bottom right now. Obelix is down by about 60-some thousand points. Does have a little bit of a cleaner board than Tebanoku does, because Tebanoku has a few burns he needs to take. But overall, the Tetris rates are relatively close, only separated by about 7 or 8 points. So Obelix still has some runway to be able to catch up here.
You'll notice the Tetris rates TRT. That's the amount of points or scoring, or I should say lines, or Tetrises versus singles, doubles, and triples. As I mentioned before, a Tetris is worth 30 times the points as a single.
Yeah, some real good adjustments there from Obelix. Obelix still keeping the board pretty good. Is starting to fall a little bit more behind Tebanoku, though. Does get some of that deficit back. Still, Tebanoku still over leads by about 65,000 points. We're about to transition.
Look at this up top. 2,000 point difference at 128.
Yeah, it looks like Obelix is going to try and get aggressive here and go for a Tetris before transition. Does just that. Transitions 375,000. Tebanoku transitions 430,000. Scores a Tetris right away after transitions. Uno. Yeah, that's close one up there for Peter.
Just in time. That was very close. Normally when you see a transition that high up the board, a lot of players aren't ready for that speed shift. It's a 50% increase in speed, and their timing is off and they can top out quickly. Peter saved himself there. Knocks down the Tetris to take the slight lead. This is a great game up top.
Ooh, mischief for Tebanoku on the bottom.
Could be it for Tebanoku. Needs a line now.
Tebanoku might be able to get out of this, though. Tebanoku's getting the pieces over.
Wow.
Tebanoku needs a long bar bad right down column 6. He's not getting it,
hangs
though.
The line and he's going to lose game 1. Peter's going to take it. Wow.
Well, Tebanoku's still fighting. Tebanoku's got the lead if that Lombard comes unsealed. Lombard finally came, but the well's not unsealed yet.
It's open again. It's open again.
Oh, he hung it. He hung the bar. He's done.
The chase
Obelix needs 25,000 points. Obelix needs one Tetris or a line out. Obelix can easily line this out. Obelix does not have to get aggressive here. Yeah, 16,000 points. Looks like Obelix is doing just that. Obelix is just lining it out, playing it safe.
Yep. About 1,000 points per single line, roughly, at this point of the game. Plenty of runway. There's no sense in taking a risk and building up high. We've seen some crazy aggressive chase downs.
Ooh, misdrop from Obelix.
Yep, it's going to be fine, though, because he's playing it low.
That's exactly why. Okay, 5,000. Okay, one more triple will do it. There's a double. 28. 380. One more single. Obelix has it. There we go. Hard for Obelix.
Jeez, good chase down. Tebanoku was on fire, and then just one misdrop, and you see how quickly these games can turn south. Awfully fast, and you see how sticky these pieces are. In a modern Tetris game, strategy is to let the piece hit the top of your stack in the middle and then adjust it left or right, and you got a lot of time to spin and grind it into in a spot. In NES Tetris, the pieces are made of magnets. As soon as it touches, they stick, and you go to the next piece.
Yeah. The other thing, too, in NES Tetris is they don't use the same randomizers as later Tetris does. Later Tetris, you know you're going to get at least one piece in a bag of like 7 pieces, where NES Tetris is totally randomized with a randomization die. You can go as many as 30, 40, or even 50 or more pieces without getting the same piece. I mean, it can be real sadistic at times when you get to higher speeds and don't get a lawnmower for a Tetris.
We are ready for game 2. We appreciate everybody joining us and the nice words in the chat.
All right.
And if you
Countdown is off for everybody now.
Want to see a show? Watch our World Championship next month. We'll have the links up later for that.
Yeah, the World Championship next month. A lot of players played in the gold brackets of this tournament over the previous few weekends. Some of the greatest Tetris you will ever see in your life if you check out some of the videos coming up with those. The final tournament, there are people that score over 1 million points in every single game. And then against each other competitively. There was even a match where 2 players both scored over 1.3 million, and a player scoring 1.3 million lost the game. That's the level of competition we have at the highest levels right now in the gold bracket. And I love the message in the chat, the esport of legends. That's exactly what we want. Greatest esport in the world.
Peter's in trouble already at the top. Needs a Z, gets it, fills it in, uncovers the well, gets a Tetris right in time.
Great
right
there from Peter.
For that save. FQR still down a half Tetris after all of that. Onymico putting weight on top of his well. Still manageable. Gets that little. Did you see that little micro adjustment he made? He saw the next piece coming, and he tapped his piece over one more because he thought of a better place where his next piece was going to go. You're going to see that a lot, especially at level 18 play. Level 19 play, the game's a little too fast to see what the next piece is and adjust your current trajectory to fix that.
Everybody pretty close now. 24,000 point leads for Onymico and SQR right now. It's about 1 Tetris.
Getting over the left is the toughest move in the game. Especially a line piece. So he's going to burn this down. It looks like he's going to be out of danger, but Onymico's going to have a 42,000 point lead, and he's going to add on that.
Oh, Peter's in more trouble.
Peter's in trouble.
Oh, Peter needs a J piece bad. Now needs an L or a lumbar. Neither of them's coming. Needs a lumbar. Oh, Peter's in. Oh, gets the lumbar.
Oh my goodness.
Get it over there. Wow.
Are you kidding me?
Peter just totally butt through that like a boss. Hell yeah.
What a dig. What a dig by Peter. He's down 79,000 points, but he lives to fight another day. SQR's got to take full advantage. He's up 79,000 points, 50 lines in.
Now, that was the best dig I've seen in this tournament so far, bar none. I thought for sure Peter was done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that deserves a hell yeah.
For sure, sir. The SQR, you see that he's at 64% Tetris rate. That is roughly right on the borderline of a 1 million point pace.
Yeah, Peter cleaned up again. Peter scoring again here.
Stock NES cartridge would stop the score at 999,999. It was called a max out. And it's one of the most difficult feats to do on an NES. People can beat Mike Tyson. People can beat Contra without losing a life. People can beat Battletoads with one hand. The Tetris max out is one of those feats that less than 400 people have accomplished in this world. The millions of cartridges that were sold of this game.
In my opinion,
people.
Yeah, in my opinion, an NES Tetris max out is like the equivalent of getting a 300 in bowling. I mean, the level of dedication it takes to get it and the level of sacrifice is unparalleled in gaming.
Peter is way behind now. SQR is just slamming down the Tetris. He's up 138,000. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Onymico's up by 68, 69,000. Both boards are a little dicey, but manageable. They're about halfway to transition. But all of our games here.
Yeah, SQR up pretty good right now. 152,000, we're at 88 lines. So still got a decent amount of time before transition. 130,000 now scoring again. But at this point, SQR is definitely going to try and turn up the aggression a little bit because SQR cannot afford to go into level 19 speeds down in a situation where he just lets Peter end up catching up. Because Peter had a lot of momentum after getting out of that dig. 137,000 point lead right now, so at this point, Peter's in even more trouble. Peter's in even more trouble right now. Can Peter pull another dig?
SQR gets the line piece to get out of the drought. Now it's all eyes on Peter.
Oh, wow, that was close.
My goodness.
Peter is, wow.
This is a game of frames.
If Peter wins this game, I mean, after these digs, this is highlight worthy if I've ever seen. That is the second time I've seen Peter get out of a near deadly mess.
Peter needs a 2-wide piece to open up that well, and he gets it. Now he needs the line piece.
Well-timed J right there.
Hero burns twice now in this game for Peter. He's down a ton. But we can see what happens after transition. And speaking of transition, that is coming up now. And
I mean, if SQR tops out right after transition, Peter can easily chase this.
Exactly, but SQR is going to get that line. And if I'm SQR, maybe you're turning down the aggression just a little bit and playing it a little safe and forcing Peter to play all out. It's a real delicate decision here. There's no right answer.
No, I was originally advocating for SQR turning it up to just try and put Peter away. But at this point, I mean, like, any strategy really works, especially with transition coming.
Yeah. He's at 129, so the next line, the speed's going to jump 50%. Going to get the dirty Tetris into transition, SQR. What a game down at the up top.
Yeah, down at the bottom is pretty close, too. Tebanoku's in trouble down at the bottom. 45,000 point lead, but luckily it's low enough that Tebanoku can dig it.
Ah, beautiful, clean job. Tebanoku with a 27-piece drought, though.
Peter is still fighting here. Not getting the best of pieces, but Peter is not giving up.
This is so epic up top.
Peter hung the O piece. Peter hung the O piece. Peter's going to be done. But that was one heck of a game digging from Peter. Twice I thought Peter was done. Still, that first dig of the tournament regardless, even though Peter didn't win the game.
Down at the bottom, Obelix. It's a 408. We missed Tebanoku's top out. 10,000 points. You can line this out. Singles are about 1,000 points per single line.
Yeah, 6,000 to go. Couple dependencies forming, though. 3,000. One more line.
80 points left. That'll
there it is. Obelix takes it down.
GG's Obelix. Don't go anywhere. We'll be playing soon, sir. Up top, we got a decider, though. This is great.
Yeah, let's get this decider going.
Love that we're going to feature this. Single screen. We'll fix the cameras there a little bit.
Okay, we got our first ready. Just waiting on Peter to give us another ready.
All right, let's count this down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this.
You'll notice that our input system here is we have a redrawing tool called Max Out Club, which players are playing on analog NES old school. And Max Out Club sees the NES graphics and redraws them in HD. So if you see little shimmers of the pieces, that's just an error with the redrawing because the analog signal is weak or odd. But, that's how we get our gorgeous HD graphics on ancient 1980s game console technology.
But that's the pure way to play all the time. Yeah. I would rather play a classic game on a CRT TV than play it on HD TV any day.
We do allow some HD console NES recreations like the Hyperkin and the AVS, but some of our players do complain about input lag. When you're playing, when the frames matter this much, those 1/60ths of a second add up. So a lot of players do prefer the CRT.
Yeah, because when I originally started training on Tetris, I started training on a flat screen before I moved to a CRT a couple months in. It did make a difference.
And early on, Peter is putting weight on his well. The squares, there's never a good spot for a square. SQR's got to be feeling good after that last game. He was on fire. He probably could have taken that to $1 million had he finished that out.
Ooh, this is getting dicey for Peter.
Peter going to need some more hero work here. We've seen him do it twice before.
Oh, misdrop!
Oh.
Peter might be able to get out of it, though.
SQR's got to keep the pedal to the metal, though.
Yeah, SQR cannot give Peter any leeway here.
That square, see, the square actually is helpful. That almost never happens.
Wow. Again, Peter, you cannot count Peter out.
SQR has a hashtag he describes this game on Twitter. He calls it Evergreen Kusoji, which means an expletive in Japanese. And he loves the game, but he does not like the RNG. Started as a TGM player, which Tetris Grandmaster was kind of the competitive arcade Tetris game in Japan. It still is, even though there hasn't been a new version in a long time. And a lot of those players in that scene have migrated over to the NES game because they love the competitive scene. It's been a joy to have them.
Now, it's just a joy to see how much this entire community's grown. I mean, how many thousands, yes, thousands of players play in this, when in 2010 the CTWC started with just 8 people.
We called it the World Championship as kind of a tribute to the Nintendo World Championships, but also as a kind of a joke because a Nintendo World Championship was in quotes because nobody outside of North America was in that. And it was kind of a Kevin Costner, we built a tournament and players from all around the world came to it.
Ooh, mischief from Peter.
This is getting interesting.
Lombard would be really nice right here. Peter didn't get it, though.
Oh
no!
Yeah, he's going to top out.
Peter is done! SQR moves on.
GG's. What a decider. What a match.
Definitely what a match.
Didn't have so many hero top outs. He just couldn't have the stamina to pull out another one, but fought like hell, sir.
Yeah, Peter fought hard. Definitely have mad props for Peter for not giving up.
Chat's going crazy. We all love it. Now we've got our next 2 matches here in our quadrant 4.
Yeah, let's get them all set up.
And you like what you're seeing? You like that t-shirt that Peter was wearing? Give us a little merch link in the chat there with the exclamation part merch. And you can buy the shirts that our players are wearing. We've got this year's design, which is very Saved by the Bell inspired. And we got the previous designs like Peter's there. Very classy and championship-esque. Lots of cool stuff there. You can get mugs and t-shirts and all that good stuff. Much appreciated. Vince Clemente, one of our long bars, as we call him, one of our tournament directors, designed all that stuff, and I'm a big fan. I'm wearing one of my old school shirts from 2013 today. And while we're setting up, I will go ahead and play an ad. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for watching. Or maybe I won't. We got Boom Tang in chat. Chris Tang, our legendary announcer for the past 12 years. Current and reigning Sega World champion. You want to go down to YouTube hole, check out the Sega Rock the Rock World Championship from 1994. It was on MTV back in the day. It's an epic program. And Chris Tang is an epic announcer. And you might have seen the Boom Tetris for Jeff meme from a couple years ago. That was Chris Tang's voice. So the man's a legend. He's a game designer when he's not doing Tetris and video game stuff. Great dude all around.
One of my top inspirations for my commentating style as well. Give all the credit to him.
And we got Pumpy Heart in chat, our stats person extraordinaire. A few years ago when I was like putting together a meager stats page for our announce team, and then Pumpy Heart and team like blew me away with what they were doing. Like, I can't go beyond that. They're too smart. They're too good for me. So I leave the stats in the capable hands of Pumpy Heart. We got Wing Fryer there. He's a Tetris blogger. Great website, Tetris Interest, I believe, .com. I don't remember the exact address. Lots of articles on the history of this event. We appreciate everybody stopping in today. Been a blast to call it. 2 more sets of 4 matches here, or four-way display sets of 2 matches. Yeah, I can math. I agree. Tetris Effect Connected is quite good.
Yeah, I need to start playing it again soon. I haven't played it since before I started becoming a serious NES player.
You were asking the other day if you could use the NES controller with that. I haven't tried it yet, but I need to get that set up out, because you could get those NES controllers that you order from Nintendo Online or whatever service. Yeah. I need to get that out and see if that works, because that's a great idea.
Yeah, I have one. I don't have the version for Switch yet, though. But I'm going to get it soon. I have the PS4 version.
I play on my Switch Lite, and I really appreciate that, because Tetris is a quintessential handheld game. I mean, it made its big splash in North America on the Game Boy. And it's always been one of those games that was designed to excel on a handheld. We all like playing our computers and consoles these days. But being able to play Tetris Effect Connected, kind of like the premier modern Tetris game on a handheld system, and it plays really well. I was a little worried that it would be underpowered, but it plays great. There's no delay in it. Online works fine. It's multi-platform. You can play somebody on a PC or an Xbox with your Switch. Good stuff. And the questions keep rolling in the chat, and our long-timers and mods are helping out. We appreciate that. Welcome aboard. Tune in tomorrow for the final 8 of this tournament. And then in about 3 weeks, we will have our World Championship with a $10,000 prize pool. Our reigning champion Dog playing Tetris is in the top 8, along with our 2-time previous champion Joseph Saley. We got Nenu, Indonesia, in our top 8 for the 2nd straight year. Got Hufflepuffus in our top 8 for the 2nd straight year. Got Pixelandy, which is Dog's older brother, who finished 2nd last year. We had the 2 brothers facing off. He's also in the top 8 again. Got a new member of the top 8, Ruins, who is one of the new rollers. The rolling technique is crazy to watch. I don't want to describe it here. I think you should see it for yourself, or look up on YouTube about Tetris rolling. It's going to be a crazy fun top 8, and I can't wait to see it.
And honestly, if one of the players that use rolling end up winning the tournament, it could start a total revolution the way that Joseph Saley did when he won with tapping in 2018.
I think that revolution's already started. So many players that were tappers have said, this was my last tournament tapping. I'm going to switch to rolling full time and give myself a full year before next year. Get it down.
I mean, I've been hearing rumors that Green Team might actually try rolling. Green Team, the way that
check his Twitter. He has been. He's just started. He's doing daily updates on Twitter.
I can tell you this: the way Green Team stacks, I mean, Green Tea will be a severe contender to win the entire tournament with how good of a player he is, and if he learns rolling.
Green Tea is a joy.
One of my favorite players to watch, honestly.
I like.
All right, we are ready now.
Audience. Oh, you haven't shown the screen yet. There we go. Look at Haven's audience. We got people on the bed behind him cheering him on. Having an audience rocks.
Yeah, you know it.
Maury with the buddies sitting next to him. We got my man Beast and Shen up there in the upper left, the founder and organizer of the World Puzzle League. Very prolific modern Tetris tournament scene, wearing the Kingsman Hey Now shirt. With 2 Tetris pieces doing some unmentionable things on that shirt. Don't describe it on stream, not in front of 15,000 people. And don't forget Jonesy there with the nice classy 70s wood grain background behind him. Much appreciated there.
All right, everybody give us our readies. We're going to get rolling here. We got to have some really, really high-power Tetris coming in these final matches.
Good stuff. Good luck, have fun for sure, everybody.
Hey, we got the high mom, the high dad down at the bottom. I love it.
And hi, I can't read that. The cutoff on the side, but that person.
All right, hey, Haven waiting for a ready, then we're going to get going.
Good luck, have fun indeed. It's all right. We appreciate it, Haven.
Okay, we are ready, everybody. The countdown is now on. We are going to get this rolling, ladies and gentlemen, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Away we go. Easton Shen, our restreamer for the gold brackets past couple weeks. Just kind of on a whim during qualifiers, during the last hour, he went ahead and decided to qualify. Got into the bronze bracket with a single max out, I think, or he was very close to a max out. The classic game is not his favorite game, but he has put in a lot of time, and we are starting to see a little more crossover between the modern and the classic game. We love to see it.
Ooh, misdrop for Jonesy right there. A little bit of a hang.
That'll be burnable, but that's going to let Haven get some much needed pace here. If he gets this Tetris to take the lead. I love how Beast and Shen's name doesn't fit its world puzzle. No E for puzzle league. Can't fit it all quite into Max Out Club there.
Yeah, we know who he is, though. Oh, I see him smirking up top.
Oh yeah, my man's from Ohio. I gotta represent.
Definitely. A little bit of suffer starts on the bottom for both players. Both players only in the mid-30s for Tetris rates. Up at the top, Nomori has a 30% Tetris rate, but Beast and Shen is just tearing it up right now with an 80% Tetris rate through the first quarter of pre-transition play. 30 lines, 141,000, 80,000 point lead already over Nomori. Playing very, very consistent. Nomori digging. At this point, Shen's looking to just totally pour it on.
The beast part ain't a lie. Beast and Shen is a beast. He's very good at this game.
Yes, I faced Beast and Shen once in competition and lost pretty handily. Very, very good
Nomori's
player.
in trouble. This isn't good. Nomori's manager's about to whip out a steel chair.
And Nomori's digging out of it, though. Nomori's not done yet. 116,000 point deficit, only 40 lines in, but it is level 18 speed, so Nomori does have the chance to try and catch up a little bit if Shen runs into a dig.
Down at the bottom, Jonesy looking nice and clean. He's up 35,000 points.
Yeah, 181,000, 170, 147,000 on the bottom. Jonesy gets another Tetris going to 204,000. Now a 53-point lead. Still in pretty good shape. Has recovered the Tetris rate pretty significantly from earlier on. Both players were in the 30% rates. Now Jonesy has brought it back to a 57% rate. Great efficiency from Jonesy here in this one.
Yeah, Jonesy's got good parity, and that's basically having a place to put all of the pieces in a manageable stack. You want a 2-wide place over there on the far right. You want a 1-wide depth in the left-hand side to stick a T or a Z or an S. And you just have somewhere to put every piece. A lot of times you'll have boards that are sawtooth, and a square comes, and then your board's hosed. So when you're Jonesy like that right now, you've got pretty much a perfect board. Any piece that comes, you're able to handle it.
Yeah, Nomori is really down right now to the Shen. Shen has a 213,000 point lead at the halfway mark. Actually, 71 lines, 311,000. That's near 600,000 transition pace for Shen right now. Shen is not showing any let up whatsoever, just totally wants to take it to Nomori right now. Playing really, really aggressive.
I got my cowbell sitting here, and if we get a 1,000,000-point game today, that cowbell's coming out. So
Yeah, I still have mine
Maybe
too
we'll
from
see it.
Ohio.
we'll bring them both out.
Yeah, mine's
Nope.
put away though, as a keepsake.
Nomori here got cleaned up, though. That's all you can ask for. Maybe Shen hangs a piece and tops out of the transition, and Nomori can have a 90-line chase down situation. You never know.
It can happen. I mean, I've seen players chase down over 300,000 points in post before in an early post top out. No lead is safe whenever you first hit transition.
Got 4 good-looking games all of a sudden. They start off a little shaky other than Shen, and everybody's kind of caught up, at least health-wise.
Yeah, Jonesy, however, is ahead by about 100,000 points. Haven 303,000, Jonesy 379,000. Haven scoring again did manage to cut that deficit a little bit, but the Tetris rates are pretty significant now. 61% Tetris rate for Jonesy, 37% for Haven. But Jonesy has a misdrop. This could be Haven's chance to catch up a little bit because Jonesy's going to be digging for a little while.
That Z Spire in the middle of your board is the worst place to have a Spire. A piece can accidentally stick to that and top you out in an instant.
Okay, still digging here is Jonesy. Still 57,000 point lead,
Yep.
but Haven has taken advantage. This
That's
is
a
definitely
two-second
Haven's
advantage.
chance. 20 lines before transition. Haven could afford to play a little bit higher because there's still a little bit of time left to go. With the dig that Jonesy's in, Haven must take advantage right now.
Has to. Jonesy can top out any second here, too.
Your 15,000 point lead, so Haven is doing just that. Haven's taking full advantage. One more Tetris, Haven's in the lead.
Ooh, Jonesy hangs the Z.
Yeah. There it is. Haven's in the lead by 2,200, and then Jonesy's still digging. 100,000 point deficit, Haven made up just like that. One dig was all it took.
And Shen setting up top for Tetris to jump into transition. Over 500,000. World-class transition right there.
Yeah, Shen is letting no let up whatsoever. There's a lot of players when they're up by 200,000 just opt to play it safe, but not Shen. And Jonesy hangs a Lombard. Jonesy is done.
Oh!
Haven takes the game.
Game 1 to Jonesy. GG's. Got the transition. Up top, though, Shen is on fire.
Although the deficit has been cut down to about 150,000 points from the around 220,000 it was before. Shen's board is relatively clean. As long as Shen doesn't run into a serious dig or top out, Shen should be able to just take the Tetrises as they come and play relatively conservative here to take it.
It's about a 3-4 Tetris lead right now for World Puzzle League, East and Shen.
But
notice
now,
that
actually,
it has
Nomori's
dropped.
scoring again. It's only 106,000. Nomori's made up over half the entire deficit.
And you'll notice the levels change every 10 lines right now between here and 29. And the value for a Tetris goes up 1,200 points per level. So when you hit those middle 20 levels, it's going to be 30,000 points per Tetris. So later Tetrises are far more important than the level 18 Tetrises. But Nomori is in trouble again. Getting anything over that right's going to be an issue. Only
Yeah,
two
Shen's
pieces will
cleaned
fit in
back
that
up.
gap.
Another
Shen's back
Tetris
in
for Shen. Shen
position.
gets some of it back. 130,000 still level 22. Nomori digging right now.
We get started here on the bottom. Game 2. PRT stands for Tetris rate. That is the percentage of your lines that are Tetrises. The only functional scoring is with getting 4 lines at one time or a Tetris.
Okay, we are getting
Single.
started back down on the bottom right now.
Oh,
Oh, hangs
Nomori's
right there.
gonna
Hangs for
pop out.
Nomori. Nomori is done, and Beast and Shen takes it with a commanding 643 on level 23. This is max out range right here for Shen. Great performance there for Shen taking this one. Give me your readies at the top. We're going to keep this going.
Yeah, I would not mullen that out, and thankfully didn't. Maybe the last game we can mullen it.
Yeah.
But, a Mullen, for those who are not in the know, Ben Mullen, one of our premier veterans a few years ago, after winning his game, decided to keep playing because he was attempting to get 1,000,000 points. Got very far. At the time, it was a record for CTWC. Did a little dance, and then proceeded to lose the next 2 games. So when you play beyond the winning score, that's called a mullening. And it's generally not advised. But, we allow it from time to time when the situation is good.
No. Me personally, I will only do a mullet if I have a 100% bona fide shot at a PB. And that's only happened to me in competition maybe 2 or 3 times, and I missed the PB every time.
So down at the bottom, Haven's got the crowd behind him.
Yeah, we are getting the crowd. We are getting the countdown started up at the top now too.
Let's give Beast his heart there. Away we go. Game 2 up top. Game 2 at the bottom early on. Jonesy with the cleaner board. Little Swiss cheese isn't going to hold back Haven though. A 3 or 4 line solve here. And again, you want to build those Tetris wells on the right-hand side because it takes one less tap to get that line piece over. Getting a line piece over is the toughest move in the game, especially to the right side, because when you stand it up, it points down, and it's easier to stick to your stack. So if you're beyond about halfway up the board, a line piece to the left is extremely difficult, especially with dash players here, the players that hold in the D-pad left and right. Which you see Haven is a tapper. You can see he's switching his hands up to tap, uses dominant hand to tap on the D-pad, whereas Jonesy is a traditional player using the dash style.
And both styles have their advantages and disadvantages. A lot of times dash players, if they know what they're doing, are often very, very consistent because they're forced to be in situations where they can't really get super aggressive on the later speeds. However, the tappers have the ability to play so much higher because of their speed on level 19. So in the low to mid and even somewhat higher levels of competition, dash players can still be very, very competitive if they have good control with their abilities. But when you get to the highest levels of competition where you start running into players that can do both, be consistent and tap, dash is just at a significant disadvantage. But it's still a viable playstyle unless you're at the very, very highest levels.
It's a great way to teach you how to stack properly. Our 7-time world champion Jonas Neubauer was a dash player. And, you know, maybe he didn't quite have the skills of the tappy tappers later on. But he got to nearly a 1.3 billion with that style.
And the crazy thing is, Jonas actually, in his final year in CTWC last year, finished 11th in a field full of tappers.
Yeah, he ripped a hole through his bracket, going through a lot of the best tappers out there.
And nearly won against Huffaluffagus, too. It was a really good competition.
So up top, Mori's got his mojo back here. He's got the half Tetris lead. They're going back and forth trading Tetrises. Down at the bottom, Haven's down 60,000 points with a game in his pocket. He could be the one to dictate the pace here. He can turn it up to force Jonesy to keep playing aggressive, or maybe turn it down and make Jonesy make a mistake. You got all the options in the world.
Jonesy does have an 80,000 point lead, however, so Jonesy does have a little bit of leeway here to play a little bit more conservative. But honestly, the way that Haven played in the previous game, I don't think the viable strategy here would be to just play conservative and sit on the lead. I think Jonesy needs to really go for it and build up an even bigger lead, because Haven is very, very good at post-transition play with his tapping skills.
Up at the top, we're still going back and forth. Tetris, the one side wins the lead. The more he gets a Tetris, and as soon as WPL gets another Tetris here, he'll take it back. He's a little clogged up. Way to ruin my mojo there, Shen. Thanks. Appreciate it, bud. And Jonesy's still ahead by that 78,000, a roughly 2.5, 3 Tetris lead.
Nice spin there from Shen.
And we're approaching the 130 line transition to level 19. Again, the speed increases 50% to 30 rows a second. And you'll see a lot of players not be able to adjust right on the fly. So if you try to do a tuck move or a spin move, or try to time something just right, ooh, Jonesy with that early shift on that Z.
Jonesy's still up by 41,000 points, though.
That's right before transition. That's nearly the worst time to get a misdrop like that.
Honestly, anytime somebody asks me about it, I always say to people, when you get to around 121 lines, start playing 18 like it's 19 as far as your height's concerned. Get yourself pre-adjusted before the speed actually kicks in. Because even, like, consistent max-out players, a lot of times they transition too high, there's nothing they can do.
Mori is up 55,000 points. If you saw his board a previous few pieces ago, he had a 2-wide well on the right. And you saw that in an emergency situation, he was able to stick 2 pieces down to that well and fill it in perfectly. 2 wide is a great way to play a little conservative and have a place to put every piece. and also build up and be scoring ready whenever the opportunity shows itself.
Is neck and neck on the bottom right now. Only 19,000 point lead for Jonesy. Both players post-transition level 20.
Good stuff.
Very good. Top right now, Namori has about a 76,000 point lead now. There's still a little bit of time before transition, about 17 more lines for both players. The bottom right now is looking like it's getting really heated, though. Neither player has a fully clean stab, and neither player in any kind of serious danger either. This is anybody's game on the bottom.
Here we go. Hearing transition up top. World Puzzle League. Excuse me. Not the cleanest of boards here.
Well, 39-piece drought for Haven right now. 43, 44, 45.
Wow, look at that drought.
But Haven is still doing well.
This is very well handled.
49, 50-piece drought, and Haven handled that like a pro. And is still only down by 40,000 points.
When you get droughts that big, you're often burning and your board turns to garbage. And he kept that board perfect and when he finally got the piece, was able to score with it.
Expertly
job.
played like there.
EVS link receipt drought there. It just kept going. He's like, all I want to do is buy some peanuts. All I want is a candy bar. And they're giving him coupons for nail polish. But he got the line piece finally.
Yep, both players pretty close to being clean right now. Jonesy does have the better board. Haven, unfortunately, not able to score there. Jonesy, not able to really score either, but still only leads by about 44,000 points. This is probably one of the best games we've seen in a while right here on the bottom between Jonesy and Haven.
The top is good, too. A half Tetris difference at level 21. Amori in some trouble. Oh, he covers up his...
Oh, well timed there to be able to reopen that.
Wow, it was
Good
luck.
JL dependency, fill in OPs followed by the JPs. Oh, misshifted the JPs! Namori misshifted the JPs, had it set
can't
up!
get over. We have a chase down situation.
18,000 points for Shen to take this.
It's 550.
Yeah, this is not a gimme though, because Shen's about 40% of the way up the board. Oh, this is not a
he's gonna
gimme!
hang it.
Oh no! Shen is not able to get it!
Oh!
Shen did not get it, was too high, and we have a decider on the top!
Nomori and his manager with the celebration. Nicely done.
Yeah, the bottom is not over yet either.
Oh, we're at level 27. We're going to see a double kill screen.
Yeah, 92,000 point lead. At this point, Haven's got to go for it.
Yeah, you have to go all Tetris at this point.
Haven has to go all that. One Tetris owed 62,000 points. Haven gets two Tetrises. Haven can still take this. Haven can still take this with all Tetrises. Gets one.
But he hangs the L.
Hangs the L. Oh no.
Can he get? He has room. He can get another one. The line. Can he get a line? Can he get a line? Can he get a line? Gets the line. Can't get it over.
Can't get over. Oh, can't get it over.
Oh,
One
he
more.
can't get it
No. Haven couldn't get it over.
Oh, Jonesy with another decider.
Back-to-back deciders here. And we got the kill screen here for Jonesy, 724. That was a heck of a game on the bottom. Well played from both players. Well-deserved decider. Hell yeah.
There we go, man. I was waiting for it.
Hey, I save it for the really good moments. I make people appreciate it more.
A Tetris wouldn't have been enough, apparently, because Jonesy did Tetris out into 29. But Haven did have the board set up. Maybe he got a second Tetris in kill screen. I don't know, but it was a close game. A Tetris and a half difference. We don't see too many of these games in this bracket going to level 29 like that.
I think this is only the second game
around.
we've seen that was a double kill screen so far today.
No, Haven didn't quite get there. He was one away, but he was
Close
building
enough.
up, being aggressive. Yeah, close enough.
My opinion, when you get to 28, I consider it an honorary kill screen because a lot of times on 28 you're setting up to go fully aggressive in the last 10 lines. Like, you could have kill screen if you wanted to.
A double decider.
A double decider. Come on, get them drinks out, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting on one more ready from Jonesy, and we are going to get rolling. Okay, we have it now. We are going to start the timers. Winner go home right here, ladies and gentlemen. Winner go home. That's what it's all about in the world of classic Tetris. It's coming to you in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Honestly, though, winner stays home. They're already home. Just saying.
Good point. Oh, good point. Very, very good point there. We're all playing from home. It is going to be very, very interesting to see what happens when COVID's completely over. We can really start doing live CTWCs again. I really wonder if it's going to be a situation where we fly people out, or if it's going to go back to the way it used to be.
Got a lot of possibilities and a lot of question marks, but we will have a tournament no matter what. But what form it takes, who knows at this point. But it's been good seeing some people this year at some of the regional events, including yourself, including... saw David in there in the chat, Song Scout, Game Scout, I should say. So lots of other people at the regionals this year. So hopefully that will expand if we don't have a live full world championship.
Yeah, that was one of the best weekends of my life, going to that event, just meeting everybody in the community. Just seeing how positive a community it is, how just the energy just inspires you to want to be friends with everybody and play your best at the same time. I can just say Tetris is the best hobby I've ever had for that reason, even more than playing the game.
Hanging up a line piece in the middle, that's super dangerous, and Nomori needs a camera refresh if possible.
Alright, let's give Nomori a camera refresh.
Good games all around. Keep playing. No need to restart with a dead camera. The game looks good to me. Down at the bottom, Jonesy has a half Tetris lead, but both boards look good. Up at the top, both boards look good, and a half Tetris lead for Nomori.
Okay, camera refresh is up.
Excellent. Shenanigans on Nomori's manager. I like Nomori, but his manager, you just can't trust those managers, I'll tell you.
Oh, never. Pretty good rates here. 71% rate from Jonesy, 53 from Haven. Is a pretty decent lead right now from Jonesy as far as the pace is concerned. But, nevertheless, Haven is still very, very close, only down by a Tetris. Up at the top, 72% rate to a 62% rate. Also relatively close. Score-wise, is only separated by about a few thousand points, so very neck and neck on all counts.
So a 60% Tetris rate, roughly, is about a 1 million point game. That's the goal our players are looking for. But obviously, you don't press yourself and take too many unnecessary risks just to squeeze out every single Tetris possible. You take those opportunity burns to keep your stack nice and clean, and you will do well in the long run, as we saw with those double kill screen games before.
59 lines, 243 now from Nomori. 62 lines, 269 for Shen. Shen gets another Tetris, getting a 2 Tetris lead. Nomori does answer back. Still about a 1 Tetris lead for Shen, which at this point of the game is really nothing. It's really not too significant until you get to about 3 or 4 Tetrises.
Nomori playing in a little column 3 Tetris there, one off the bottom. A little dirty, you know. Not filthy. Still G-rated. He's saying, gosh darn it. That's a gosh darn Tetris.
Now, filthier when you get one 10 or 11 rows up.
Yeah, those are crazy. That's not optimal gameplay. But they sure are pretty when they happen.
Oh, big time.
Oh, Haven's in some trouble here.
Haven did burn it down a little bit. I'd say it's more of a pace kind of trouble rather than a survival kind of trouble.
For sure. But in a decider, with 1 game to go, you need every line, you need every Tetris possible.
You do.
You gotta get this burned down, and those pulls are all over the place. This is
Haven is digging it.
Shelf.
Haven is digging it down, but it has allowed Jonesy to really start opening up a lead here. It's about a 3 Tetris lead now for Jonesy.
Jonesy's playing one off the bottom too, so if you're ahead this much, clean it up and get back to the bottom. Don't squeeze out an extra Tetris one off the bottom like that when you're ahead this much. Nomori and Shen looking great up top. Shen is up by a single Tetris. And now only ahead by 1,900 points. Tetrises, again, are worth 22,800 points at level 18. And in 30 more lines, we'll transition to level 19. Ooh, Shen with the early shift on the T. Could get area if he doesn't. He can't burn us down.
Plus it's a drought.
He needs a line. He can't burn us down.
18, 19, 20, 21. This is the wrong time for a drought. Oh, shit, it's done! And it's dead even! Push down point wins it for Nomori.
Press down.
He doesn't even need to do it, but that was dead even at the top out. Nomori takes it, it's moving on. Hell yeah!
Oh my god, he should have just pressed down. He had it. That could have been a tie. Wow.
Hey, if you remember when I played Nolan in Ohio, everybody was screaming with me to push down. I didn't actually see the score on the screen to know I needed to push down to win. But I was in the same situation. It was a dead tie after I realized it later.
So our number 3 seed of the tournament, Beastin' is eliminated by Nomori, who'll be playing up next after this decider at the bottom. But Jonesy has got a huge lead, 144,000. We're about to transition. We've seen a lot of games go south after the 50% increase in speed, so let's see what happens here for both boards. If Jonesy tops out early, Haven would have an awful lot of runway to make the catch up, make the chase down.
You transition 475 for Jonesy, 328 for Haven, so 150,000 point lead here for Jonesy, but you can really tell the tone of a game in the first 20 or so lines of post-transition play, if there's going to be a lot of digging or if somebody's really going to be able to go ham. Jonesy seems to be playing a little bit more conservative. Haven is really high right now.
That's too high for 19.
Oh no, Haven hangs another one. I think Haven's done. Haven is done, and Jonesy moves on.
All right. You know what that means? Our final foursome of the afternoon. Nomori versus SQR and Obelix versus Jonesy.
Let's go ahead and get these scenes set up.
All right. And once again, thanks to all of our sponsors today. We'll get to that list in a second. All right. Thank you all again for watching today. We would like to thank Twitch for sponsoring us. Everybody's watching Twitch, so I don't see why you wouldn't know what that is. I'd like to thank Enhance, the publisher and programmer and creator of the wonderful Tetris Effect Connected, now available for every platform on the planet other than Game Boy. So if Green Tea would like to get up to work on that, I'd appreciate that. G Fuel, everybody loves G Fuel. I ordered mine last week and got it pretty promptly, and there's a new Tetris flavor. Get your G Fuel today. We'd like to thank Microsoft and Xbox. We'd like to thank the Tetris Company, and of course we have our merch available. Type in this in the chat and go check out our shirts and our other goodies. Thank you us for great merch. Not really a sponsor, but the t-shirts are cool. Go get one. Tetris flavored tastes like rainbow candy. I guess you're not supposed to say Skittles, but yeah, that's what they taste like. We are getting our last scene put together. Man, a crazy final quadrant today.
Big time.
You think we're going to see a max out tomorrow? What do you think?
I think we will. I think at least one.
And again, you know, this is our bronze bracket. This was our 97th through 128th finishers in our qualifiers, which was the top half. We had 210 people qualify back in late September, early October. And of those, 60% got into a bracket. Our top 64 went to the World Championship bracket. That has been played down to the final 8. Those final 8 players will be playing for the world title in 3 weeks. Our bronze bracket was numbers 65 through 96. They're playing over on Classic Tetris 1. Not sure if they're finished yet or not, but keep that channel open also if you want to watch even more Tetris. And our 97 through 128 players are playing in today in the bronze bracket. We have a $500 prize pool. This bracket, our top 4 finishers will be taking home cash. $50 to places 3 and 4. $100 to place 2 and $200 place 1. $100. I can't count.
Okay, our scene is ready right now for the final games of the day.
There we go.
Yeah, all 4 of these players played exceptionally well in Quadrant 4. I really can't pick a favorite of any of them. As soon as we got 4 ready, we're going to get the final games of today down. Okay, we got readies on the top, waiting on readies from the bottom, get a simul start going.
All right, let's do this. Surprised, somebody's talking about crowds at our live events, and we have some players with managers. I think the biggest example is Quaid, who had a monster qualifying run back last month with Steve DeLuca hanging out with him, just shooting the breeze while playing. So, a lot of players will also be like on Discord talking to their friends. So I think having that person there can help you take your mind off that uber focused state is probably helpful, and maybe more players could consider it.
All right, all the players are ready right now. The countdown is on, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's see some high-power Tetris. We might see our first max out now, I'm hoping so. But it's coming in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
All right, I'm going to put the energy up a little bit. I've been with Grand Designs all day. He's been playing it. He's been on like a level 6. Level 6 Grand Designs is good if you have to go, 5-6 hours of streaming. But this is our last match. Let's let it all hang out this game.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. SQR very aggressive early on with the 80% Tetris rate, but not an optimal build. Does finally build on his left. Gets the Tetris to take a 1 Tetris lead. Amori looking good in the upper right. At the bottom, Jonesy getting a little spotty. Obelix is going to take advantage with the next Tetris, will take the lead. He's to fill in the dependency first, does with the L.
Jonesy's in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh boy.
Lombard dependency in column 4, not the best time to get one. Good solve here from Jonesy, but still has a dependency. Lombard does come, Jonesy does end up getting the triple.
Yeah. Obelix is very at the bottom. Will likely build up another Tetris to extend his lead. He's already up a Tetris and a half. Up top, SQR, little spiry, not the most comfortable board state. And now he has a 2-wide well, which is nearly perfect. Knocks down the Tetris.
Ooh, Namori's up really high. Namori's done already.
Oh, no.
SQR takes it just like that.
Just if you blink, somebody will top out. That's this crazy game we like to play.
Yeah, real unfortunate there for Namori. But SQR takes it as 1 win away from the final 8 tomorrow.
The reverse sweep is way easier to do in a best of 3 than a best of 5, so anything can happen.
Definitely.
Down at the bottom, I say we go ahead and get game 2 started up top.
Let's do it. Okay, give me your readies on top. We'll get game 2 started up there. We got our 2 readies. Countdown is on.
And meanwhile, Jonesy's cleaned up his mess. He's down 69,000 now. But the board is clean. It's not out of reach. Anything can happen. Obelix looks super clean, although now he has a little dependency. Micro adjusts that line piece because he saw the Z coming.
Yeah, 49,000 point lead for Obelix, coming up about 50 lines. It's a pretty good pace overall, roughly mid 500,000 transition range.
That line piece, he could have got a triple to burn it down, but now he's paying for it.
Yeah, Obelix still burning a little bit. Well is reopened, though, so Obelix didn't get any kind of crazy situations. Did have a 20-piece drop, but did manage to slam a Tetris down. 36,000 point lead, 230,000 points overall so far for Obelix. Clean
Risk
again,
reward.
looking for a long bar. Looking
Risk
pretty
reward
good.
matrix in this game, man. I swear. And
Tell me
every
about it.
single piece, you're making a decision whether or not to go for it or not go for it, and your game could be over in an instant.
Tell me
It's like
about
that
it.
moment when you're playing Pac-Man, you eat the first 3 ghosts, and you're waiting for that 4th ghost, and it's flashing, it's about to turn back to normal and eat you. You got to make a decision right then and there. In Tetris, that decision happens with every piece. It's not just those rare moments when you're looking to eat one ghost.
And not only just that, imagine playing in a competition where eating that ghost could be the definition of whether or not you win or lose.
Exactly. With every piece.
Yeah,
Jonesy
Obelix
down
still
at
pretty
Tetris.
clean now.
Obelix is going to extend his lead to 2 Tetrises. Up top, SQR has built a 100,000 point lead with a game in his pocket already. If you're SQR, you burn this down. You don't go too crazy with this build. And look at that beautiful solve.
Yeah, 80,000 points now. SQR building a little bit of a dependency, but luckily they got some good pieces there. Gets another Tetris.
Left trough is pretty much the worst place to have a trough like that.
I know.
You want that on your right side.
Yeah,
Now he's
Jonesy
got
not
two
too
wide
clear at the
well.
bottom either.
And he can fill in it however he wants. He's going to be a little aggressive and go for the Tetris here. But you also see he can put in the L piece just like that when in an emergency situation.
Oh, Jonesy
Two
making a
wide
pretty
well.
aggressive play laying that down. It pays off, gets a Tetris, set up again.
Obelix camera could be fixed.
All right, let's
SQR.
give a refresh there.
Bangs down another Tetris.
There we go.
SQR is on fire right now.
Yeah, 100,000 point lead at 56 lines. That's pretty sizable at level 18 speeds. Yeah, with the game in hand, SQR can pretty much do whatever they want.
It's not insurmountable, but he is on fire right now. And Nomori has just got a suffer game, 14% Tetris rate. He's open, he's surviving. You never know what'll happen.
140,000 point deficit right now. At this point, SQR is pretty much in the driver's seat. As long as SQR doesn't run into a really, really bad dig, SQR can pretty much take this home.
Nomori's doing what needs to be done. At the
30
bottom-
from Jonesy on the bottom.
Yeah, we're 1 Tetris difference at the bottom. Jonesy set him some dependencies, gonna fill in with the line piece. Obelix plays it a little bit safe there. Good move, I agree.
There we go. Center well into transition. For 434,000 for Jonesy here. One more Tetris
Yeah,
available for
Obelix.
Obelix still.
Obelix about to say he's getting a little high for transition, so good move burning that down. Yep, see, you see right there, he could have played aggressive for the Tetris, but with that change in speed, it's really hard to shift gears in an instant. So for the long run, that was the smart move to burn that down and only get the triple. That cost him some score, but he's still up a half a Tetris.
No, it's close enough that you don't have to go super risky if you don't have to.
We got 90 lines to go before level 29. There's a lot of runway to make up for any small mistake made here.
Here we go. 40,000 point lead for Obelix
Wow,
here.
up top. SQR's up 200,000 points now.
Yeah, this is SQR's game to lose at this point with a lead like that. But SQR cannot go into transition super aggressive because Nomori can chase 200,000 points down in post. SQR just has to play it safe, going into transition, take the Tetrises as they come, and just do not get into a serious dig, giving Nomori a chance to get back into it.
I hope SQR, at the rate it's looking, I hope his boss is okay with taking Monday morning off because it's going to be Monday morning Japan when he's fighting for a gold bracket championship here. But don't want to get too hard on myself.
You never know.
Obelix in
Oh,
trouble.
Obelix in trouble.
That's Swiss cheese beyond repair. He's going to top out at 525. Jonesy needs 526.
30,000 points for Jonesy. Jonesy is all the way at the bottom, level 23. Jonesy has all the time in the world. Jonesy can just line this out.
Line it out or 1 Tetris.
Yeah, Jonesy doesn't have to do anything super aggressive here.
When you have a board this
There it is. Tetris is lined up for it. One Tetris ends it. Oh, did not go for the triple. Was waiting for it, but pays off. Jonesy's on the board.
GG's Obelix, 525 though. Back up top. SQR, the lead's shrunk down to 163. The transition's awfully close here.
Oh, SQR's high too.
SQR needs
SQR needs to burn this down
Curse.
before transition. This could be if it. Nomori might be able to chase it down if he can't burn it down.
Oh, just in
Transition's
time
really
for it.
high there. Transition's really high.
SQR gets. Oh my goodness.
SQR is still going. Oh, oh no, SQR did just that. Stopped out right at transition. Nomori has a chance to be able to chase this down. 130,000 points in post. Gets a Tetris there, brings to 106,000. At this point, Nomori can line it out all the way to kill screen. 100,000 points in 100 lines.
Oh man, commentator's curse. I apologize, SQR. That is my fault. That's all on me.
I mean, anything could happen when you... misplacement there from Nomori. Nomori couldn't get it over. Nomori can't get it over, and SQR is going to the top 8.
Wow. Just like that, you see how the fortunes of a game can change.
Yeah, and Jonesy takes it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our games coming in. Hell yeah!
Whew. So Jonesy's up 1-0 at the bottom. We're gonna go 2. They didn't play that quickly. Okay, no, they're ready to play game 2. Awesome to see Team Japan represented in the top 8. Not supposed to root for individual players, but I do love the internationalistness. It's not a word, but I don't care. Of our competition. But we're going to go to our 2-player scene for our final match of the day. Jonesy up 1-0. Gonna fix Oblex's camera.
Doing that right now.
Why is this stressing me out so much? Because Tetris is a stressful game.
Oh, yes.
SQR's in chat. GG, sir. Looking forward to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, very well played, SQR. Very well played.
Obelex, if we want to... Oh, there we go. I have to say, we could have gone, psychedelic there, but we'll get
Let me go ahead and
Obelex
give a camera
instead.
flip here.
All right. And again, thank you everybody for joining us. All however many thousands of viewers since we are on Twitch's main page. You are watching the bronze bracket of the Classic Tetris World Championship. Our tournament, this is our 12th year.
All right, we are ready right now. Double readies. Let's get this countdown going. Let's do it in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. I think you had me like a half a second there.
I love me some GD. You're the best.
Yeah.
So we'll amp up the energy here for this final match.
Oh, definitely. I haven't used a whole lot of hell yes today, so I might need to burn 1 or 2 in this match.
I think so. Both players looking nice and clean.
Okay, Tetris for Jonesy. Jonesy up 2 Tetrises already, but still pretty early. Little bit of a slight misplacement there for Jonesy. Might cost him one or two lines in burning. Eyepiece dependency. Eyepiece does come, so it's going to be a relatively minimal burn. Very fortunate for Jonesy there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, especially in this situation where Jonesy has a chance to really put this away with a game in hand. Definitely don't want to give any kind of free win to your opponent here.
You still Obelex building up with the 2-wide well. That gives you the most options to build up to get to scoring position.
Okay, another Tetris for Jonesy. It's 41,000. Yeah, both players looking pretty good right now. Nobody in any kind of serious situation, about 25 lines in. Jonesy is playing a little more efficient, though.
Not supposed to root, but Jonesy does have the way cooler shirt. You, too, can get a shirt like that from our CTWC store. Muscle variety or regular t-shirt, you pick. Did you see the Saved by the Bell-like design?
And Jonesy's
Those
still
are-
looking real good here. 35 lines, 164,000. Make that 39 lines, 187,000. That's 600,000 transition rate right there. 82% Tetris rate over a quarter of the way through. Jonesy wants to end this now. Going
Cranky's
really,
asking
really
in
aggressive.
chat- Cranky in chat's asking how many players in bronze bracket have gotten a max out. I believe it's almost everybody, if not everybody. Everybody had to qualify with at least an 800,000 plus. So I'm pretty sure it's almost all maxed out caliber players.
Ooh, Jonesy's got a little bit of a slate situation here.
Won't be hard to probably be in chat correcting me on that, but it's pretty close if it isn't 100%. Now, mind you, a million-point PB means you only get a PB once every 50 or 100 games versus our top-tier players who can knock them out with regularity.
I mean, some of the players in the gold bracket can get a max out almost 50% or more of the games they play, period, which is just
Right.
astonishing.
I mean, you're talking about the top 1/10% versus the top 100% of players. That's the difference between gold and bronze bracket.
I mean, some of the top players, I mean, I think there were one or two players that maybe got like max outs all but like 1 or 2 games over a whole 2-hour qual.
We got a good game here, though. 19,000 point difference.
Yeah, both
Obelix
players
is slightly
69
ahead.
lines. Hey now.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, 271 to 251. So Obelix ahead by a little bit here. Tetris rates are really, really close. Obelix did make up a little bit of the Tetris rate, so it does have a 2-point Tetris rate over on Jonesy now. However, a little bit of a drought for Obelix coming. 17, 18, 19. Starting to tick up a little bit, but Obelix is keeping the board safe. Drought finally ends. Obelix does score there. But still, very, very close game right here. Still got about 50 lines left to go till transition. I got a feeling this one's going to really come down to the wire.
3,400 points. It's at the wire right now.
86 lines, Obelix. 84 lines, Jonesy. Both players roughly around the same line count. Neck and neck right now with another Tetris. Only 1,500 point leads currently for Jonesy now. Both players near neck and neck on Tetris race too, so you really can't get any closer than this. Totally going to be anybody's game here.
And in that construction of your sentence, I was about to say Obelix is in trouble, but burns it down to a manageable height and is about to clean this up with about a 5-line solve.
Yeah, almost
game-
commentator cursed him there.
Well,
Almost.
that's the thing. Like the game changes so quickly that if you try to analyze what's going on, the entire board state completely changes by the time you get your sentence out of your mouth.
Exactly. I'm not sure if that was a solve attempt or if that was a misdraw Obelix made with that S piece. Nevertheless, he's
fixable
still
either
going to
way.
do a little bit of digging here.
This is going to let Jonesy continue to increase his lead. He's already up 42,000.
He has 63,000 now scoring again. Yeah, Obelix committing to the left well Tetris here. Set up for it, gets it right there like a
Oh,
boss.
it is a left well Tetris. 3 off the bottom. Clean up your board, sir. Is he going to go for another one?
No, I think he's going for
he's
going
not.
for a
He's gonna
standard
solve it.
one right
Yep.
now. But 55,000 points down right now. Obelix has got to try and turn up the aggression at least a little bit before when transition comes. Only 14 more lines.
On Tetris difference, Jonesy's in a little trouble now. Going to open up the well. Is he going to go for dirty?
Oh, he's going for it. Jonesy's
set.
going for it.
He's set. Nope. Smart play.
Yeah,
We
that's
wanna
pretty much
see
the
it,
only
but
play there.
It's very aggressive and boneheaded to force yourself to get that. If the line piece comes, great. But if the better piece burn situation comes up, you take the burn and you continue.
No, mad credit right there to Jonesy for knowing when to cut his losses there. There's a lot of players that just commit completely.
And Obelix right there, you saw that decision. He thought could have gone for dirty Tetris.
Yeah, the drought counter is going up right there for Obelix. Obelix being smart, not going for it either.
2 times in a row, you saw the gears turning.
Uh-oh, Obelix is getting high transition.
Oh, boy.
He's not getting
Oh,
a
man.
30-piece drought. Worst time for a drought, right? Good transitions. 36,
Oh, man.
36-piece drought. It was come on, Obelix might be able to get out of this, though. Obelix did able to burn it down only about 6 or 7 rows high.
That middle well too wide.
Come on, Obelix might be able to get an L piece or a Lombard over to the side.
It played like a modern Tetris game, setting up combos like line after line after line.
Come on. Needs
That's
a
how that
Lombard
played out.
over.
Tremendous
is still
19
fighting.
game by Obelix here. Tremendous.
Yeah, Jonesy's up by about 90,000 points, though, but at this point, the only thing that matters
He's
is
not
Obelix
clean.
surviving.
He could. This
Oh,
is
no!
diff.
Jonesy's in trouble.
is a
Obelix is in
takedown.
trouble, too.
Obelix
Jonesy's
needs
done.
a
86,000
5-9
points. If Obelix gets out of this, Obelix has a chance to force a decider.
5-19. He needs all the pieces and luck in the world in this.
Come on. Oh, Piece misdrop, but got the
square.
lumbar in the nick of time right there. Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. He's still getting him over. Still getting him over. Come on.
Come on, game.
Oh, no, the misshift
he
right there.
hangs it.
Misshift for Obelix. Obelix
over
can't
yet.
get anything else over.
Not over
Obelix
yet.
is done, and Jonesy is moving on. And ladies and gentlemen, the first 2 rounds of the 2021 Classic Tetris World Championship bronze brackets are in the books. GG's to all players. Hell yeah.
That gets the cowbell. Why not? Let's go. Woo! We wanted excitement for the end, and we got it. That could have been a
Definitely.
taste out of the ages. He nearly got that cleaned up. Obelix did. Couldn't quite get the. He got a little misshift halfway up the board, and that did him in. But hell of a fight, both players.
Very well played. Very well played. Truly an honor to call these games today, I'll tell you.
Oh man, I can't wait for tomorrow.
Oh, I'm ready for tomorrow. Yeah, let's bring up this bracket. Let's talk about this bracket.
Well, first of all, Peyton and Noel weren't supposed to be here today. They got in through a couple player drops late in the week, so both of them took advantage of their opportunity completely, and will be playing for the money tomorrow. One more match win, and they'll get their $50 at least. And my man SQR from Japan, I don't think he stayed up all night. I think he got up early in the morning to play. Played off for him. He's going to have to go to. He's going to have to be up on a Monday morning. Hopefully, his boss will let him play. I would imagine so. And I got Jesus from. Is that what country is that? I'm terrible with my flags. We got some international representation here. Super happy with that. It's not all Americans, especially in the bronze and silver brackets. So we have a nice representation of players. We're gonna have a best of 5 tomorrow. So tune in, 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll have the final 8 of the bronze bracket. And me and GD again, BSGD, Team BSGD today, and we'll be calling the action again tomorrow. I can't wait.
I can't wait, too. So looking at this bracket right now, of the 8 players left, what do you think are the most tantalizing matchups, and who do you think would be the overall favorite to take it?
Well, I mean, I think the time zones are going to be big here because we're all over the world here. We got a couple European players. We got a couple Asian players. So, how awake you are, that's going to be big. And Peyton and Noel, they're both on a mission for having gotten their spots like after dropouts. Like they were really wanting to play, and they got to play. They were on the bubble before. So I think in terms of wanting it, those two are going to be up there. But it's anybody's match. Everybody's so evenly matched. I can't pick a favorite here. But, yeah, I'll just say SQR is going to take it all. I think he had the strongest games in his rounds 1 and 2. But don't quote me on that. I don't know. Anybody can take it.
Yeah, I would say, honestly, my 2 favorites would probably be Peyton and Colin. Because Peyton was having a lot of 500,000, even 600,000 transitions, was playing very, very, very solid, very consistent. And basically, one of the key things with Peyton is Peyton wasn't letting the post-transition speeds totally throw him off. Was just playing safe when he needed to and just taking it down. Colin,
he did have
however,
that one really early top out, so, he was super aggressive. But maybe he'll fine-tune it just right for tomorrow's match.
Yeah, Colin, however, the match between Colin and 666 Tim was the match of the day. 700,000, 800,000 double kill screens from both players. Colin definitely capable of putting up a lot of scores. And Colin, I've watched play in a lot of other competitions in the past, is very battle-tested, has beaten numerous max-out level players, and also been playing consistent today against both Foiled and against Tim. I would say Colin and Peyton, I think, would be my pick for the final match. Beyond those, I'm not sure which of those 2 would win.
So Colin's going to do the Tim repeat here, go through both Tims back to back, you say?
I think so. But here's the thing. All 8 of the players that are in this event right now can all have just as good a shot of winning it as anybody. And it's going to be interesting to see how it goes.
Absolutely. So there we are.
Yeah, so it was a definite pleasure to call this today. I mean, the silver bracket going on over in CT1 right now. We're going to be going ahead and rating them in a couple moments after we finish here. But it was a true honor to call this today. I mean, everybody just played so well today. Everybody was great sportsmen. Everybody in the chat was awesome and amazing. It's a true testament to how much this community's really grown and just how much it's becoming a bona fide esport to stand alongside some of the biggest esports in the world.
I mean, we had 128 players make a bracket this year on an event that used to barely get 32 players to play. We've grown that much in just a few years, and who knows what the further years coming up the pike are going to bring us. But 128 might not even be enough. We had so many players who were replacements today that are in the top 8. So here's to continuing our growth, and here's to our top 8 tomorrow, and here's to our final 8 in the World Championship, which I'd like to talk about briefly. I don't have the bracket right in front of me, but you know, I think storyline wise for our World Championship, Dog won the world title, but he didn't beat Joseph to get that world title. Like our previous World Championships always seem to have that moment of passing the torch, whether it's Harry beating Jonas, whether it was Joseph beating Jonas. Joseph didn't win it last year, but he didn't get to pass the torch. There was never that moment when Dog took it from Joseph. And I think if the seeds play out the way they're going to play out, maybe we will get that Joseph versus Dog final. But any of our other top 8 in the World Championship does have a chance of going all the way, especially Huff with the rolling, especially Pixelandi, especially Nenu, who nearly took it last year. It's going to be amazing top 8, and I hope everybody who's exposed to us for the first time today will check out our World Championship in 3 weeks.
I mean, it's going to be insane, too. Some really tantalizing matchups as well. There could be a potential rematch of the world title last year in the semifinal round between Dog and Pixelandi over on the right side of the bracket. Plus, we could possibly see JD versus Huff, like rolling
rematch.
Yeah. Also, double rematches, really, because Huff played JD last year.
Mm-hmm. Huff upset him. Huff was the legend killer. He took out Jonas and JD in the same year. So he changes after that kind of accomplishment, making top 4. He decides to completely change his style because top 4 wasn't good enough for Huff. That's the type of competitor he is, and the man's on fire, and he could take the whole thing. Yeah,
you really can't count out any of the underdogs too, because Tetris Time. A lot of people would say he's one of the underdogs, but Tetris Time went through an absolute gauntlet to get here, taking out Fractal, taking out some other really big names in the bracket. Also, Richie is also another really solid player who's also gotten into rolling and is already in the top 8. Has been on a meteoric rise lately as far as his skill levels. You really can't count out the underdogs in this one either. Anybody can really take it.
Saw Richie / Ruins in South Carolina. He was the first exposure I had to rolling in real life. And I thought when you first see rolling, when you're doing the motion with the fingers, that it would be kind of a gentle motion. But it's really rough. They hit those controllers hard enough, and a lot of the players are wearing gloves now because of what it does to their fingers after a long period of time playing that way. So watch out for this top 8. Like I said, tune in. We'll be back tomorrow, obviously, for our top 8. But the top 8 world title, got to watch it. I can't wait.
Yeah, it was a total honor to call this today. Looking forward to seeing all you guys tomorrow. With that, we're going to go ahead and raid the main Classic Tetris channel to join in the silver bracket. Thank you, everybody, for a wonderful day. Hell yeah!
Let's go.
Actually, I think you need to do the raid. Wouldn't let me do it.
There it goes.